And ignore the sign that says Richardson. I think it looks nice. It is free play. It's free play Arlington, where we are joined live. My name is Chris Delp. I'm the community liaison of Free Play Arlington. It is a very special day. It is the 40th anniversary of the release of Joust. I have a shaky camera right next to a table that is not so. It's going to be a thing. We're definitely going to be pounding this table and shaking the camera on ourselves. But it's the 40th anniversary of Joust. And I am honored to be joined by a lot of people, but the first person to join is really the reason this is all happening. It is Lonnie McDonald. I don't even know where to start with you. I'm going to tell you your accolades as I appreciate them. You are the man who travels around the world, rolling every Joust machine known to man. You're trying to roll them all if possible, correct? Like every one of them.
All if possible, that's correct.
Yes. So when I mean roll, I mean 10 million points. I mean 9s across the board, the maximum score the game can possibly show. And the man can do it.
The score counter maxes out at 9. You can keep playing it, but after 10 million points, all it'll show is 9 in the scoreboards.
Yes. Yeah. It is what it is. It's insane. I've seen you do it 3 or 4 times or 5 times in person?
At least 3 times here and once at Let's Play Gaming Expo.
Yep. Yeah. So he's done it at Richardson. He's done it here in Arlington. He's done it at Free Play Denton. He's done it at Let's Play Game Expo. He's done it all over the world. You're also a world record holder currently in Joust, at least
I still
1
have,
or 8.
I still have, at one point I had 20 world records, including Guinness and Record Setter and Twin Galaxies, and there are different platforms you can play on. I think the ones that like the highest score on one man on the first man ever, which was like about 940,000 points, which is most people will never see 940,000 points in a game, let alone on one man.
I don't think I have.
And the other one, which is not a world record, which I think is cool. At age 53, I played 50 hours when I was going for the world record. I didn't quite get there, which is a whole nother story. Which, as I'm waiting for my wife to come down, I had been bleeding guys for a while, and I'm like, only 3 people have ever played over 100 million points. And I said, I'm waiting for my wife to come down and see it because it's been like 50 hours. And I came out of memory while I had my eyes closed waiting for my wife to come down. And then my last guy died as she came down the stairs. I'm like, oh my gosh, it was like complete meltdown. But being the oldest person ever to play over 50 hours on a quarter is kind of cool. Doubles world record with Steve Sanders was cool. Anytime you can play for 15 hours with somebody sitting next to you, you either have to like them or you're insane.
Or both.
Or
both?
You're insanely, yeah, exactly. But so go ahead. Oh, God, nice kill. That's one I taught her.
Yeah. I feel like we're seeing extraordinarily high level play as it is. Who is it we're watching here?
This is Tracy Glee from the UK. She is one of the players that now plays to 10 million points, and she's got several sites in the UK and a few in the United States that she's now played to 10 million points.
See if I can bring the brightness down. Maybe we'll be able to see the
the
score.
glare.
Maybe not.
A little glare there.
But yeah, she came over from the UK. She's playing with us now. It's really cool.
And then she'll play this afternoon later in the death match cutthroat tournament, which is played. And actually, right now she's playing on the max difficulty.
Yeah, she's just practicing. So she's actually way better than this on her most comfortable. There we go. We can see the scores now.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a good game for me. That's a decent game for me.
So there are no extra men. So whenever you die, you're just dead. But this is on the highest possible settings because you want the death match to be short, but
you want it to end
skilled.
at some point.
Yeah, you don't want to get extra men in a death match. You want to die for some reason. It's death match, right?
Yeah. You're wearing a Hall of Fame shirt. What's the Hall of Fame?
International Video Game Hall of Fame. Started in 2010 out of Ottumwa, Walter Day, that group there. I serve on its board of directors now. I'm not a voting member. I'm on the board because I'm also the in charge of governance, and I'm the point of contact for new inductees, which has been really, really cool. You know, talking to people,
yeah, I get to meet all the cool
talking to people like John Carmack when he was inducted, and Reggie from Nintendo, and Bonnie Ross from Halo, and David Crane, and the list just goes on and on and on. I was inducted in 2016 as a Golden Age gamer.
Are you still on the video game team?
I am. U.S. National Video Game Team. That is correct.
All right. So, and I followed them when I was a kid because they were credited in Electronic Gaming Monthly as consultants or something like that. So as a kid, I always wanted to join the United States National Video Game Team, and I would say you're the highest profile person I know of on that team at the moment.
Yeah, currently I'm probably one of the higher profile people because I was traveling around and doing, on TV interviews and radio interviews and stuff as I played. And one of the owners lives here close, Patrick Scott Patterson. One of the
is he in the area or is he in Oklahoma?
No, he's in Denton.
Okay.
At least unless he's moved.
I would call that the area.
Don Narot, who is a past captain, lives in Austin.
Okay.
So they're pretty close. I think Ben Gold, who lives here in town, was on the U.S. National Video Game Team at one point.
He was at one point, yes.
So you have a lot of people, in the area that are have been or are on that team.
I hope I've established Lonnie's nerd cred. I have some irrelevant things, like I play Street Fighter and whatnot, but Lonnie has some pinball championships under his belt too. It's just the list goes on and on. So this is the man to talk to about Joust. I can't think of anybody else that would be pertinent to talk to about Joust on its 40th anniversary, except I do believe I have your friend John over here.
Yeah. Well, I also run the registry for the Joust machines too, which is a cool thing we can talk about later.
Sure. Go ahead, and I'll get Josh set up over here.
I'll talk about the Joust registry while you're catching John. So the Joust registry is the registry of the machines, as many as we could find. And what I did was, as I was playing them, after the first year or so, we started registering the cabinets, and on the right-hand side of the cabinet across from the coin door is actually the cabinet number. On the inside of the control panel, there's an inspected by date, which tells you basically how old the machine is. And then there's also the ROM revision. Is it the original red ROM, or is it the revision of the green ROM? And so we would track all those things, and it's called joustmaster.com, so we run that. But it's not just about the registry, it's about anything Joust related. And we've been doing that since 2011. We have 251 played Joust machines. Then we also have a list of the Joust machines that I haven't played that we know about. And so those can be found on that website. If you have a Joust machine, of course, there's a way to register your machines too. And the next guest, this interview is part of the series that I've been doing called the Joust 40th Anniversary Series interviews, which includes Warren Davis, who worked on Joust 2, and Futzenreuter, Kotlarik, we'll have Tim Murphy, and we'll have a few other people. We've got world-class players on it too. Tracy, who's next to us, will be interviewed, and getting a list of people who love Joust, people who are involved in Joust. Last night, as Chris slides in here, last night we had the Joust dinner, very similar to when I played the Hunter's Machine. We did a dinner in Chicago before I played at the Williams Building. And that included Newcomer and Futzenreuter and Python Angelo and Walter Day and Steve Sanders and all sorts of people. This was dinner last night we did at the Candlelight Inn here in Arlington, which is like a staple. We figured, hey, the machines are 40 years old. Let's go to some place that's been at least around as long as that. So we went to Candlelight Inn. Food was pretty good. Company was even better. The conversation was crazy. We had obviously John and his family, and we had the owners of Free Play, Corey and his wife, and we had the Killer Queen creators, Joshua and Nikita, and I was there, and then our special guest, surprise guest, John Carmack and his girlfriend Trista came in to surprise John and talk Joust and talk AI, and it's been very cool. One of the other interviews we did was Noah Falstein, who was part of DreamWorks and part of Lucasfilm Games, and he was the head of games for Google. So the credentials of the people that we brought to bear on the Joust interview series, 40th anniversary interview series, has been cool. And today we're doing John's interview, and then an interview with the Killer Queen folks, and Tracy, who's playing next to us, and then we have the Joust Cutthroat stuff. But what we're going to do is guide John through the things that John wants to cover and things he thinks that people ask him a lot, and that way we can get it on tape on the 40th anniversary of Joust. Today is actually the physical day, July 16th, that Joust was launched on. So welcome back. Look,
Thank you.
Who gained us. The cool thing about John's setting and being a little further away from us is John is a giant. You know, I have pictures of, not just a giant in the gaming industry, but I have pictures where, one of my favorite pictures is years ago I came down on John's birthday and played in a Cutthroat tournament so I could play against John, and he didn't know I was coming, but after I won the tournament, there's a picture of Patrick Scott Patterson, one of the owners of the U.S. National Video Game Team, and John and I'm in the middle, and I look like a midget, and I'm 5'8", you know, so they all must be like 7'6" or something like that. I'm not. Are they both? What do you think, Chris? Are they very tall, or is it just me?
Who's that?
John and Patrick Scott Patterson. They're both about the same height.
I would guess. Oh, I would guess like 6'5" then. PSP, I guess 6'5".
Yeah.
Is that it? I get it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so giants in the gaming industry and giants in real life. And I was telling somebody the other day, I said, you have to be careful what you ask for. I said, I wanted to be 6 foot tall and weigh 200 pounds when I was a kid. And if you're not careful, you only get half of what you ask for. I'm not 6 foot tall.
So we're being joined live now by the creator of Joust. This is absurd. The actual creator of Joust on the 40th anniversary of Joust, John Newcomer. Welcome to the stream, John.
Welcome, John.
Oh, thank you for having me.
We're so glad you're here, and you traveled all the way from where? From here in town, someplace. I understand.
Yeah, from Plano, northern suburb of Dallas.
The far off burg of
nice.
Plano.
Northern suburb. So, but it should have been fast because it's all downhill then, right? From north to south, right? It's all there are no hills or anything.
Yeah, we don't have many hills here. It definitely is. If you turn it sideways and look at it on the map, you're falling for sure.
Except if you count the fifth element, level upon level of overpasses.
Overpasses, yeah. Oh my gosh. First time I was in Texas many years ago, we were opening up a store for a company, and I was like, everybody was driving 80 miles an hour in the city, and I was like, what? And they go, yeah, everybody drives 80 miles an hour in Texas. I was like, is that true? Does everybody drive 80 miles an hour here?
They on LBJ. If they're in the toll lane, yes, that's where it starts. It's speed limit of 75. And apparently minimum speed of 85.
And usually it's when I put my turn signal on to change lanes. That's when the speed goes up.
It goes higher. Goes higher.
Yeah.
Goes higher.
Yeah.
So we wanted to cover our list of John.
First of
stuff.
all,
go ahead. Go ahead.
congratulations.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Like this is a monumental game. We still play it today, 40 years later. We have 5 copies of it here. You can see it being played on screen. We still have tournaments of it. I can tell you, I ran a 20-plus person tournament on Joust Wednesday. They're not always televised. They're not always streamed live on Twitch, but we still play the heck out of your game. So congratulations.
Well, thank you, and it's surrealistic because this is like one of the points I wanted to make was that when we were making the games back in the 80s, the thought that they'd still be being played in 40 years ago, 40 years later, was just kind of a bizarre thought because you thought, technology keeps getting better and better. We'll be playing those games and a lot of these
and you're the cutting edge of technology at the time.
Yeah, right. And so that some of these games would be forgotten, or that they keep evolving into the next generation better, and then just the physical thing of the cabinets being alive, it's still being put together. It's a testament to not just the players, but like people at free play here and other arcades. I mean, they're babied.
Yeah.
They're babied out of love to keep them still alive, and the cabinet sound and the electronics, and then you see on Facebook where people trade little secrets. Well, we can keep a joystick alive longer, or we can keep the board going longer. It's like, yeah, it's so.
Our official policy as an arcade here is that these games are great. We love them. That's why we have the arcade. And this is before even my time here, although I was a customer early on. These games are meant to be played. So it's our job, our duty to keep them upkept. We have over 10 techs on staff. We take it super seriously. We want to keep it as original as humanly possible to what you created 40 years ago. And we also want it to be played. We want kids to come up here and touch the buttons, and do they make spills, and do they cause havoc? Yeah, they do. And then we fix it, and we introduce it to the next kids, and then they grow up and introduce it to their kids. And I don't even know how many generations of Joust players there have been, but many. And the influence of Joust is on us as arcades, on players, on re-releases of Joust, and on other games. And we're going to be seeing a lot of that like throughout the day as we highlight what has happened with Joust and how it is still culturally relevant as a game that we're playing right now, and as an inspiration to even modern developers.
Well, yeah, actually, one of the pillars ended up being very controversial, but one of the pillars was based on one of my favorite quotes, which is, you'll never make a difference being like everybody else, which ironically was said by P.T. Barnum, but I always loved that quote. Was, do something a little bit different for somebody, and that's not always easy to do, but it was certainly easier in the 80s because there was so much room for games to try that weren't done yet. So.
Where'd you come from? Like, how'd you get into gaming?
Well, I guess it started off that I was a chess geek. Okay, and my aspiration was to be a toy inventor, so I took a different path than most people in the industry. I set out to be I was an industrial designer. That
seems totally unrelated.
That's what my degree was in, was
Okay.
industrial design, and it was because I wanted to be a toy inventor.
So you studied the manufacture of toys? Is that industrial design? Like, is that what you were thinking?
No, making toys and games.
Okay,
And
okay.
the kind of this weird secret was that like most of the toys and games that were invented during the 60s and 70s were done by toy inventing think tanks. Like Marvin Glass in Chicago was one of the biggest ones. And I grew up in Indiana, and so I was like trying to get a toy inventing job, and there was Marvin Glass, and then the guy I got a job with, he broke off from Marvin Glass to start his own company. His name was Gordon Barlow. He was a absolutely tough as nails guy, and but he took me under his wing and mentored me. And he's the guy that he was most known for inventing Mousetrap, but he had like 100 patents, and so it was not just doing the toy the toy inventing part, but I was also well aware that those were going to be pushed aside for electronic devices or electronic games, because so when I was in college, I was addicted just to the Mattel handheld game done by George Kloss and Mark Lesser,
Okay.
which was, to me, one of those brilliant slap on the head that, gee, anybody could have thought of how to do that, but they didn't. And I knew that, then you had the Space Invaders, and then it was a lock that eventually video games was going to be the thing. So I was doing the toy inventing, and then we were doing some electronic toys then as well, and I wanted to shift to doing video games.
So you went from toys to video games, and my recollection is that you were really chicken of applying at Williams. or that there was a chicken involved.
Okay, so
Segue into
yeah, so okay, so when I interviewed, I was interviewing with two companies at the same time, and what they didn't know was that so my pitch was that, okay, the first wave of games were being done, and a lot of those guys were rock stars. They were moving on and getting royalties and stuff, and so the business model was changing for the companies like Williams and Midway and stuff. They wanted to hire their own work for hire teams to keep the assembly line moving, but they didn't know how to generate a lot of game. They didn't know how to generate a lot of ideas. And when I came from a toy inventing think tank, we had a very regimented way of coming up with ideas, and there was a formula behind it and all. So when I wanted to move to video, I thought the timing was right, that they might be open to someone who was just a game designer, who was also used to leading teams or working with programmers and stuff like that. And so in preparation, I was researching different game ideas because I didn't want to go in empty-handed. I would keep it in the back of my head, because that's what Williams wanted me to do specifically. Is they were looking to hire someone to come up with what they call a treasure chest of ideas or whatever. But I already had the basic outline of Joust in my head, and I did it by going to the library and actually researching that.
Before you're even hired on at Williams, you have the idea of Joust ready to
That's
in some form ready to go.
That's correct, because what I wanted. This wasn't. I didn't come up with ideas by I'd have this big revelation in a dream. You can't, because you can't generate enough ideas that way. You had to stimulate how to come up with ideas. And so what I started with really was I looked at what were common dreams that people had, and it was like number 2 on the list was people wish they could fly. And what superpower do people wish that they have? And a lot of them wish that they could fly. And I was also a comic book collector, and I had like 100 comics on my wall, and like half of them had something where a character could fly, or he had wings, or a cape, or whatever. So flying was the big key there. And so I'm getting to your question here. Is that so? I actually had that in my back pocket, and that in a couple of other games. But Joust was one of doing something where you were emotionally connected to flying was the idea, but I had sort of a twisted sense of humor. And so when I applied, I actually put my resume down the throat of a rubber chicken as it was a double test. It was one to see did they have a sense of humor, because I wanted to work at a place that had some light sense of humor, but it was also and guys, if you hire me, I have this idea for a game with birds and flying. So, sorry.
There you go.
Long story
So the resume was actually in a rubber chicken.
That's correct.
One? So it was like you stuffed it in a rubber. Okay.
In a rubber chicken.
Ken Fidesz asked me for a copy of my resume.
You're like, do you have another rubber chicken?
And I handed him a rubber chicken, and he actually looked at me weird. Go figure.
And thus starts the relationship with Williams that became Joust and Sinistar and multiple other games. And so many great things were said about John and Joust and the development team in this series, which we called the Joust 40th Anniversary Interview Series. And I thought it was very, very crucial that we had this at Free Play. Free Play has such a great reputation with games and keeping up their games, and John lives in the Dallas area, so what better place to have the 40th anniversary of Joust launch than here. And we've got a list of things that you want to cover, and then we're going to go off topic just to torment you and trash talk you a little bit too.
All about
no trash talking
chicken.
today. Yes, definitely trash talking today a little bit. So let's talk about how Joust came to be, because we know that the concept, you had it prior to coming to work for Williams. So how did you come up with this idea for Joust, the concept of Joust?
Yeah, that was the research I did at the library before coming to Williams was primarily the looking at the flying, and that there was a commonality with people wanting to fly. And so then so I fleshed it out a little bit, but when I got the job offer at Williams, my first assignment was they wanted what was called, and they had some weird term like the treasure chest of ideas or something, that there would be a few ideas for programmers when they became free. They could pick through a number of ideas, and so I had to quickly put together a rough presentation that Mike Stroll, the president, wanted to hear what some of these ideas were, and then Ken Fidesz was the head of engineering, and Paul DeSalt, the head of software, they wanted to hear what the basic ideas were, and then they said, okay. Then the next programmer that comes through would pick one of the. There was two I was really pitching the hardest. One was War of the Worlds, which was the one that they were most comfortable with because it was more of a high shooting type of a game, but the hardware wasn't there for it. And the appeal of Joust was that it didn't use any fancy controls or user inventory and stuff like that. And so then the next step was Bill Futzenreiter, who was a programmer doing pins, and he wanted to get into doing video. So we went through the ideas, and I was pushing heavily on with the idea of Joust, and but ultimately it had to appeal to him too, and it did, and he picked that, and then that's how we started working on Joust. It started off with he and I.
Forgive me while I share the link to the social media, something you definitely did not have to deal with when you're creating Joust. So let people know that we're talking to you.
The thing that gets me is how fast he can type with his thumbs.
Yeah, I can.
It's as if I've been doing something with manual dexterity for literally my entire life. Some of my first memories, the first time I played Joust, I'm so sorry about what I'm about to do. The first time I remember playing Joust, I was in the daycare center.
Oh my
and
God.
we had an arcade. All the games were free when we got there after school, and Joust was one of the standout games because it was a game that I could play with my friends or directly, simultaneously. When did it come about that you would do simultaneous multiplayer in the game? Because that's a very iconic part of Joust.
One of the first games the first game to do that. There were two-player games, if I recall correctly, but Joust was the first to be able to play against each other simultaneously.
There was Space Wars and maybe Wizard of War, but
I've never played Space Wars. We have Wizard of War.
Right.
Yeah.
But the decision on that was it took me 5 minutes to make that decision. It was because
it's a great idea.
It was it was really weird because I'm coming from a different perspective in the toy world, and like I said, the Gordon Barlow was he was mentoring me, so he actually let this punk kid sit in on his presentations of toy ideas to the presidents and vice presidents of companies he was trying to pitch to. So I was learning how those guys were thinking, which was really a big advantage. And so like on my first week at Williams, so it was like so Ken gave me this. He told me that he had to come up with just some rough ideas to present to Mike Stroll and all that. But he gave me the lecture on here's how the industry really works, kid. Which was okay. So yes, your job is to come up with a fun game that people are going to want to play, but really it's to get 25 cents out of someone's pocket every 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And so within 5 minutes, I'm going while he's talking, I'm saying, okay, that's easy. We're going to make a simultaneous game, so that'll increase our odds of getting 25 cents times 2.
Right.
So that'll help us a little bit. So that was the basis of doing simultaneous. It was a business decision.
Interesting.
But it was also that I'm going, and the fun potential of getting two people playing was there, and it wasn't explored enough in the arcades. And actually, the one thing I regret about Joust was I wish we had time to explore it more and do even more with it, even on the first incarnation of Joust. So
Are there what's in your mind as being left on the table that you would like to have the extra 3 months to flesh out before you re-release Joust?
Well, well, it's cool to see the Killer Queen guys doing a lot of it now. It's like, yeah, get more people and give them incentives to kill each other. Give them incentives to work together. You know, so it's really cool to see what they've done with simultaneous.
Yes.
And so it would be a lot of ideas like that, and then kicking around as much as possible to see how we could get more of that social aspect into the game.
Well, simultaneous play, obviously, the two ways you can play, which one we're doing today, which is cutthroat, which is against each other, and the other is marathon or tournament settings, which is two players playing cooperatively to get a really high score. And Steve Sanders and I have the doubles marathon record, playing 15 hours. And if you look at the games as it's being played up here, in the upper right-hand side, I played from player 2, and the upper left-hand side, Steve played from player 1, and we let the guys stream up to us out of the materializing pads and bouncing off the ceilings. And we had 40 million, 120, 150, and just over 15 hours. It was like crazy fast. And I've never seen anybody play that aggressively in a well. I mean, because you can die so quickly. And then the other one is tournament settings where you only get 5 guys. Like this one is set up for, which to get 1,000,000 points, I can only think of 3 people alive who've ever had a 1,000,000 points or more on tournament settings. So it's super, super difficult and precise game. So which makes it even more fun.
When you see these scores, John, do you want to redesign some parts to make it harder? I know. I've talked to Warren Davis, creator of Qbert, and he absolutely did want it harder, and in fact has made a harder version of Qbert.
Yeah, he did.
He
did make a harder version of
Qbert.
And yeah, so kind of the way it worked was that one of our parameters was we had to get done in 6 months.
Yeah. Which is insane.
It was insane.
My friend works at Gearbox. We met her last night, Sarah, and her team on a port is 2,000 people, and it's way over 6 months.
Well,
2,000 people.
Yes.
And it's like, okay,
a small city.
Well, even here where we didn't have much memory to have a lot of characters and stuff like that on the screen. You okay there?
I decided to spill stuff on the keyboard here.
Oh, okay.
Water. We get to the good stuff later.
I'll set it down here so I
and John,
spill it on the floor.
That water's for you if you'd like to drink it, or spill it on the
spill it on the keyboard too, so that it's universally wet.
Avoid high electricity things, but we're good on the keyboard.
I actually have some rice setting over there. We can put your keyboard in rice.
Oh.
You were saying something as I spilled stuff all over.
I was just gonna go into that. The teams were small, and even though there wasn't a lot of memory to have a lot of characters in the game, I'm very methodical, and we had to go, and so was Bill, and we had to go through and try to test for exploits, and every time the AI changed a little bit, we'd have to tweak that. And I was doing the art for the ledges because that was a very big part of the design too, was seeing how things bounced off it. But basically there's like 1,000 things to try. and you really needed like a QA team, which we didn't have then. We got Noah Falstein at the very end of the project, and other than that, it was really, Bill was playing every day, and then I was trying to dissect the game, looking for exploits and looking at the AI and stuff. But yeah, you can't. There just wasn't time to check for every little way that somebody can get huge scores. But then on the flip side of it is the delicate balance is, if you're trying to get quarters out of people's pockets, it's like, well, first of all, somebody like Lonnie would kill you, kill the whole economics of it, because they would, great. So your game just earned $1 a week. So you're dead there.
And he's upset that he had to sleep.
Yeah,
but the flip side of the coin is, you have to give players something to aspire to. You want people to beat the game and become really good, because that, now there's somebody to look up to in the arcade where they're going, okay, now I want to practice and get good and learn these tricks too. So that was the balance.
Lets them know there's something they can achieve.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was hard to know. You just didn't want there to be too many people that were destroying the game, or that it took some skill and patience, or a combination of that to be able to get those scores. But yeah, we still had to worry about the cash box at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have an achievements list built into the game, the high scoreboard. It's a big one in my recollection for any game. Did you have much thought about the high scoreboard or how it's presented? Because it should come up here in a sec. Nope, it's not. But
the high scoreboard.
It's quite big. Like contemporary
The
games
daily,
was like
daily buzzard, and there's also the overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all the politics of trying to it was always an arm wrestling contest between the people working on the games, wanted to get some recognition that they worked on the game. Right? Because otherwise they would threaten to
print it on the marquee like that.
Well, otherwise they would threaten to throw an Easter egg in the game or do something like that, right? So, they wanted at least people to know, who worked on it, because you're proud of it. You put your life into doing this game. But at the same time, management, that's the last thing they wanted, was because literally
they wanted an assembly line.
The headhunters would just call everybody that worked on the team of a successful project and try to pirate them away. And so they were really afraid of that. And so the first compromise that was made was they allowed 3 initials. So the daily buzzards were like the people that worked on the project the longest, and so my JRN is there. Foots is PFZ is Bill Foots and Reuter. Jan is Jan Hendricks at the time, but she was the lead animator. So she's on the daily buzzards. And then there was I think MRS is Mike Stroll, so yeah, you had to put the president of the company.
Right.
But then on the 40 list, there was sort of a protocol that you could put in because 6 didn't fit the other people that would come on and off the project, so their names were... Yeah, so their initials are represented there, other departments. So yeah, there was like a list of trying to make sure that you included people that were involved in different ways.
Which is interesting, because most people don't know this. The red ROM version list on the scoreboard is different than the green ROM version list on the scoreboard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So was it a conscious? What is the size of it just to accommodate a bigger credits list? And I never really put the two together. I mean, I
Yes.
did understand that like those default names represented you and the programmers. But yeah, so it was big just to accommodate for more programmers. That's,
Well,
that's
so
cool.
it was a win-win.
Absolutely,
it,
yeah.
it was one is you wanted everybody on the team.
Yeah.
Even some people didn't work on the game very long, but you still wanted them to get their initials on there.
Mm-hmm.
But the other was to give people something to shoot for, and that's why the daily buzzards to me was important, because then it wasn't the same people in the arcade always getting it, because so the top dogs at the arcade aren't there on Thursday or something. So, well, now you got a chance to be on the top, and then you have the longer list was that so people that were the regulars and stuff can compile and try to get their initials on there as many times as possible.
Everybody wants to feel important. To get your name on the machine, even for a day, is
Yeah, no, and people have it all the time when they walk through here, and they put 25,000 on Galaga, and they're like, I got the high score, and it may be 3:10 p.m. and we've been open for 10 minutes, but like
you got it.
you did get it, and it means something because there it is, and you can point to it, and when someone replaces it later in the day, then that means something too, and we're all playing games with each other, and sometimes Lonnie can't make his way out all the way from Kansas to put 9s on everything.
It's interesting. I was as many places as I've played. There are so many times I've told people, I said, they'll have like a high score thing on their machine, like a postcard or something like that, and I'll tell them, I said, you don't have to put my high score up there, because if you want your people to play and to achieve the high score, just take a picture of it and keep it someplace, or have a master's list and
That's what we do.
have a regular list. Yeah. I said, because not everybody is going to come through here and be able to do that, but you want your people in your arcade to feel like this is their arcade.
That presents steps of progression also. So the daily buzzer, can you get the daily high score? That's cool. And then are you done playing the game forever? No, there's a bigger score. And in your case, Lonnie, like there's always your score, or maybe even the world records that you haven't achieved yet, which I don't put any of them past you. To continue playing, to continue stepping forward. So it all keeps people into the games.
Yep, absolutely.
So
go ahead. I was just looking at what.
So you created the simultaneous multiplayer. Made sense, and I asked you this last night during the dinner, but. Was it a cooperative or a competitive game to you?
Well, we always played it cutthroat, because when you're playing with a friend, or like when Noah was testing, then we would play, and you just couldn't resist the temptation of going, okay, yeah, we're looking for bugs and all that. Then Noah's playing, and then I stab him in the back with a lance and go, oh, oops,
I didn't
oops,
know I could go through that lens.
oops, but you got 50 points. So
I'm almost sorry. So here's 50 points.
Yeah, and then I also, I mean, you can't tell now, but I used to play a lot of basketball, and trash talking was a part of that. And also, I played a lot of speed chess and speed chess for money too. And
I don't challenge you.
I got to tell you, there's a lot of trash talking. So it was just kind of. And it's the same thing in video games. I mean, if you play, I don't know, guys playing Mortal Kombat, when they were making that, they were trash talking all the time.
Oh, of course,
absolutely.
And that makes it fun. And quite frankly, some people are really good at it, and you just start laughing, and you just. And
the more subtle you do it, the more I find it's funny.
So
it actually made it more fun. As long as people didn't get really insulted, as long as there wasn't a real insult, it had to be like on the basketball court type you know, Michael
Yeah,
Jordan
as
fun.
I was just tormenting Tracy over here after we learned from Noah Falstein that it was two people. It evolved from one-on-one to two people, and one player would be playing. When he died, the other person would play on the team. So like if you and I would be a team, you would play, and when you died, I would take over. And the other person's job, when he or she wasn't playing, was to trash talk the other team so they would lose a person. And I was like, the evolution of Joust that I was unaware of. I was so enamored by that today, while Tracy is over here playing, I put on my worst English accent and I said, "Oh, Tracy said you're playing and you lost or you get 50 points. If you keep playing like that, you'll get 250 points." It's pretty amazing that you came all the way from the UK to get 250 points.
She's getting up there now.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
now about what the best I could ever do.
100,000
Yeah.
points.
John, what's your high score?
I never broke 1,000,000, and I'm thinking it was somewhere between 750,000 to 800,000. But I don't have the patience to go that long. Anyway, it's like I wanted to break 1,000,000, just not just to see that I could do it, but also I wanted to see if anything weird happened in the ROMs. But just in general, I don't think with any game I play, I don't have the patience to play that long.
The only major weird thing that happens is this, like the sensory overload, where everything will slow down. Like some things will load correctly, like the player will load correctly, but then the enemies load really slow and play really slow for a little period of time. And while it's an overload, as Fitz told me, to me it's one of those things like throwing somebody a curveball. I almost always die when that happens because I'm used to playing super fast, and then it's like they come at you like half speed. You're like, stop it. You know, it's like it's evil.
Well, yeah, that's the stuff you have to check, and nowadays when you have QA teams, you're always looking for slowdowns, and but there wasn't time to check for
I think
all that. We couldn't have. We just didn't have the time.
I think it's one of the charming things of the game, like sliding between the ledges, which was an anomaly, and of course the Red ROM version had that, and it also had the pterodactyl, as we call them, cheats, because standing and stabbing the pterodactyl in the mouth continually is not really playing. It defeats the purpose of the game, which, as Noah told me the other day, that he was in the room when Futzenreuter got the call, and he was saying, Futz was going, "They did what? They what? What is this about?" So tell us about the Red ROM problems and when it came to your notice and what you guys had to do to fix it.
Well, Foots and I we disagreed on what the problems were, and they didn't all get fixed because first of all, of course, we checked for this stuff when I was doing some playtesting. So something got changed at the last minute, and so we disagree a little bit on what that was. And I know, and I still claim that one of the things was we were doing some last minute touch up to some of the art, and I know that one of the characters got like 2 pixels larger. The pterodactyl got 2 pixels larger, like one on top and one on the bottom, because the wings spread a little bit farther or something. And just that, I mean, you can't change even the most minute thing without there possibly being a really nasty repercussion, and that's what happened. And so it could have been a couple of things.
Tear reactions are an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to be really careful about changing anything at the last minute. And and we were in a rush too, because we had a very strict schedule to try to get this game done on time, and because the factory had to keep going. You didn't want anyone to get laid off or anything like that. So it just ended up we just had to do a quick mad scramble, and hopefully and luckily, like I think 2,000 games might have gotten out with the bug, but yeah, it could have been worse.
It could have been. Yeah, it could have been.
And I wish it didn't happen at all. But I mean,
it makes interesting lore, if nothing else.
And certainly there are people that probably have the red ROM that never knew how the cheat.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
I don't think it's like everybody knew it. I mean, I still have people ask me, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "Why do you want to know? Do you want to cheat? What's the deal?"
Well, yeah, and also, Noah's version of listening to Bill over here, it was a lot nicer than when I heard about it. It was like there was an arcade that was like within a few miles from Williams, and I like drove there, and I wanted to like interrogate how did you get 1,000,000 points?
Yeah.
You know, I never broke 1,000,000 points. I play the game every day. How did you do that? I want to see it. You know, it's like,
oh my gosh.
And yeah, I never used to swear, but that started. That was. Like,
So John started swearing at Williams because of Joust.
Because of the freaking pterodactyl bug.
Gee. Hey, so why ostriches?
Okay, the ostriches.
Besides, they're incredibly cute. They can be a little mean.
Okay, so the original concept of the game was, I listed down everything that could fly, and I wanted to do birds because that was more of an emotional connection. And I also was looking at the game design that you would fly, but you also need to walk on the land to give interesting enough gameplay. And obviously I did write down ostriches, but when I was listing all the possible things that we could use. And I was thinking of it being a little more fantasy or graphic novel or, again, when you look at I read a ton of comic books and watching movies, and there's a lot of fantasy type things, and so.
Did you have a specific like sci-fi with birds inspiration? Like, was there a particular story you can point to be like that? What's it?
No. No, but I could tell you that there was a bunch of movies like, in Flash Gordon they had Prince Volton. He had wings. So those characters had wings, and like I said, there was like 100 comic book characters and stuff with wings and all sorts of things. And So leap back to my last year of college. I had the opportunity to meet my idol, Stan Lee.
Nice.
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
And at that time, only comic book geeks knew him because there weren't any movies then. And he lectured at my university, and it wasn't very well attended. But my friend and I were like, can we talk to you a little bit longer? And he did. And actually, this was I don't know how you see this or not.
See the shot.
Oh. Okay, this is Spider-Man 39, which is relevant because
Oh, nice.
This is another example of the Green Goblin flies on his Batwing, or his bat contraption. So that's just, you know, and Stan signed it for me. And then when he agreed to talk to us for a while, I asked him, well, you make all the, you're coming up with characters all the time, and also Marvel doesn't advertise, you know, and he answered really quickly, and he was really proud of this, was that he said, well, he makes all the names simple on purpose because it's word of mouth advertising. Okay, so now fast forward back to Williams, where initially I was thinking of it more fanciful. It wouldn't, you know, would have had a, you know, like an Avatar with the flying characters or the mountain banshees. It's like, okay, well, so that's nice to write down in a GDD, you know, or whatever. So then my second, okay, kid, here's how the universe works, was I talked to Joe Dillon, who is in charge of sales, and then he told me how the marketing worked, that their customers were, they had a little over 100 customers, they were distributors. And so they did brochures and stuff. And so right away, I left that meeting, and with an unexpected result, which is, okay, so they don't have a marketing department. They're not marketing to the players. And so the Kedzie office where it was developed was a half-a-mile walk to where upper management was at, where Joe Dillon was at. And by the length of time it took me to walk back to Kedzie, I said, okay, to hell with it. They're going to be ostriches. We're just going to make them ostriches, because anybody who then, when they go to the arcade, they'll be able to say, okay, I played this weird flying game with ostriches. So it was really, the idea came from out of a need to try to tap in to getting word of mouth advertising to players, and it was like, what the heck, we're going to call them ostriches, but they still were going to be bred for combat, which Python Angelo later captured in his poster, where he added some contraptions to their legs, and you know, they would have been bred for combat, so it got changed to that, but we could say ostrich.
Oh, that poster still exists, the original one. Charcoal?
It was actually, it's
in Mike Stroh's
It was
living room.
colored pencil.
Colored pencil.
Colored pencil. Yeah, so we talked about, when he did that poster, that was all his idea, because he wanted to do something at the show, at the trade show, where, you know, the distributors and operators there, is that maybe their kids would get the poster and also use that as advertising. That was entirely his own initiative.
It really
to
brings
do
the
that.
brings the game even more to life when you look at the poster, and then you apply it to the game.
Oh, absolutely, and I was in awe. I watched him do some of that with the colored pencils, and his talent is unbelievable.
Cool. So let's see what other you said.
I can tell you that for me, ostriches are the Joust bird. You've probably heard it before, but like, I grew up, I was in daycare, Joust was there. It was a weird-looking bird, and people would be like, "That bird doesn't actually fly," and I'm like, "It's a real bird." Yeah, ostrich. It's the Joust bird. So when I first encountered an ostrich before it tore my dad's hat off his head and ate it, I wanted to see the ostrich in the petting museum because it's the Joust bird.
They are mean. Cool. They'll spit at you too. They are mean. My wife Robin took painting lessons from a lady who had an ostrich farm. And she said they are mean. They'll spit at you. They'll kick you. So I think they were a good choice. I mean, at the very least. And you said, John, you said there were personal challenges overcoming. And I think we're probably talking about going from the common shooter space themes to something new and different, and having to protect your team and compartmentalizing it a little bit. Tell us a little bit about getting Joust developed.
Yeah, so that was a big deal, and it slowly festered. So originally the team was a bunch of introverts until Angelo came on. Then we had our honest to God.
The Maximus outrovert.
Then we actually had an extrovert. But we were working quietly, and a lot of people didn't even know what we were doing. And Ken Fedesna, the head of engineering, was always supportive. He never said, don't do it. He let me do whatever I wanted, and Bill what he wanted. And, a couple times he had to play referee when we were debating a couple things. But, it was the normal development. It was being done pretty quietly. And then once it was farther in development, also let's interject Robotron for a moment. Because VidKids, their games were in terms of, in Mike Stroll's mind, the president of the company, and sales and stuff like that, it was, that's the Williams formula. It's the Jarvis DeMar formula. And that's what a Williams game is. It's shooting, the bright colors, reds, and the side cabin is black with red and yellow on it. And so as it became, and so when Robotron was was getting ready to go on test, that was when before it was all, what they were working on was a secret. We never saw that. But then when it got into the halls, when they were making the 15 test cabinets, literally you had to wait in line to play Robotron. I mean, the enthusiasm level of Robotron was, this is even better than Stargate and Defender, and it was the fast action, what everyone was used to. Well, then when people started finding out what Joust was, it was like the opposite. And then Mike Stroll would hear he would ask other people's opinions, and then gradually was building that people were saying, oh, this game is going to suck, it doesn't, and everyone was, it doesn't shoot, was one of them.
Didn't follow the model.
It didn't follow their comfort zone model. And so.
But did it, I guess my question would be, do they eat their food on a plate that has compartments on it too? Yeah. So it's like everybody on the team was really supportive of the project and stuff, but then so Fedesna, I'm sure he was starting to hear more and more rumblings about this. Sure.
And he was shielding the team, and then I would find out about some of this, and I'd have to shield the team that, hey, there's some negative comments, and it's like, screw that. You're not, don't worry about it. This is what we're doing.
Yes, that's not our thing. That's over there.
This
is ours.
Creative people don't generally deal with criticism well.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's a creative group, and you don't want to
it's also not
be
pertinent
insulting
because
your
you're right. It's
baby.
not Jarvis's thing. It's your thing. It's different.
Well, yeah, but
That's intentional.
right, but people were afraid of the assembly line, and that when Robotron would stop, that then they would have a loser on their hand. And then it came to a head where, okay, again, Chicago was a magical place because it had like a toy vending was kind of a hub there, and then you had it was really a hub of video, but also Mother's Arcade was there, which was one of the most important arcades in the country. And Mike and Bill Herman were really good friends, and he invited Bill Herman in, and he absolutely trashed the game. And then Stroll was really worried about it, and it's like, what do you do now, and all this stuff. And I may remember some of this wrong or whatever, but I can't remember if I told Stroll or it was Fedezda. And he said, "Here, this is what the expert at Mother's said about the game." And I just said, "I'm right, he's wrong." that was
And he probably was of the same mindset. It's not a shooter. How could it possibly be?
And I said,
like?
it's not supposed to be a shooter. Let Eugene and Larry do what they're good at. What we're trying to do is something different and hopefully bring more people into the arcades, and then you have a couple of lines. Is it a risk? Yeah, it is. So then that was all out of their comfort zone, and they didn't want people to find out that the game would bomb when we went to test it, because we were close to testing the game.
Right.
And so what the agreement was Joe Dillon, in charge of sales, who was also in charge of the test thing, he found some place in Batavia, Illinois, way out by a particle accelerator, which was okay. I had to laugh at that. It's like, okay, great. So you're going to test the game, but
that's the reason the game goes faster.
But by a particle accelerator, and it's like, yeah. So I went out when the game. So when the game was there, I lived there for 2 days while I was out on test, because you can read people's expressions and it's no problem.
Yeah. When they were playing it, when you saw them playing it, how did the simultaneous multiplayer play out? Because I know in Office you guys were playing Cutthroat. Did you see the players playing? And I mean first-generation players, and also like when you first released the arcade. Competitive or cooperative? Where did you see it happening?
Single player.
Oh, just single player. Oh, they wouldn't even play it.
At first they're playing single player, and then when they got a little more comfortable, they played a little bit of the simultaneous. Enough to help the cash box, but not to double it or.
Interesting. So it wasn't catching on.
It didn't catch on right away, but it definitely helped give the game legs, because
it's all there.
They look at the earnings over at least
legs.
16 weeks.
Well, four plus all the other ones that are flying around had legs too. How many legs are in a Joust screen? I can't believe you didn't know that off the top of your head.
Well,
6 at the moment.
No, because I forget how many are on the screen at a
10.
time on everyone.
10 plus your 2 players potentially.
Yeah.
We have a question from the audience that I'm not sure it pertains to you, but why didn't the Joust 1v1 pinball game get past the prototype stage? Were you involved in the pinball at all?
No, that was I'm not even sure why they did it, or if it was an experiment or what, but yeah.
It is revolutionary in its simultaneous multiplayer pinball.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I've played it before. It's out there in some forms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even questioned why they were doing that. It just seemed, for a pinball, it seemed like really limiting. Of why would you?
It's weird, but
you do that?
At least when I played it, I got to see the ostriches. I got to see Joust again, so I was an IP lover. But yeah, you weren't involved in the pinball at all.
No.
Man, do we want to go to to Mike's question about the sequel?
What's
He just wanted to have stories or thoughts about Joust 2.
Yeah, I think that's fine because we're getting down to that eventually down here.
Okay, we'll get there then.
All the stuff in the top part of it we've got.
I would like to have a closing note about when it tested.
In the particle accelerator.
Yeah.
Did you get superpowers to fly at that point?
The happy ending was that it tested number 1. And then soon after we tested it at Mother's, Bill Herman, who, he said honestly why he didn't think the game would be successful. He wrote the classiest letter about how, he was wrong. So, about congratulations, you tried, and that he learned something. And it was really a classy letter. And the other big shout out I'm going to give is to Fidesna and Stroll and Joe Dillon and Dassault. It's like they still could have said no, don't do it, because I'm hearing from all these big people what a risk this is. And I know that they were a little bit pushed against the wall where it's kind of hard for them to totally change gears, but they let us do it. They still let us test it to find out. They didn't just say, don't, change it now. They didn't know I had a fail-safe in the back of my head anyway in case that happened.
What's the fail-safe?
Well, that the Lances would shoot.
The Lances would shoot. If you had to, the Lances would shoot.
But I wasn't going to tell them that.
Yeah, don't tell them. Don't tell them. No, never give everybody all your nuts in one basket. I don't think so.
I'm quite happy that the Lances don't shoot.
but it's the last
You're
thing.
Gonna go. I can see it now.
Happen,
Chris is gonna go home tonight. He's gonna dream about Lances shooting on
yeah,
Joust.
It's like no, don't do that. No, but it was just like
you'll be having a nightmare.
Put yourself in the place of somebody who's worrying about an assembly line, and he's hearing from some very trusted people, giving very honest opinions,
right,
about how this game may not work, and they stuck with it.
So how
So I got to give a shout out to them for they were a big part of the success of the game.
They could have said no.
They could have said no.
They could have said no.
And they didn't. And
how did you know? You've told me this story a couple times, I think. How did you know internally that it was going to be successful when it went on site? And I could take you through what you told me, but it sound okay. So you had it on test at Mother's, and you were watching a young man play.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah.
So I preface it for you.
Well, I learned this.
This is how he knew it was going to be. This is his first inkling outside of Williams that it's going to be successful. So watch what happens.
No, it took me a half hour. It was at Batavia. So it was at Batavia by the particle accelerator. So you're looking for who the stud player is at the arcade, okay? Which I checked to see who had high scores and stuff, and so then I found out from the arcade up who it was. So when that guy walked in, he's like,
It wasn't me, but
of
should have
course,
been. It should have been me, but it wasn't me.
He's gonna check out the new game, right?
Yeah. Right.
So he plays the game. He played it twice. He got slaughtered, and the second time he lost, he slammed the machine and showed his middle finger, right? And then he stormed out of the arcade. And then a half an hour later, he came back in a car with two of his friends, and they huddled around the game and they played it the rest of the night. And I said, okay, they're hooked. No, nothing. I think I even told Dylan, don't worry about it. That's like the best sign you want.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I can't tell you how many times I go through that. I cringe at every once in a while. I'll stream a first playthrough of me of just a random indie game or whatever it is I want to play that moment, and almost inevitably I will get frustrated at something happening. It's not a sign that I want to stop playing, and it's actually the mountain that I want to climb.
Yeah.
The first step is like, and I trip and fall on myself. I'm like, why was that rock even there? And I'm kind of cursing the heavens, but it's in the most loving way possible, and that like I'm going to climb this mountain.
Yeah. Nobody wants a game to beat them. You know, it's a machine. It's beating you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point? So I found that really, really interesting. So Battle of the Game, got that stuff covered. 40th and oh yeah, I think you covered this already, which was the 40th anniversary today. The players, the places, like free play and games still existing. You covered that one. What are you proud about? The things that you told me you're proud about. I'm going to let you cover them here. The flying, the AI, catching the eggs, doing the machine on time, documenting the design, the graphics, the difference. Literally, it was so different than anything else, which is one of the reasons I think it stands the test of time. But what were you most proud about on the machine? I think I got something on the back too.
Yeah, so you covered, well, the main thing was the pillar, was the emotional connection with the flying. And like I had told you, Lonnie, was that so much time was spent on just that. And this is where a lot of people, everybody on the team had a contribution to make that happen. So I could write on a short GDD game flies and the flap of the wing helps propel you forward. Well, it's really easy to write that, but to make that happen for real, okay, that's where Futzenreuter did all this magic to make the flying work and make it feel more and more realistic and more connected. And we went through a lot of iterations of that, and that he tried he tried a lot of stuff. And there's some cases where I tried to we were thinking along the same length, but I didn't explain it right or whatever. But we went back and forth. But to get that flying right was
so elegant. I mean, the controls, the left, right, flap, and creating the glide and the angles.
The physics really work well. They even hold up today. Like they're unique and they feel satisfying when you tap that button a bunch of times and you find out that you can get to the top of the screen and bounce around and playing in the physics, like that's been a theme throughout modern games. It's very, very present here.
Yeah.
But you also have to add the graphics, because you can get the physics right, but Jan's artwork on getting the realistic looking birds and we kept torturing her with
having them make them smaller.
Making them, okay, we got
not as pretty.
Sorry,
not as pretty.
It's got to be smaller and
not as pretty.
And when it started out, it was they were gray. And it's like, well, we can't see them well enough. So then she figured out to make green buzzards and blue ostrich, and so it still had to. So the visuals had to be right, and then you bring in John Kolarik, who was the lead sound guy, and he took Tim Murphy under his wing, and they did the sounds together. And it was now he was a more experienced guy, and like I said, look, there's like 5 sounds I care about, but really I only care about one.
The flap.
The flap. You get, and he goes, well, this isn't impossible. We can't. The machine, it's not made to make a flap sound. And I interrupted in mid-sentence and said, okay, so when you succeed at making that flap sound, let me hear it. And then other than that, because he's such an experienced guy, I mean, it's like, I just told him, look, I wanted the pterodactyl sound to be a certain way because it's got to scare someone to divert their attention. The transporter sound was important. So there was just a few sounds that were important.
Right.
But because this guy was such a professional, it was then just do your thing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what he did. But that's the importance that, you know, take away the sounds, and that also would take away from
That's right.
the
sound,
that
the sound.
emotional connection with feeling that you're flying the bird.
Yeah, there's so many sounds that extrapolate out so well that it really has stood the test of time.
I'm going to step away and start finding our other guests, Josh and Nikita of
Cool.
Killer Queen,
And
just to get them ready.
Yeah, and I'll finish off these last couple items here.
And just for those following along who want to know what's coming up, we got the creators of Killer Queen, Josh and Nikita. I'm gonna talk to them a little bit. We only have 3 microphones here. Ideally, we would have all of us on there at some point, but I want to hear you guys interact, you and the creators of Killer Queen. So I'll talk to them for a bit to introduce those who might not be familiar with the game and why it relates to Joust, because it very much relates to Joust.
Yep.
And then once I get through fanboying, I'll call you back over and then let you 3 talk without the kiddos trying to drive the conversation.
Right. So you get through there, okay. Just going out. Yeah, so the other thing that most people don't think about was how many platforms it's been ported to. It's Xbox, GameCube, PlayStation, MAME, Killer Queen. It's been in Ready Player One in the book. Didn't get the prominence that the book has in the movie, but in the movie, I think it's Bubbles that uses the same flight mechanisms. Pretty amazing, all the places that link to Joust. It was inducted in the Hall of Fame last year, which is really pretty cool. And then this afternoon, of course, we have the Joust competition, cut-through competition, which I'll be the referee, and whoever wins that gets to play you. Those are all the fun stuff. So tell us about all the things you've seen it ported to. What have you seen some of the platforms it's on?
Some of them, but it was when we were making the arcade games. None of the designers, well, maybe Jarvis and Damar, but they were a separate company, right? But we didn't have any say, you know.
Right.
So it was Williams had sold licensing deals to people to make the home versions, and yeah, we were like silly enough to think, well, gee, will they let us play and critique it? And the answer was
no.
Well, you can think that you are, but we're just going to rubber stamp it that it's fine. You know, so we didn't have a say in how any of those came out. But
and they don't play the same as the arcade version. Some of them get close, but
they're not going to. The hardware's going to be different. How they route the software. I mean, you know, I think Foots would be more accurate at being able to assess, because so much of it was based on his code, and which, you know, who changed his code entirely, and who
I have a whole printout of it. I have a whole printout of his code.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I have
cool.
I have a complete printout. I think I got it from Les Potts.
Oh, there's one game that nobody ever mentions.
Okay.
Track and field.
Track and field.
Because track and field, in my opinion, was someone that got it about Joust. Was the idea of a flap button was every press of the button
right.
was a flap of the wings. And then when track and field came
The faster you go, the faster you go.
Every press of the button was moving the legs faster, right. And I thought, cool, they get it.
So our I'm not sure when we're going to segue here, but I wanted to put this in the segue. So we're sitting here with Joust, and directly behind us, you see Killer Queen in the screen, and there'll be a Joust competition, but then there's going to be a Killer Queen competition, and Killer Queen employs Joust. You'll see they're flying. I think some of their dynamics are a little bit different because you can literally hover at the bottom of something equally. The flight not quite like Joust does, but very, very similar. The thing I found interesting when I was reading about Killer Queen, and I think I brought it to your attention, was that Eugene Jarvis's Raw Thrills makes Killer Queen, and at the time when Joust was being developed, the conversation we had was Eugene wasn't opposed to it, but he just didn't get it and wasn't sure that it was going to be successful. So now, 40 years later, Eugene is making a version of your game. Is one of those things where the world comes full circle. We're celebrating 40 years, and Eugene is now getting Joust because he's making your game on steroids.
Yeah, I guess it's like.
But that should be like Eugene. Do you get Joust now?
Yeah, I do kind of want to say that, but there was nothing malicious in what Eugene said. He doesn't seem that way. But he just looked at me and goes,
I don't get it.
I know it's popular, but I just don't get it.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, there's plenty of games out there that I don't get either.
So
like I didn't, other than the nice graphics we were talking about it yesterday. I didn't really get Dragon's Lair. I thought it was.
Well, right, yeah, the laser disc. I couldn't play those. I was like, I would play it, and I was like, how does it tell me where I'm supposed to go? Is there something? It's just like it was like trial and error.
Yeah,
and I didn't
right.
enjoy that.
So it's like everybody has games that it's either going to connect with them or it's not. That's
right.
That's just what happens.
So last night, I think we must be ready. Chris is here. Last night we had the Joust 40th anniversary dinner, and you had the gentleman, Josh and Nikita from Killer Queen there, and Chris Delp, the community manager here, and Corey, and oh my gosh, I'm going to forget Corey's wife's names. So the Haydens were there, who owned Free Play, and Tracy, who's next to us here from the UK. I was there, your kids and your wife were there, but the surprise was Trista and her boyfriend, John Carmack, who I wouldn't tell you was coming, who Chris Delp contacted Trista, who got John to come, and to see John and John Carmack posted out the tweet with the Joust stuffed animal and you, and so it's out there, and to have a picture of John taking a picture of you, the AI expert, it's really, he's in the Hall of Fame also. It was really kind of a surreal. It reminded me so much of setting in Chicago prior to the Williams event, and you and Futzenritter and Python Angelo talking after 30 years of, and I'm listening to the conversation elevate with Killer Queen and with Carmack and with you, and I'm like going, this is just good stuff, man. This is just good stuff.
No, I was like going.
Little starstruck. We were all a little starstruck.
Is this real? Yeah. First of all, I'm in awe of John Carmack. Anyway, So, and I'm going. He's here.
And he wanted to be there to meet you. How does that strike you? Like, so many people wanted to say something. Noah wanted to say something, and he considers you a mentor, and Warren thinks so highly of you, and Futzenritter thinks so highly of you, and players think so highly of what you've done and created. And now you have John Carmack saying, I need to be there to meet John Newcomer on the 40th anniversary of Joust.
Yeah. I can't even I can't comment on that. you know, I had always wanted to meet the Killer Queen guys, and you had said there was going to be a surprise person.
Yeah.
And I like seeing some of the people that you were interviewing because I always loved Noah Falstein. We always got along great together, and you know, seeing Foots again is wonderful. He's such a nice guy.
The head of Google Games. I mean, a massive organization, and of course, on the other end, then you have Carmack, who's, and you can kind of put him in the same categories of the industry. You have Google Games, and you have John Carmack, who's in charge of VR for Facebook, right? You know, and you're like two of the largest organizations in the world, and they both think highly of you.
Yeah, and he did like a few minor little games like like Doom and such as it, and I mean, so it's just it's just surrealistic, and I want to, and again, I want to spread this to every member of the team on Joust.
Yeah.
Because, okay, it's nice for them to put my name to it, but you take away any person that was on that team.
They've been different.
No matter how long they were on the project, it would have been totally different. I mean, Python came on the game pretty late in it, but his contribution was huge. And, you know, Ken Lance did some support special effects. And, you know, you miss any of those things are missing, and it wouldn't be Joust.
No, you didn't have Noah to play test it with you.
So
it wouldn't be the same.
Right. So it's like you gotta love everybody on the team and their contributions. And what they did.
And 40 years later, it's in Ready Player One movie, and it's like we said, Xbox, GameCube, Midway Classics, just on and on and on. And I think with that, Chris, are you ready to? He looks like he's ready to step up to Killer Queen. Killer Queen is behind us, and we're going to transition into a discussion with the Killer Queen guys. I believe Chris is going to lead that, and then we'll merge back in. John,
right, thank you.
Congratulations again on 40 years and all the fun, man.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the players that has given it that life. So,
all right, brother.
Thanks.
Appreciate you. Love you, man. So we're making a transition to the Killer Queen guys now. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm gonna
I think you're unplugged or something. There's some. Oh, muted.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to the creators of Killer Queen and just give John a few minutes break because I'm going to have him come back and talk to the Killer Queen creators here in a bit. But take a break and take a load off or get a drink or something. This is your show. Hi. If you want to sit here and talk for 40 hours, I want to have 41 hours. Yeah, no, it's a privilege to have you here, and literally everybody here feels that way, John. So absolutely, you're doing great. Let me mute the mics just for a moment. Get it set up. So I guess I'll introduce it a bit. This is going to be a cool one for me. You've seen the game behind us. The game is Killer Queen. It is very, very clearly inspired by Joust. And we're privileged enough to have the creators here to show a little love to John and to Joust as they were inspired. I gotta type in their names though. I wonder how I can spell it. Oh wait, it's right here. If I misspell it, by the way, with their names literally printed on a marquee behind me, I'm gonna feel super awkward. And I promise not too much of me. I'm gonna fanboil just a little bit with Josh and Nikita, as I have with John. but not too awful much. Yeah, absolutely.
How long do you need?
Do I need?
However long it is, it's going to go to the restroom. I don't know if they're going to get something to eat or not.
Probably like 15 minutes, unless he needs longer. Yeah. 15? Sound good? I'm getting setting up, giving John a bit of a break, but also don't want him too far away because I'm not as interested in me talking to Josh and Nikita as I am John talking to Josh and Nikita.
Well, we're interested in talking to you, Chris.
Okay.
But also, John needs a
thought-
break. Sure.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is he just needs a break? I am being joined now in front of their game.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is not
Wow.
quite right. I'm not Nikita. My name's Chris. See, I'm sitting on the.
I mean, I just got like way more handsome all of a sudden, so that's
Aw,
cool.
Flattery will get you everywhere, except you're already kind of here. So. There we go. Okay, so yeah.
It's cold over in this corner.
It is. It is. It's insane because it's like 104 degrees outside.
I know.
This is a very big building. We have like 150 machines here or something absurd like that. And with all the people to get in here and all the temperature outside and all the machines, like the AC has to be
I bet.
absurd. So if you get in certain places, especially when there's not 300 people in here,
Right.
yeah, it'll get quite brisk.
It is.
And
It's chilly. I mean, it's downright chilly.
we've had some spring series tournaments where we have the best of the best have qualified for the top 8, and here's the world champion of Street Fighter 2, and it's shivering cold.
Yeah.
It's 95 degrees outside, and we're literally shivering, and it's hard to do it. But it's the 40th anniversary of Joust, and I'm being joined by the creators of Killer Queen. Good Lord, I don't even know what to say. I looked at it the first time and I saw it's behind us, a 5 versus 5 team arcade, very clearly inspired by Joust game. I guess, how did you come up with it? I've asked this question.
First, I'm curious, where was the first time you saw it?
Where was the first time I saw it?
Yeah. Do you remember?
I want to say it was, I think it was Pinballs in.
Oh, in Austin, Texas.
Yes, I went there for Classic Game Fest. Yes.
Okay.
And I went to Pinballs because I wanted to play pinball machines that I hadn't seen here at Free Play. And because, they're different everywhere. And, yeah, there was Killer Queen there, and they called me over. But to be honest with you, I had been exposed to it before.
Yeah.
Not played it, but I was aware of its existence.
Right.
And how much it seemed like an amazing, like, perfect idea. Like, it was always clear to me that, like, you guys are onto something.
Yeah.
Just at the concept level.
So, okay, yeah. Chris asked, how did we make it? And I think, given the context, maybe let's focus on how, why we made the mechanics so similar to
Yeah,
Joust.
I guess we should gloss over a bit. Like, you guys came up with it with the concept of Killer Queen for a game.
Field
It
game.
was for a field game. So,
Right.
like, basically, imagine Quidditch without magic, right? So there's, like, people running around in a field with swords, and, like, the balls were, like, kind of foam swords, yeah. And then, like, the food were, like, these little plastic balls that you get for, like, $100 for $10 or whatever.
Yeah, and basically the strategic elements of the game are the same as the video game, but instead of flying,
But they weren't
you're running
always.
around.
There originally there wasn't the
pretty
snail,
sim-
but it
pretty
was
similar.
very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very similar.
And so we decided to make a video game version of that, and
Because it would be easier to transport.
right, yeah. But we didn't realize it would be an arcade.
A
cabinet.
1,000-pound behemoth. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have your game, and then you decide to translate it into video game form,
Right.
and that's when the Joust influences start coming in.
Yeah, I think so. We said, as we started, we knew we wanted it to be a platformer. Well, did we know that? I'm trying to think. I mean, I think we're brainstorming like, okay,
Because you're moving around a field, so you have to translate that.
Yeah. And so, like part of the fun of the field game is just literally running around, right? Like it's just fun. In a video game, you don't have that visceral feeling of running around, and so we said like, what is something that feels fun that you can only do in a video game?
And it's flying.
Flying, which is really interesting. Talking with John Newcomer last night, he's like, that was his exact way that he came up with Joust in the first place, and he said, okay, well, it's flying. Let me like figure out how to put that into a video game. I think we had already had the precedent set for us by John. Thanks, John. And so we just said, okay, well, let's just borrow that from Joust. And
right.
It was a very deliberate inspiration.
And honestly, like growing up, I remember when Joust came out. I remember when it came to the deli down the street or whatever, and it was so different than like everything that preceded it, and it really made a mark on me, honestly. Like that flight pattern just has like a certain characteristic that like there's something magical about it,
Yeah. No, he was just talking about how much he had to go into like making sure that the sound was right, and that to the point that that's all he cared about was, I'm inspired to make it a flying game, and it needs to sound just right.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's lots of games where you fly, but Joust is really visceral, right? Because there's a one-to-one correspondence between the tapping and your flight pattern, right? And like, it's not like, I press a button and then like I go up. It's like, if I want to go up, I have to like keep pressing, and then I have to maintain my height, and like there's like, it just feels like you're actually doing something.
It's gratifying to flap those wings.
Yeah.
And there is a skill element to the flying and a strategy element to the flying, which were both things that we wanted.
Right.
As opposed to just, if you like holding a joystick in a direction and move that direction, like that didn't quite have the depth that we wanted, right? We wanted a game that was like very easy to pick up, but a lot of room for growth, both in the skill and the strategy.
I mean, I guess the road not taken would have been for us to do like a top-down, almost like FIFA-style interpretation of the field game. But
the seven different variants of Killer Queen field game.
Yeah.
Or now it's Killer Queen in space in some way, or just with radically different mechanics.
Right.
But you got inspired by Joust. Did y'all play a lot of Joust back in the day?
Back in the day, but not when we made it.
Yeah.
My first exposure to Joust was on the Atari 2600, and I played it a lot on there, and I loved it. And then after that, I played it in the arcade, and also loved the arcade game. We both. I think it was.
I didn't even own it on the Atari.
No,
but
it's good. It's a really good.
Yeah,
port.
it is a good port.
Yeah.
All things considered, of course, the graphics aren't the same, but they got the flight to feel
they did.
right. Like
And the
that's
graphics are
the
not
important
bad.
part. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in. And it's way better than that Pac-Man port.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've definitely played it, definitely had it at home, definitely tormented my little brother with it.
Yeah.
There's a homebrew Pac-Man for Atari for the 2600. That's kind of amazing, actually.
Yeah, the Ms. Pac-Man, not so bad.
Yeah.
Pac-Man 1.
But
we don't talk about Pac-Man 1.
No.
The thing that I think is interesting in retrospect is we didn't really play Joust when we were developing Killer Queen.
Right.
And we designed the flight based off of our memory of Joust. We didn't even look at YouTube videos of it or anything, as far as I can remember.
No,
and
I think that was important.
Yeah.
I think that was somehow important for us to kind of, one, create flight that made sense for our game, because I don't think that it's kind of like when I play Joust, it's almost like Spanish and Italian. Like if I play this game long enough and I go play Killer Queen, it's like it throws me off.
It
You know,
is disorienting. I guess
like Joust is much more horizontal and Killer Queen is much more vertical.
Well, one thing that's fundamentally awkward for me, like when I played Joust, because I am a weird cross section of human being. I've won a major cash tournament on Joust, and I've won a major cash tournament on Killer Queen.
Yeah.
And then when I was practicing Killer Queen the first time, when you play Joust, your hitbox is bigger on the backside.
Right, it's backwards.
It's totally backwards. Yeah. You know, it's a valid strategy and even a good one. You can see how Tracy's playing it right now. Like she's facing the back of her opponent because that's where the hitbox is biggest.
Yeah.
And then I can't tell you how many times I've flown into somebody in Killer Queen in the early goings and just turned around and exposed my back. And
right.
got killed.
Totally.
Like, oh yeah, not Joust. Similar, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, whereas if we had studied Joust, like if we had done a deep dive and studied Joust.
Yeah, but you weren't doing Joust, yeah. No,
right, but like
totally.
we didn't want it to be exactly Joust.
Yeah,
you know?
and you succeeded. It's very, like, I can clearly see the loving inspiration from Joust.
Yeah.
But once I play it, like I said, it's enough to drive Lonnie insane. He's not over there playing with the kiddos on Killer Queen. He's staring at Tracy play Joust.
Right. The other thing that I think is very different is I've never been like a top tier player in Joust, but I've been watching Tracy and Lonnie and you play today and yesterday, and it seems like there's definitely an advantage to being low, right?
Low,
like you want to be on the bottom platform. And in Killer Queen, it's the exact opposite. You want to be at the top.
Well,
you always want to be up high. Yeah.
If you look behind us, we're on. We got.
Actually, you can see it in Tracy's view better. Probably.
Okay, yeah, you can see it behind Tracy's shoulder. That's Dusk Map. Sorry, yes, it is Dusk Map.
Yeah,
not Dusk. Yes. There's a ledge down at the bottom that players like I just see Shipwash doing this like intentionally, and just he's a good Killer Queen player, an incredible queen, and he will dive under that low ledge, and I don't have a word for it, but we have a with the flower there and the berries, and he'll just bury himself there, and you can't root him out.
Yeah.
And that's kind of as Tracy's doing right here.
Right.
Just bury yourself under the ledge, and the buzzards are the vanilla warriors who just cannot break into your hive.
Right.
Yeah. So that's Joust, at least on the cutthroat side, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And not, I mentioned it with him briefly. Like he planned for it to be competitive and cooperative, but they weren't even playing it that way in practice. They were playing it single player, so they weren't actually like fleshing out the meta. I still feel like there's actually room for the meta to grow, even within Joust Cutthroat. If you told me I had to stop playing Killer Queen, I'd be sad. But then I had to become a professional Joust player.
Right.
I would be committing my Killer Queen knowledge to like worrying about the trajectory of the pterodactyl and how I could use that pterodactyl to pincer somebody out of the their little hiding place there. But that's pretty much what we'll see later on in the Cutthroat competition. I only have a few more minutes with you before I have to turn it over to John. I'm a huge fan. I played Joust competitively. I won money on that. I've won money on plenty of games. I've never played a bar game. I've never played an arcade game quite like Killer Queen. Like, the way it brings people together. It's a 5-on-5 team game. You start with Joust. You start with Mario Brothers. And then the way you guys put it together and force people together in a way is so beautiful and so helpful to me and my passions of bringing people together to play arcade games. It is literally the best bar game I've ever played. I can't see it being beaten.
Wow, thank you, Chris.
I just can't. Like, this is akin to probably Joust creating simultaneous multiplayer, and then Street Fighter 2 and influencing us to play head to head. It's just one of those step forwards. I'm sad that like arcades were at such a point to where like it's there's some people who haven't heard of Killer Queen even now because arcades are only coming back. Not coincidentally with Killer Queen, helping us to show people that like new games can be both old and new. It's amazing.
I mean, as far as I mean, look, COVID was definitely not great for arcades, right? But I do think that we're still on this trajectory where, like, we're kind of where microbreweries were 15 years ago, you know, where, like, there's about 200 or 300 kind of arcades like this that focus on actual gameplay and not like, oh, look, let me take a selfie in front of an old-timey thing or a Dave & Buster's kind of a thing, you know?
Right.
And, but I think that, like, moving forward, you know, I'm hoping to see, like, more and more of establishments like this one where it's about playing games, it's about building community, it's about, like, all these things that we love about games, you know? And, like, you know, if you're if you're an old Greek, you remember that, like, you had this community around playing backgammon at the Cafenillo, right? And there'd be, like, 50 old guys and, like, you know, and they're all just going at it, playing backgammon, and, like, they love each other and they love playing with each other. And it's, like, it's similar. It's not that much different. We're humans. We like to play together, you know?
Yeah, something happened for me with the COVID break or however you want to refer to it. I play all the games, and I have played all the games, and it's absurd. But once I came back, I couldn't go back to the single player games. I just can't. I can, if you want me to show you how to play X-Men over there and get close to one crediting it, I can and I will because you're there. But I can't play it by myself anymore because something took everybody in the world away from me.
Right.
And Killer Queen pushes us together as a game design, and it's made me so happy to, like, be able to see people, meet people, meet thy neighbor.
Yeah, us too, man.
Yeah.
That's the most rewarding thing about it for us, you know. Like seeing it bring people together and all the people we've met through it.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Like we go and play, you know, at our leagues in New York, and it's like it's really important to us. Like, and I really miss, like, the Friday night thing. We used to have every Friday night at the NYU Game Center we would play, and NYU is still not allowing guests because of COVID, and like that, I hate that. You know?
But on the other hand, it's opened up this opportunity at Wonderville, right? So, like, now we're hanging out Tuesday nights at Wonderville, and it's like, it's a whole new crowd, and, like, I've gotten to meet all these cool kids that, like, I would have never had the opportunity to meet, and, you know, I mean, they think that it's cool that they're meeting me, and I'm like, no, it's actually cool that I'm meeting you guys, you know?
Yeah, it's the joy of the arcade is actually meeting the players and making new friends and playing games with them. That's what this is all about. Your game encapsulates that better than anybody. I got a question from somebody before you guys came to town, and as it relates to Killer Queen and Joust, which is meet thy neighbors. Is that meant to be a Joust reference?
Yeah, that's totally a Joust reference.
Okay. There you go.
I think there's one
answered.
other too, right? In the attract, so there's something else. I mean, there's others we toyed with.
It's in the white screen. It's
right.
Thy family or something.
Yeah, it says meet thy family.
Meet thy family.
And then, but there's some. I think there's even one of those other messages in that white tutorial screen that goes in the attract loop. That's a nod to Joust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you think about any other games in relation as inspiration for Killer Queen?
I mean, we talked about the Mario jump a lot, you know, and
when you were working on it, was it which because he's gotten quite a bit evolved from his Jumpman days on jumping. Like what was your Mario jump of preference?
I think probably Super Mario 1.
Yeah, Super Mario 1.
But it's not literally that same jump.
It's not. But
I think it.
And I had you read Steve Swink's book too.
Yeah, Steve Swink outlines the jump.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like there's a chapter. There's a book called Game Feel, which if you're a budding game designer, I highly recommend you read it. And he talks a lot about the Mario jump, and I feel like it's the best chapter in the book. You know,
I think that it it is basically the Mario algorithm for the jump, but with different parameters for like how long different aspects are and how much things influence it. And it's interesting because that the jump it's really tuned for the type of gameplay in a 10-player competitive game like this, so, and for whatever Killer Queen is. And when we made Zombies, the Killer Queen remix, that is like a single-player version of it, and it was really interesting.
Which is both why I did and did not play a lot of Zombies.
right. But the jump in there, it feels weird out of context. It's not the type of jump you would normally choose for a single-player game.
It's true.
But because we used the exact code from Killer Queen, it's like it creates something unique that wouldn't have existed otherwise. Like I don't think we ever would have designed that jump.
I mean, what's great about what's really interesting about that algorithm is that like you can tweak it. Like it's like if you play Super Meat Boy, right? It's basically the same algorithm but with different parameters, right? If you play Limbo, it's the same algorithm but with different parameters. And like it's so versatile. And like you look at an older game like Castlevania or like Donkey Kong, and
where you can't alter your jump mid-flight.
Yeah, it's like so rigid, and like it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I think the world can thank Miyamoto a billion times for that jump.
Yes.
Is it? I'm trying to. Yeah, I don't think you can do it in Mario 1. So it is Super Mario 1 that premieres that style of jump.
Yeah.
And you're saying you can't do it in Super Mario in
Mario.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yeah, they get confused even in my head, even though
there's so many of them.
The jump is leaps and bounds better, no pun intended, between Super Mario and Mario.
You know what's really also interesting is that he then reinvented it for Mario 64, right? And like, because that's yet a different kind of jump too, and like, but for 3D. So I don't know. I mean,
brilliant guy.
Totally brilliant.
Also a fan of Joust.
Also a fan of Joust.
I should get out of the way here. I'm gonna
I have one more answer before
please,
you go.
Please.
As far as games that inspired it, I know when we were working on the initial field game, we talked a lot about real-time strategy games, like StarCraft and Warcraft and stuff like that. And not any one in particular, but we were really trying to emulate that feel that you get in a real-time strategy, but like instead of one person being the commander and sending out lots of units, we wanted you to be the units, and so that was the original goal. And like in the original versions of the field game, I think we'd often have maybe 10 people per side, or maybe more, right?
It was generally around 8 people,
numbers.
but per side.
But that idea of like you're an army working together,
I think
in tandem.
Yeah, I mean in reality, StarCraft is a huge like influence on the game.
All right, if I change the category here, we're streaming under Joust, of course, to Killer Queen, which is there. I've got platformer, strategy, RTS, indie game, arcade. I've heard it. It had the category of MOBA at one point.
Yeah, I mean it's similar to MOBAs in a lot of ways. Yeah.
What
just better.
What how would you classify Killer Queen?
I mean, here's the thing: is MOBAs are taking real-time strategy games and making it so instead of there being a commander, everybody is the unit, right? I mean, so that it's kind of the same. They're trying to do the same thing in slightly different ways.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the main difference is like our characters are. It's simpler, like what you can do. You don't have a lot of powers, and it's more. There's like. I guess it's more about the maneuvering than about timing, and I don't know. It's a different core mechanic is really what it comes down to.
So, as a player, as a competitive player, the timing and the stuff that makes games difficult, that might be off-putting, we'll get there as players. I say that from experience of playing Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3, and Killer Queen, and Joust, and Pinball, and everything. We'll find the edges. And we'll test them, and we'll test them against each other, and we'll be playing on that difficult level. So games that I truly enjoy, find timeless, admire, are simple. I play Street Fighter 2 still. It doesn't have a bunch of meters and different defensive things that are happening all over the place. that gets complicated, and then it becomes a big knowledge check. We're going to get there because I know where my hitbox ends and yours begins, but I don't need the game to rigidly put that in there.
Right.
It's the simple part means that the children, what we're seeing playing behind us right now, can pick it up just like that and start popping off and having fun, and then we can introduce those other elements later, and the competition itself will introduce those elements. You know, Joust has this as well. You just press the button to flap your wings and fly, and I introduce that game to people all the time, and people will still come in. I don't know how this happens. We'll have parties, they'll come in, and they'll be like, I don't really like video games, and I'm like, you're in, like, the greatest arcade I've ever seen? Why are you? Okay, it's fine. This is a game where you play with your friends, and it's simple, and it's left, and it's right, and a button. There's not 6 buttons. There's not 8 ways on the joystick. I don't have to give you any kind of convoluted thing, and then we go from there. And that simplicity, it carries over all games. It has to be fun with everybody at equal levels at the beginning level, and it's got to be simple enough that I can explain it to a child, or even not explain it, and they'll figure it out.
I mean, the way that I judge games, honestly, that I like to play is on 2 vectors. The first vector is, how long does it take me to learn how to play the game? Right? That needs to be really short. If I have to spend an hour, like, reading the rules or whatever, like, I don't have the patience for that, you know? And then the second vector is, how many times am I actually going to play this game? Like, if it's the kind of game where I'm going to, like, spend an hour reading it and then I play it once, like, no. Like, it has to have replayability and depth, and I have to be able to discover things while I'm playing the game, you know? And I feel like there's a lot of pressure to, like, add a lot of tricks up front and, like, a lot of stuff that nobody really wants or needs.
It's
very
true.
But it's catering to, like, because people want to make sequels, you know?
I understand.
And so, okay, how is it going to be different than the version before? Oh, let's add, like, 1 billion combos or whatever. It doesn't necessarily make the game better. It just makes it harder for beginners to learn it.
Right. It increases the knowledge check, so the player who is a veteran who has an advantage because they play the game and they understand the game has a bigger advantage, especially at the onset. I don't want to get into naming names of fighting games that do it poorly. Actually, I'm going to throw one under the bus. It's the old game Killer Instinct.
Oh, yeah.
That game is built around locking someone into a combo that you can technically break with a combo breaker, and you have to know exactly which combo breaker to do. And, like, once someone gets hit, it's now an endless combo, or a seemingly endless combo, that gets broken by one thing. A noob has no chance at that.
Right.
Literally no chance at all to breathe, to do anything. A noob against me has no chance at Street Fighter 2. I'm going to beat you. I'm sorry. I've won tournaments at the game. I am good at it on some level, and which I can improve to you. But Killer Instinct, you will not get a chance to play the game.
Right.
Because you'll just be watching me combo, you'll not understand how to get out of it.
In, like, exact opposition to that, you have something like Smash Brothers, right? Where, like, anybody can start playing Smash Brothers and have a good time and not know what they're doing and still have a good experience, you know? Like, yeah, they're not going to go and, like, win a Melee competition or anything, but they can, like, among themselves have a good time, explore it, because it's basically, you know, a few buttons and a joystick, you know?
And there's something about the speed of that game, Smash, and all these good games where, like, the punitive process of failing is instantaneous. So in Killer Queen, I die like that, right? And in Smash Brothers, I get knocked off the stage, and I'm dead, and that's a bummer, and then my character respawns. Or the game is over, and then we start over.
Right.
Some games fail where they lock you into this situation where you're watching the other player perform a really cool thing that they learned against you, and that is a good player's, like, wet dream, but also the wrong way to go, where you just watch them perform in front of you while you're waiting to get back your chance to play again.
Right.
Yeah.
So getting back into the game, which is something that Killer Queen does really well. I spawn right into the hive. Where am I? You failed on the waterfall. May have had that conversation before.
And that's a tricky balance, right?
Street Fighter, you just hit start again.
That's
Go.
a super tricky balance. Like, how do you encourage, like, depth of skill, right? And being able to show off what you know, and also like make a game that's simple enough that, like, and that you don't get locked into the situation where I'm just watching you like do the most complicated thing in the world.
Yeah, even the worst scenario when I'm playing Killer Queen. By the way, I can show off some tech and like hit a J dive and like watch me J dive. It's cool. You died.
Right.
The worst thing that can happen is my team is wiped. You guys have warriors. The snail's being escorted by a fortress that I couldn't get through if I had a gun, and I don't. I just have my little Joust warrior queen and a bunch of Mario people, right?
Right.
And then it's over in like 20 seconds.
Or
and then we
not.
start over.
Or not. And because like when you see a team recover from being fully wiped,
And I have.
you see it, and the good teams can, right?
Right.
Because they can work together. They can they've practiced, and they can work together, and they can get back up, and then like sometimes even win, and that becomes a really magical moment.
It does. But even in the advent of like I don't understand how I can get past this, it ends itself quickly, right? Mercifully.
Yeah.
We've won. Let's do the next map.
Right.
On to the next map.
Right.
Let me get John back over here and get this nerd out of the way and replace him with another nerd. Thank you guys for making the flight out from New York.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for inviting us. And thank you for taking us to barbecue and Tex-Mex.
Oh, yeah. Shout-outs to Hurtado.
Yeah, that place was amazing.
Yeah, it's about a mile outside of Free Play Arlington.
And last night was incredible.
Last night was surreal.
It was so fun.
Have you ever been around a table quite like that?
No.
Me either.
It's like, oh, I'm having dinner with the guy who's going to create the next generation of artificial intelligence. All right, that's kind of awesome.
Yes. And we're talking about John Carmack. That guy's recreated the future so many times. He might have lost count.
He's incredible.
I'm going to put John in the middle of you guys. I'd like to thank Lonnie for spilling water on the keyboard again.
Somebody's got to.
Yeah. And of all the drink spills I've seen in my time, water's not so bad. Can I have Josh, you take my microphone?
Yeah.
And then we'll give John that one.
Should I sit there?
Don't cross the streams.
Man, you've got a good long while. How about, like, I would say I'm going to look at getting the tournament going at 4 p.m. in all honesty, not in 12 minutes. So you guys have until 3:30, and if you don't want to go that long, I can definitely come back and take it over beforehand. But honestly, like you guys talking, just shooting the breeze, like please.
Cool.
I would love to have this.
Okay, cool. Hey, Captain Eric. And Lock FM. Cool. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hi
How's
guys.
it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm getting used to the arcade sounds again.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, yeah.
I'm curious how much of the Joust that's right over Nick's shoulder is coming through. It's a pretty loud one too.
Yeah.
Uh,
And it's got such a distinct sound, too.
Yeah.
Like, the sound design is amazing on that game. At which, nobody appreciates sound design, but it is great.
Yeah, they don't. They don't. And Kalarik and Murphy did a great job on that. And yeah, they don't, people don't appreciate it. Everything sells the what's going on. And some of those sounds were specifically had to be really distinctive, like the pterodactyl.
The pterodactyl
so
is, like, etched into my brain.
And there was, because I'm with John was more of so he was the lead sound guy, and he took Tim Murphy under his wing. He had just started at Williams, and when I met John, I knew he was, this guy was a professional, and I told him, look, there's a bunch of sounds you need in this game. I only care about 5 of them, and of the 5, I really only care about 1, which is the wing flap. And I was telling Lonnie and then he was saying, but the technology, it can't really make a wing flap. And then I said, okay, so when you accomplish that, which you're going to do, then I want you to focus on the pterodactyl, and then the rest I just left him alone because the guy was a professional, and the only comments I would have is don't make this one quite so loud or this one, but it was all are to divert people's attention when you need them diverted, and.
yeah.
And he got all that, and so that was like something I didn't have to worry about. I just gave him a panic attack about the wing flap, and then everything else.
You saying that.
John,
did
can
it.
you bring your mic a little closer? It's just a little
sorry.
low.
Is
Yeah,
this
good,
better?
good, yeah.
Okay.
You saying that makes me think about something that me and Josh have discussed a lot about Killer Queen, which is that there's not a single bee in the game, and yet, like, everybody never says that they're bears or anything like that. It's always like bees, bee puns. There's a billion bee puns or whatever. And you saying that makes me think about the flap on the characters, which definitely sounds like insect wings.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I wonder if, like, that's part of the brain chemistry that makes people think, like, oh yeah, they're bees. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
So yeah, one thing that we wanted to mention that, like, it was really interesting talking to you last night. How you said you started in toy design, and like that seems to us like it probably influenced your thought process, right? And like in talking with like a lot of the other like early arcade designers that we've had the opportunity to meet, like of all those people, I feel like your process is most similar to kind of how we work with like a lot of like early like brainstorming, like you were talking about last night, and the type like really focusing on the experience of the player and like just the idea of play, I guess, you know. And, so that was really like I felt like, and I think Nick did too from when we were talking about it, like I can see why Joust really resonated with us, you know, in that like I think we all have kind of like a similar approach to like how we think about games, you know. And it was but you know, having never spoken with you before that, I didn't realize that, you know, that was so much of your process.
I couldn't catch the last part.
No, it was just interesting. Like I didn't realize that was so much of your process. But like I'm curious. Like I mean, is that? Would you agree that that's true? That like your experience with toy design like inspired like how you work as a game designer?
Yeah, a couple things as a toy designer, and then also just kind of as a visual person. Also, But in toy design, it's like I always listed stuff, and so even like people in the arcade industry weren't making game design documents. There was not. I mean, that to me was like I didn't understand that. It's and it was. If you're doing a concept, it's like I want to at least start with what are the pillars, what are
we trying to achieve?
What are we trying to achieve? And that's where the first the write-up I did for Joust, it was very crude. And in fact, I'm even embarrassed how I explained some things early on. But the whole point of that was if you can't visualize what this thing looks like, where are you starting? And there was only one game I ever worked on in my life where we evolved from nothing. This was, it's like, okay, I want to see a start and a beginning, and here's the pillars, here's what a couple of the most important characters, and then you can evolve that.
You can iterate.
You absolutely iterate as part of the process, but iterating being the only part of a process, it's like, how are you going to get to a finish? And
Right.
you know, and then the environments that I was involved in, we had schedules then too. And
Yeah, what was the schedule on
Yeah, what was
Joust?
for doing for Joust, we had a 6-month schedule, but it was that was management's wishful thinking because they they were hoping that they could get regulated schedules because everything else was we'll let you know when it's done.
Right.
You know, that people would evolve and they might pressure, management might pressure them saying, look, we got to be selling product, but you know, like I know Vid Kids would say, well, it's not ready yet. It's still not fun. And it's like, well, yeah, that's valid, but there's also, sometimes you have to have a time limit to have a business. So that's that really tough thing about if you just stick to a schedule and it's not fun, you're not doing anybody any good. But if you're also left to flounder forever, then you're not getting anything done either.
And that is a balance. I mean, like, I made my bread and butter, like, in the 2000s doing a lot of advert gaming, and the schedules are, like, short, and if you don't deliver on time, you might as well have not done anything because, like, you're doing a game for the Super Bowl. Like, if you miss the Super Bowl date, then what do you have,
Exactly.
So you have to learn how to manage your time in a way that, like, but what's nice about working on arcade games now and, like, working on our own content is we do have, like, a little bit more time to kind of, like, do deeper projects, So there is that balance,
Yeah, and I think people have more experience, or there's people that have they can schedule a little bit better, and also letting somebody know you can iterate, but in the earliest days, even before I came in, there was no point of reference. How long does it take to do this?
Right. I mean, well, you guys were inventing it, Well,
yeah. So it's like, well, you don't know how long it's going to take something. Well, now there's been decades of game development and stuff where I think it's some people have some idea of how long does it take to do some sounds, or how long does it take to do QA, so at least you have you've got some common ground to be able to determine how long something's going to take, because nobody can stay in business if it takes forever and there's no end point, unless you're independently wealthy and it's your own company.
Right.
You have more freedom there, but other than that, you got to stick to some schedule. of
Sure.
some kind.
I'm really curious about your iteration process. 40 years ago, working on Joust, how did that work? Like now, it's easy to iterate because of the technology has changed, right? So, but like, what did it look like for you then?
Okay. Well, back then there were some unknowns. Some stuff we should have known in advance would take more iteration than it did. Other things we discovered, but then, but like we knew that getting the flying and the AI right would take time. So. And Foots played around with it a lot, and then I would go into my office and I would be playing around with, how is the flight paths of the AI in different places, and then I would play test it and I would try out if so if your ostrich was here, if the transporters were, so there's some methodology of trying different things, and then I'd go back to Bill and try to communicate with him. Okay, this is what's working, here's what's not working, and then he would noodle it out, and then we'd talk back and forth.
And it's a really abstract thing, right? Like, I know that we spent a long time kind of getting the flight pattern just right, and it's like, it's hard to describe it, honestly, when it's wrong.
Yeah, totally. And I one of the first things I give as advice is learn to be honest. And, because a lot of people like to use wishful thinking, or or the manager says, I want this done by Friday, and so it'll be kind of done, and the person proudly says, okay, it's done well, then you try and you go, well, no, it's not done because it's not fun. So you've got to be honest and say, look, I think we're getting there, or some of this is working. I'm having some trouble. So there has to be an environment where there's some trust, where someone can come and say, look, this isn't quite working, but I think this, might help us, and then some talk back and forth to get there. But if someone tries to hide something and say this isn't fun and I know it, and it doesn't help anything.
It's true. And I mean, there has to be somebody who is really focused on the end product too, right? Like, I think that there's so much talk these days about process and like trusting the process and blah blah blah, and process is fine. It's a tool to get you somewhere, but at the end of the day, if no one has passion about what it is the thing that you're making, then like the best process in the world doesn't matter really,
Yeah, because then you're just going through the motions.
Exactly.
So you've got to. I think this is an industry where maybe it's pretty akin to movies, maybe too, where you got to love what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you don't love what you're doing, and you damn well better be able to take a punch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you can take your own punches, and you can take punch from other people's on the team.
Right.
But I'll tell you who's going to give you the biggest punch is when you put it out on a location
and nobody responds.
And no one responds, because that's as honest as it gets.
Yeah. And you have to really look at that empirically and say, like, okay, this is a dud, and can I fix it? Like, because sometimes you can't fix it. Sometimes it's just not going to ever work.
And this was something where this bit me in the butt sometimes, was like at at Williams, they were keeping score, and in the toy industry, or in the toy inventing thing, not quite as much. There was actually a formula, almost a formula, where we'd keep a log. Or I actually had to keep the log of. You would do so many brainstorming ideas that were worthy enough to keep the log, and of those, so let's just say 10. 4 of them were worthy to go to the next step to make a sketch on, and of those, 2 of them are worthy to make a prototype of, and so you had to be willing to, some stuff you had to trash early. You go, this isn't going anywhere, or others you'd say, well, why don't we marry this and this together, and then others were going fine. So that was part of the formula of not being afraid to try some things, learn from those, maybe adapt them. Some you kept them in the box for another day. This is a really good idea. Mm-hmm. Not for this game, but maybe for the next one. You keep.
Do you know how many times I say that? It's like,
yeah.
Okay, not for this game, but maybe for another game.
Yeah.
And I think as a designer, like one of the most frustrating, painful things that you can go through is realizing that this idea just sucks. And you're in love with it, but it sucks,
Oh, yeah. No, that hurts. Yeah. And sometimes, in the early days of Midway, like they didn't want to cut anything, so it's like you knew it sucked, but then you had to keep going with it.
Oh, that's horrible.
That was brutal. And also, then there were some cases where, and Joust 2 was a good example of it, was, look, I really didn't want to do it because I thought it was stupid making it on a vertical monitor, but I understood why they wanted to.
I know the story of this.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. Can you explain?
Yeah.
Like they gave that to you as a constraint. That it was
yeah, they couldn't sell anything. All right. And so the head of sales said, okay, I can try selling conversion kits, and most of the monitors out there that they're going to convert at the arcades and stuff are vertical. Why? Because most of them were Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Interesting.
And Miss Pac-Man was a conversion originally, too.
Yeah, so their whole premise out of the sales department was, yeah, maybe we can sell some kits, but they had to be a vertical monitor. And it's okay, so let's have it be one of our titles. So first they approached VidKids.
Which, for people who don't know, VidKids was Eugene Jarvis.
Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar.
That's right.
And they said, well, can you do another sequel of Stargate or Robotron, but you have to do it on a vertical monitor? And they said, no, sir. We're not going to do it because it's going to fail. And so then so then it was, okay, so what was the other successful thing was Joust. So they asked me, but my attitude was like, look, I don't think it's going to work. I really don't want to do a vertical monitor, but sure, let's try it. And that's where it kind of bit me in the butt too, right. Where it's like, yeah, they're keeping score then, and it's like, no, I'm coming from where you're not afraid to. Sometimes you try something and then you look at it and then you go, okay, look, it's really not going to work, or it is. Continue working on it, and we'll try to do it as a kit. And it was, it wasn't. It just. It like kind of worked, but also the premise of doing the kits is like they couldn't even sell the kits then. Nobody would even want to buy that.
I have a question. I have a question for you related to what Josh was asking about iteration. Like, I know that Atari, like, there were a lot of people and they were all playing each other's games. Was that true at Williams? Like, were you like playtesting your own game, but there wasn't a lot of people, or was everybody playtesting everybody else's games?
Not so much, and there weren't a lot of games being worked on simultaneously. You know, one of the, I don't know if Atari had offices or not, where everyone had an office, but that was like a really big thing at Williams. Was all the programmers and everyone wanted their own office because they did that at the beginning. And, you know, that's a nice thing to have your own privacy, but the downside of it is you lose that cross-pollination and you're not playing anyone else's game as much. I think that happened more in the 90s. People were playing each other's games more, because I remember Ed Boon would pull me out every so often and go, here, play test help me play test, and I'd play him a few games, and then if I beat him, he'd go, damn it, and then he'd change then he'd change.
I mean, I know it's a big part of our process, right? It's like knowing other game designers and like having them play our stuff and us playing their stuff. But, you know, it's also a different time now. But
yeah, and people have different perspectives, and they'll spot stuff that, you know, because you're on top of it, they might see something that you don't see because you're too close to it.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of the wings came from Richard Lemachan, who was the designer of the Uncharted series. And, like, we like...
You're talking about the wings on the gates.
The wings on the gates.
Yeah, I think it's great if there's an open environment where people are playing each other's games and contributing ideas, and then if you're in charge of a particular project, it's like, okay, great, I got more ideas, and then you can decide what fits or doesn't fit.
Yeah, I mean, the decisions are always yours in the end, but
right. So ultimately you're responsible for making some of these decisions, but it's nice to have some to choose from. And also, just the nature of brainstorming is someone might say something that sparks something in you, and maybe it didn't even have anything to do with what the person said, but it sparked something. So you need that cross-pollination.
Yeah.
So were you able to test it in arcades, or was it purely at the office that you did the play testing?
The office play testing was almost worthless.
Yeah.
Because people are, well, I don't want to say worthless, because stuff like what Noah did, especially what Bill and I were doing, were, you know, you're looking for exploits, you're looking for ways,
right.
you're looking to see what does the AI do in particular
You're too close to it.
But in terms of fun value, or is it too hard or too easy, we are too close to it. So that's when, what was nice about an arcade was, okay, the silly people were the ones that let it go to the arcade and they didn't go out and watch.
Oh, right.
Okay, that was just silly. The correct thing to do is you go there, you try to look inconspicuous, like you might play the game 2 down from the one you're doing.
Yeah.
But they'll spot you anyway over time.
We know the drill.
Yeah, but that's a true play test is, I need to see your expressions and your body language. Mm-hmm. I pick up, I mean, if I gave somebody a form to fill out, do you like it or whatever, a lot of times they'll people please you. And they'll, or if somebody has a contrary personality, depending on their Myers-Briggs makeup, is they might say something just to try to sound like a big shot or pick on something, or someone might just want to try to tell you what you want to hear.
Right.
But body language, to me, is the most
It doesn't
accurate.
lie.
It doesn't lie.
Right.
I can tell when somebody looks confused.
And
And I'm looking
yeah.
at their faces. And I can tell you this, is that when I watch someone play, I look at the reflection in the monitor. Also at people's, I want to see their expressions. I look at their hand language.
Yeah.
I look to see how long does it take them to think to whether or not they press to play again. For a long time, my definition of fun is if somebody reflexively presses to play again, then you know you've got them hooked. Okay, which is now. Which is really funny because now it's like they're rediscovering that and they're calling it compulsion loops. I'm going, okay, well, we knew about that in the arcade days.
We didn't have the words for it.
We didn't have the words for it, but we knew by watching somebody that they compulsively press that button. And then now, if you read some, when you're reading about the psychology of it, is there really is a physical dopamine release
Yeah.
when people are doing these compulsive actions, which is the feeling of the rewards. So it's the rewards, the feeling of victory. And one thing that was kind of serendipitous because but now I can see that one thing that is a strong compulsion in Joust is the transporter sound and the effect. And it was really simple when we did it at the time, but that anticipation kind of makes your
You can't
hair-
wait. You're like,
you're going, okay, the bad guys are going to come in, or I'm going to come in, and so that sound and the scene, the effect as you're transporting in is part of the anticipation compulsion loop.
Oh, cool.
And so those are things that I look at even more now than I did back then. So that was something we're looking back, I'm going, yeah, while we're doing it, wasn't that big a, but now I look at that as being, yeah, that was a pretty big deal.
Do you remember anything from the testing of Joust at the arcade? You know, that any stories from that, or what arcades did you test it at?
Well, the last one you tested at was Mother's.
Mothers, okay.
Okay, because Bill Herman had a,
It's in Chicago, right?
yeah, and actually it was funny because I had no idea because I moved to Chicago to work for Gordon Barlow as a toy inventor, right? And it just so happened that Mother's, my friend from college, lived in Mount Prospect, and he lived like 2 blocks away from Mother's.
Okay.
So
Cool.
it was really weird. So that's where I would hang out at Mother's,
Okay.
and that's where I played all the games, and that's also where I learned that was the important test location because I would see some of the different designers from some of the companies in the area there.
Why was that the one?
Why was Mother's?
Why was that the location? Yeah. Like, why did everybody test there?
I don't know. I know that the owner, Bill Herman, did a lot of work with doing the test reports, and it was, and that for some reason the earnings matched pretty accurately with other places in the country.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Interesting.
so people could actually, it wasn't just witchcraft. It was like, look, if at Mother's in this location, in this location, in this location, if you see their reports, that gives you a better knowledge of how it might earn.
I've heard about this place, Mother's. I mean, what was the vibe like? Was it was it all kids, or was it like, were there a lot of adults, or like now, like the arcades that we kind of cater to are mostly adults, especially at night, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like, what was that like back then?
A lot of teens, college, a little past college, in the 20s, was the bulk of the players there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a dump. I mean, I don't want to.
As the best places are.
But it was trendy. It just.
Right.
It used to be a music shop. Originally, it was called Hotter Than Mother's Music, and it was a music shop, and it was a house, and there wasn't a straight line in the whole. You know, everything was sunken, and the floors went different directions.
Did they like serve beer or anything like that, or?
No. No, but it was always crowded, and that was like the hangout on Fridays and Saturdays. It was packed.
Yeah.
I mean, so that was the place to play, and it wasn't corporate, because like so Aladdin's Castle was another where they would have a chain of Aladdin's Castle arcades, but no one believed them. At least at Williams and stuff, because they were owned by Valley, and you're going, okay, well,
oh, right.
So you could be rigging your reports. You don't know that, you know. And so a lot of times it was the smaller neighborhood arcade, but it was the hangout. So it got a lot of They got a lot of traffic for those reasons, and yeah, you learn a lot just by watching people there.
Yeah. Cool. Really cool.
Yeah. I love that story.
So how about you guys when you went on? So when you were
Get
testing
a little
Killer Queen,
closer again, actually, on your mic.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what was it like when you were testing
Oh.
Killer Queen? Because you know you really want to get a crowd there and get a lot of people trying
Yeah.
to play multiplayer.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of depth to your game because there's different ways to win and play. And
Okay.
I mean, so
So our trajectory was really different, right? Because when the first cabinet we made, it was kind of a commission for NYU. They were going to do this big show that they do every year called No Quarter, right? And I had been talking to Charles Pratt, who was at the time the curator of this thing, and I was complaining. Like, we had a version of Killer Queen, but we were playing it with NES controllers, and like it was always breaking down and whatever. And I was like, I think we need to do some kind of dedicated hardware so that, like, we can kind of control the experience a little bit and whatever. And I started talking about an arcade format, and like we got on the topic of like, well, nobody pays for arcade games anymore. And I was like, you know what? I bet you if you actually made a good arcade game, people would pay for it and blah, blah, blah. And so that's how we got into the show, right? And like, but we weren't, like, the first cabinet doesn't even have a coin door or anything, right? We were like making it because we loved the game and we wanted to show it off and we wanted to put it in front of people and whatever. So
we thought that was the only cabinet.
Yeah,
that
we thought
we weren't intending to produce it.
Yeah, we had no intention of making it a commercial. I mean, we had jobs as like game designers and developers, and like that was our bread and butter. This was like a hobby project, and so. The show happens. It's a huge hit. We're on Polygon and, blah, 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 Kotaku, whatever. And then we got approached about, maybe turning it into a for sale kind of arcade game. We didn't really know what we were doing. We didn't know anything about, like, what the arcade industry looked like in 2014,
or ever really, right? Like we
Yeah.
love arcade game. We had loved arcade games as players, but like we had never worked in like even though we'd made a lot of games before, we'd never made arcade games.
Right.
We had always done like downloadable games and mobile games and things
And
like
so
that.
through that night, we met this guy, Panos, and like, you know, he hooked us up, and the game went to Northern California to laser tag place.
Qzar was it called?
Q laser
Qzar, I think.
Quasar.
No,
I don't know, something like that. Anyway, it was up in Northern California. And, like, it was by the bathroom and, like, you know, whatever. And, like, I heard recently that Panos actually paid them to put it up front.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it was doing nothing. It was, like, literally doing nothing. And we couldn't go to California to see why it wasn't doing nothing. And, you know, so it was definitely a rough start. And then it kind of came home back to NYU. But in the meantime, we had it appeared at like we made a version of it for the Museum of the Moving Image, which was doing this show about independent games. And so I remember we got to see it in action, right? Like see people playing it and like that confused look that you're talking about, like and like, oh, I get it. They don't understand that each each cabinet, that like this is not one game. They thought they were all bunching up on one side, expecting something to happen, but like and just getting more and more frustrated because nothing was happening. And like we're like, okay, you know, and so slowly, you know, we were able to kind of improve the UI design and like figure out like how to communicate to people like, hey, this is both cabinets are connected. Like they didn't understand that.
Yeah, but isn't that fascinating that sometimes it's the stuff that's you would think is brutally obvious, but it's not because you're on top of it.
Right.
This is exactly what you're on top of, and they're gonna raise their hand about the, you know, gee, I didn't know I could go over there, stand over there, or that all, you know. So sometimes it's like the most basic things.
Oh yeah.
That are the easiest to overlook, or that someone doesn't understand, and sometimes you fix those things, and bang, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And then I think our equivalent of Mothers was also in Chicago, was Logan Arcade, which is newer. Was obviously not around at the same time. I think it was actually pretty new when we first went there. And the funny thing is, it was a record store first as well. It was a hardware. It's Logan Hardware is like the sign outside, and it was a record store, and then it was half record store, half arcade, and then they split and now it's all arcade. And it's a great arcade. I love it.
Yeah.
But Eugene Jarvis introduced us to the owner, Zespi, and said, you should put this game here. And I think like when Eugene says like, try this game out, you do it, you know. So so he tried it, and that was the first time it was in an arcade bar. And I think and the first time it really started taking off, and partially it was because we had iterated based off of these other tests that Nick was talking about. But also I think we just realized that's the right environment for this game. Like Qzar or whatever it was called is more of like a family entertainment center. It wasn't the right fit, you know. But an older audience, alcohol, and like a blend with like retro games rather than like other more modern redemption games and things like that. That seemed to be the secret recipe, and you know, and of course, and we kept observing, just like you're saying, like discreetly playing the game next to it. You know,
it became a little bit harder to be invisible, you know, at a certain point.
Yeah, no, that stops. There's a point where they can pick you out in the crowd, but at least it's good for a couple of days, and you can get a lot of information in a couple of days.
I'll never forget, Zespi said to me, or maybe it was James Barron. I think you actually know James Barron.
I'm not sure.
Anyway, and he said to me, "So are you ready for the super fans?" And I was just like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "Oh, you're gonna find out," and like we did. It was kind of when it first hit at Logan, there were people playing for like 12 hours continuously and whatever, and we're just like, okay, this is crazy. This is just totally bananas.
I mean, last night we were talking about people playing Joust for 50 hours straight.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, Tracy was telling us that she had done a 20-hour thing, and we're like, whoa.
But she thinks she could do. Yeah, man. Yeah. So sorry, I just got distracted from the audience.
Yeah, the 50-hour. I'm going. Yeah, you just. That's flattering as hell, and then I'm going. Now I want to hug you and say, "Don't torture. Don't."
Yeah, don't kill yourself. Yeah. No, I know.
Don't kill yourself.
I know. It's like it's just a game. It's okay. Like.
Well, I love Lonnie to death, but when I hear about that he's got back problems and then he's going to do a marathon, I'm going, well, don't do that,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
But I guess the other part is that there are some games or activities that you do that you get into a zen of it, and that's.
Do you have a game like that as a player that really resonates with you, or that you've gotten really deep into?
Well, there's some games I've stayed away with because I would get divorced because I would be addicted and play too long. But, well, the right answer was I was a chess addict. I mean, I was.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean.
You still play?
No, but I've been tempted to pick it up again several times.
Did you? I don't really know rankings or anything, but were you ranked?
Wow, you're really putting him on the spot, Josh.
You don't have to share. This is that's why I like. It's not. I've never. I like chess, but I'm not good at it.
I was. Okay, the best way I can phrase this is I went out of my way to be unranked.
Okay.
Because I paid for my.
Oh, you were a hustler.
I paid for my. Okay, so I'm.
Oh, the truth comes out.
I'm proud of going. I'm proud of going to. I had a scholarship and a grant, and then I worked I worked during the summer at a factory job, and then in order to pay for any other expenses and stuff, I made money playing.
You were hustling chess. I love it. I love it.
Chess and backgammon and a couple times with Monopoly.
I would have loved to see you play backgammon with my dad. He was like a freaking genius at backgammon.
But so at chess, it's like, okay, so at I was the captain of our high school team. And the funny thing was, it was in South Bend, Indiana. It's like, okay, a couple of Hoosiers. It's like, yeah, and the second guy on our chess team was Franz Lanzinger, who went to Atari and he made Crystal Castle.
Oh, really?
So independently,
another game both of us love.
Yeah, that's a great game.
Our chess team, we both got into
That's amazing.
making video games, but then the same with college. So you're playing college competition, and then there was city games. But then, if you played a certain amount of games, then you would become ranked. So then you'd have to change your name and.
Nice.
Oh, really?
So anyway. That's the seedy side, I guess.
Cool.
But, yeah,
cool.
No. But I love chess because it's a top. I mean, I think you can kind of see a chess influence in Joust? Because
I think you can.
you have because it requires people to be patient and plan somewhat.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you could draw a line. I mean, chess has had such an influence on all modern games of like modern Western games, you know, and I don't think you could really talk about modern gaming without talking about chess, even though, you know, if chess, I mean, a common thing that people talk about is like if chess was released today, it would be super unpopular, you know.
Yeah. Well, the other answer about favorite games that you're playing or that you're addicted to, they think that's a smart-ass answer, but it's not, and it comes from me thinking of games in a broader term. It's football.
Oh yeah.
And it's because, okay, if a lot of like up and coming designers or people that want to get into video games, it's like I'll tell them, don't just play video games. You know, watch movies, play. You know, understand that, gee, a sport is a game, and there's a lot of strategy involved in different sports. Learn that. Learn some board game. Play some board games. Get well-rounded. Put as many tools as you can put into your tool bag as possible.
Yeah.
You never know when you might need that tool. You know.
Yeah.
Play poker. There's now you're going to learn about poker isn't just about getting a good hand. It's about reading people
And probability and like a lot of things.
It's probability. So learn a lot of these games.
Well, so we're here in Arlington. Are you a Cowboys fan?
Well, okay. If I said
Again, we're putting him on the spot.
Which is more controversial? These are the
if
chess
I said
questions.
it loud here, they're allowed to carry guns, concealed guns, in Texas.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay. Growing up in Indiana, 2.5 hour drive to Chicago. It's you were a Bears fan, and either Cubs or White Sox. And Bulls. And so then I moved to Chicago and lived there for like 20 years.
Right.
And so,
Right.
so
You're
yeah, it was
a Chicago lifer.
Yeah, so I still, right.
Okay.
That's the bottom line.
Okay, cool.
I
Good.
I still like the Cubs, the Bears, and the Bulls, even during the painful times.
Great.
But it doesn't mean I hate the Cowboys. It's like, I'm going to support, and I like to watch the local team also. But
Right. Cool.
Wow.
One observation that Nick and I had when we were talking was we feel like our careers versus your career, like we've taken the exact opposite trajectory. Like we started doing a lot of like mobile games and casual games and things like that, and went to the arcade. And you obviously started in the arcade, and now I know you're doing a lot of mobile games, and I think you were there like with some of the earliest mobile games, even, right? Like and still in that space. It's just interesting that it's like everybody you're always looking for something different. It's interesting to try new things. And
and a lot of times when I play games for fun, I'll pick up a match 3 game.
Yeah.
Because I have shorter snippets of time. You know, I want to play something. Yeah, I don't want to play something that's going to take a long period of time, but yet I feel some gratification or accomplishment, or I'll play some puzzle games. I'll even play some word games.
Sure.
And have fun.
Are you a
doing
Wordle
that.
fan?
No, but I probably would do that. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
fun.
Good. It's good.
It's like a little thing that you do once a day, and it's just like short and quick, and like,
Yeah.
okay, it's done, and like it's so much fun. When you get it on like 2 tries or whatever, it's like a lot of fun.
Well, I know your wife is a word person. You
Oh.
should play it with her because it's good to like challenge each other.
Yeah, she comes from, yeah. She's a writer, and and she like knows every word in the dictionary, and it's like I'm not gonna ever play Scrabble with Dawn.
Yeah.
And her mom was like the district superintendent in Kansas of librarians.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
So it's like,
But
tip to John: do not ever play wife.
that's the
word
thing.
games.
Wordle, it's all very common words. It's
Yes.
more of a
Yeah.
game of deduction than encyclopedic knowledge of
Yeah, so
Well,
you might be
that's-
better at it than you think.
Yeah.
Well, it's the I like the puzzle of it, and it's like there's Wordscapes is a crossword puzzle type game. I played that for a while,
Okay.
and I don't even like crossword puzzles, but
Yeah.
there's enough of a puzzle there that I can do it, and I'm not spending a lot of time, and it's
Okay.
like, yeah, you can do 1 or 2 of these a day, and it's and then
Cool.
do another game that you might want to get more invested in.
Cool. All right, I'll have to check that one out. That's a mobile game?
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's a lot of knockoffs of it. So like if you look up Word Game or Wordscape or whatever like that, you'll get a bunch of hits.
Okay.
They're all pretty much the same.
It is interesting that a lot of the people who worked on arcade are now working in the mobile space. Like I was talking to Owen Rubin, and he was saying something similar, and I think that there's that kind of short length of time that you're going to play, right? Like, okay, if you're Tracy or Lonnie and you're playing for 20 hours on Joust, that's an anomaly, right? Like most people, they come to the arcade, they play something, and like they're probably not really that great at it, and the time that they play the game is pretty short, right? Or if it's a game like, let's say, Killer Queen or Street Fighter, there's like a built-in time limit, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's part of what appeals to me about arcade games is that they are short, they are quick to learn, and like, they're simple, and yet if you really want to dig, there's usually a lot of meat there, and I don't know, I just kind of wanted to get your take on that and like how you feel about like your work in mobile in that, like, does that make sense? Like what I'm trying to kind of express very poorly.
I'm not sure, but I know that what's kind of gotten out of hand with mobile is that some of them are really deep now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so that kind of defeated the purpose to me of, well, I was playing mobile games just because I wanted to play something casual.
Right.
Not have it take so long, play a few rounds, be done, and still see my family. But now that there's, so now they've got games.
They've gotten very complicated
They've
too.
gotten complicated that last a long time. That if you want to get really good at it, now you've got to learn the, really in-depth stuff. And it's like, well, and they're doing more and more social things. And it's like, okay, well.
But they're almost like antisocial in a way, right?
Yeah. And if you want to play a social thing, then my competitive nature comes out, and that's like I want to win.
Right.
And now I want to learn whatever it takes for me to learn to win.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
I have to ask you this: do you play Clash Royale? Because I got so addicted to that I had to stop.
Okay. You hit bingo. I started playing it, and I went, I'm gonna end up playing this. I'm gonna end up being hooked.
Yeah,
on
I found
this.
myself at 4 in the morning playing some guy in China, and I'm
Correct.
just like, okay, I have to sleep, and I can't sleep because I'm playing this stupid game, and I can't stop playing this game, you know.
Yeah. I know what you mean. So,
How are we doing on time?
We got about 15 more minutes till the Joust tournament starts, which I'm playing in.
Oh, right. I guess
Are
I'm
you
playing.
playing
I
in,
think so.
and
Yeah.
I believe that the winner gets to play you, right, John? Is that the deal? Or they get to play Lonnie?
Dude,
I don't know if
there's no chance we're gonna win. Okay, like
I don't know if you can call it. I don't know how to comment on that. It's like I'm gonna get slaughtered. It's like So a couple of years ago, I played Lonnie, and I got him on a sucker punch once. But the rest of it was
Like one kill?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like but I was dead meat otherwise.
Yeah.
But
Well, Lonnie's the
but
ref,
I'm- but
so
I'm gonna love. But
we're safe from him at least.
yeah, we are. But look, I mean, Tracy is just gonna
Yeah, Tracy's
is gonna annihilate
my
us.
pick.
well, yeah. So.
That isn't, that is a strange
it's
thing, right?
But it's exciting to have people participate in the tournament. It's just that, okay, the chance to play me. It's like, well, I hope you're not disappointed because you're going to slaughter me. And it's not that I don't want to. I'm really competitive. I mean, I'm competitive by nature. I like to win.
Right.
But I don't have the skills anymore. I'm not practicing that game like when
It's
I
true,
was
and
doing
it's
it.
a different, like the player brain, like a good player, right? A really good player has like a totally different kind of brain chemistry than what it takes to actually create games. And like people often ask me, it's like, well, is that unfair? You created the game and you're going to play in this tournament or whatever. I'm like, please, I am a liability, not an asset. And like, and I always say like, well, do you think that the creator of basketball could beat, Michael Jordan in a one-on-one? Because I don't think so.
Right.
And like,
Right.
and then they get it.
And then if you play a long time, they also have there's muscle memory.
Yeah.
Right.
So
How were you at Joust like when it first came out?
just before it came out, I could get scores of like 750,000 or something
Okay.
like that. But
So that's a very respectable score, right?
but I never broke a million.
Okay.
And that's where I was playing it a lot and in detail. But I can't even come. I mean, if I get 100,000, I would be ecstatic. I can't. I don't have the skills anymore. You've got to
Right.
practice it
Right.
to do that. And then you also get the cadence of when do the various buzzards come out and when the ledges are moving. I don't have any of that memory, and that stuff was like just
Sure.
emblazoned in me that I knew when all that stuff happened, and I knew where to position myself for this and that level.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know any of that anymore. I don't know.
I mean, I used to be so good at Spy Hunter, I could literally play for hours at a time. And now it's like I get on it and I'm like, I suck because I don't remember any of them. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Like I used to know, like, okay, the big like Monstermobile is gonna come out at this spot and like whatever and blah blah blah. And I had like this complete image in my head of the game and where everything was gonna be at any given moment, and like all of that's just gone now. All I have is like the muscle memory of driving. But that's it, and that's not even that great.
So John, one thing I wanted to ask you about that that I've always found intriguing about Joust is that it's a little bit ambiguous whether it's competitive or cooperative. And so I don't know. Can you speak speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, it was sort of an experiment, and I wish I had more time to have worked on it, to have done more of it. And it's like was absolutely ecstatic to hear about Killer Queen, where you guys were exploring the whole social and the multiplayer and you know, I find what you guys are doing to be really exciting, because when I did that, it was like I know that this is a right path. This is something that should be done, but I didn't get a chance to really explore it, and that was kind of frustrating. I always felt, well, the win-win for the company, the business and fun. I always thought that the cutthroat, you know, fighting someone else, but I didn't. But that was kind of hard because people were also conscious of their, you know, of a quarter, you know.
Oh, right.
So that's where that got expanded more in the '90s when they were trying that where I did the real experiment was on high impact football, where it was football. Now you can it's a lot easier to convince someone to play as teams or against each other in a sport game than.
I mean,
so
that
really came years later.
That was a big part of our design philosophy when we were working on Killer Queen, was that we wanted to make sure that everybody felt like they could do something in the game, you know? Like,
yeah.
And I think that actually helped, because they're like, you know, like you walk up to a Street Fighter, right? And it's like, it's a little intimidating, you know? You're out there by yourself, and you don't know who's going to be playing against you, and they could be really good and whatever. It's like, if you're with a team, and like, even if you could do like just a little bit to help your team, like it kind of eases you into it a little bit more, I think.
Well, that's what I'm sorry, I should be asking more questions to you guys, but the whole aspect in your game that's really intriguing was that you're exploring different ways to win, and there's different things for people to do, and then you've got the snail, and there's different personality types or different teams will say, okay, you do this and you do, and so like everyone can be it's a little different. There's different things. There's legitimately different things to do.
Yeah.
And I think that's really fascinating.
It's a little bit of, it's an asset, and it's also a little bit of a liability, because it makes it a lot harder to explain the game, right? Like,
yeah, of course, but
it is what it is, you know. I wouldn't have done it any other way, but it does make it a lot harder when you know, Joe Jack Daniels comes into the arcade and, like, you know, it's like, what the hell is this, you know, whatever, because they don't get, like, there's complexity to it, you know. And like, compared to something like League of Legends, it's incredibly simple, but, you know, for an arcade game, it is a little bit, it does demand more of a player than, you know, and that's hard, you know. It definitely kills your quarter counts on some people.
Yeah, it does, but I don't know. I just got to say hats off to you for
Thank you, John.
I just go, okay, then let it be a little harder to explain. Because I think that you did the right thing, and then exploring the different ways to play it. I think that, you know, where do you go next? What's your next project? You've got so much information now of what's working well. What else would you want to add? What, you know, I think that was, you made a great decision to do, to add that variety, and I think it's huge part of the appeal, and it's really interesting.
I think.
Yeah.
I think that largely was able to come about because we didn't approach it as a commercial game. Like if we had initially said, okay, this has got to make money in the arcade, that wouldn't have tested well. It is like Nick said, it's a little too complicated for an arcade game for what it should be, and it works obviously for whatever reason, but that's I think because we got lucky and because like we weren't aiming for that, you know, and it works financially despite that fact, you know, in one sense it's an accident and a lot of luck, I think, you know?
Yeah,
but also,
it was definitely a lot of luck too.
Like a lot of the influence there came from looking at like European board games and like how a lot of those will have like several different ways to win. I mean, usually, and the difference there is most of those like there's different paths you can go, but they all just yield points.
Yeah.
And you win. There's still only one victory condition, which is have the most points, right? So but we wanted something that we didn't want to have points or something like that. We wanted more explicit conditions. That's kind of.
But it kind of does the same thing, even though everything gets reduced down to points. Like which strategy you take definitely takes you on a certain path, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that kind of relates back to what you were saying, which is don't just, if you're like a designer or want to be a designer or whatever, don't just do one thing like, oh, I want to design fighting games, so I'm only going to look at fighting games.
Yeah.
Like, look at a lot of different things, you know, and try to explore. Even in games, there's just so many different types of games. Like, you should be. I understand you're not going to love every kind of game, but you should be exploring it at the very least.
Yeah.
We got an interesting comment from on the chat about this from Quadgio, saying, I think the different roles and win conditions in Killer Queen lowers the barrier for entry, makes it easier to start playing without feeling like you're going to ruin someone else's fun, which I think is a really interesting point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of which, so we're about to wrap up. So if anybody in the chat has a question for John or a comment for John, this is your last chance. We'd love to hear from you. Just type it in the chat. But so I guess given that we're about to start the tournament, any parting words, John, that you want to share, or anything you want to bring up or plug?
Not really. All I can.
Or what?
This whole 40th anniversary thing is. I'm just tickled, and it's flattering, and like I've been saying, it's really attributable to the fans that have hung with it and we're willing to keep, we're trying the old games, and the people that are babying the games. And then a personal pleasure is meeting you guys.
Likewise,
And
for sure.
And so I'm tickled at that opportunity, because I've watched YouTube videos, and I've seen the games played a few times, and I've heard people talking about it, and to be able to meet the masterminds behind it,
I mean, it's funny because when I think about like your generation of game designers, I think like, God, these guys were geniuses, you know? Like it's just like, it's mind-boggling, because you started from nothing, you know, and like, or almost nothing. Like, if you look at our game, right? Like, we got to play Warcraft and StarCraft, and like, we got, and Joust, and like all these games that like influenced us or whatever. Whereas you guys really started from almost nothing, and that is really incredible to me.
But on one positive note, it's very liberating.
Yes, I can see that too.
Yeah.
The people that made the mistake, in my opinion, were the ones that didn't see it liberating, and So those are the ones that kept making clones of Pac-Man. Oh
God.
My God, you've got
You can do anything.
you can. Okay. So I know that freedom of being able to do anything can be very scary, but you're also going, my God, that's liberating. I can do anything. I can do a lot. So just start making lists and go, okay,
Right.
this could be fun. This could be fun. Let's try this. You know. So
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
So I know you're. So we all went out to dinner last night, and you know, I noticed that your kids were there and like got to talk to them and everything, and that was a lot of fun. And it was really fun to see them see you in kind of a different light in a way, right? Like,
yeah, because I'm a major introvert, and so seeing their dad talk was like shocking to them.
Huh.
So I think that caught them off guard.
wow.
Right there.
They're lovely, by the way. Really amazing kids.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm gonna pass it back to Chris. I think. You wanna? Yeah. I think stay on for a second, Sean. But here's Chris Delp.
Hello, hello. Thank you. How'd it go?
I'm not a good shot.
Oh, you're
I'm trying to.
I have these lances. John, I have these lances. Would you mind knighting the first people to win?
The first round winners all get knighted.
Yeah, that's what I'd like. Like I have a lance, like a little lance toy.
So I should actually got that.
No getting.
That's up to you, I suppose. But yeah, if they win the first round. Sorry, stream. I'll be back in a sec. So whenever they win, I'll send them over to you, and you can knight them, and then give them the stick. Then you can give them the lance. Yeah. Yeah. I'll, when they win, I'll send them over to you, and you can knight them. Okay.
We're gonna be here running commentary. They can come over and you can knight them.
Yeah.
You and I are running commentary with Chris. We'll be bashing them a little bit as they talk.
Thanks for talking for a bit. When you're okay, can I get you to come back over here and we'll start it off? And I'll have you mostly knighting people. Okay. Have you ever knighted anybody before? Wow, I am. John says he's never knighted anybody before, and I'm shocked by that.
I'm actually a Scottish lord.
What's that?
I'm actually a Scottish lord.
Okay, so Lonnie has been knighted.
No, I'm a lord, not a knight.
My bad. He's a lord, not a knight. We're meeting thy neighbor here. All right, let's throw it back to the main screen. Sorry about the delay. All right, so we're going to get started here with the Joust Cutthroat tournament here in just a moment. We can see, the crowd. So we're going to have to work on Tracy's form because she keeps bumping the camera.
Yeah. Oh, she's hitting it with her head.
Yes. So you can see on the stream we have a very clear view of her hands.
Yeah, Tracy, you might want to slide over like this way a little bit so you're not bumping the camera.
All right.
that's-
All right, so,
That's it. So you want this? You want this?
Lonnie, I want you to. I feel really weird about playing in this thing. I mean, Tracy said I should play, so I'm playing.
You should play.
Like Tracy said I should play.
I'm the official. I'm the official referee.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
when we set this up, as I have already played Mr. Newcomer.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that other people had the opportunity to play
Well,
him.
here's my my issue is I really vehemently do not want to win.
Well, I don't think you're going to win.
Okay, that would be good if I don't win.
I'd like to see you earn the chance to play him, and then if you don't want to play him, you can bequeath it to somebody if you want to.
You're gonna. It's gonna. All right, if I lose, or if I win, I'm making it Tracy.
I can run the.
You know how to do that?
Yeah, I know how to do that.
Cool. We're following in the chat, by the way. Yeah, we'll get started in just a moment here. I gotta get a bullhorn. What do you think of John knighting everybody?
Yes, absolutely. John needs to knight everybody. As I was saying, I'm already a Scottish lord. We own land in Scotland, which makes me a Scottish lord.
Oh, okay.
So, I think John knighting him. We can line him up over here. John can knight him. I can prep it for him and say, we'll use their name and it'll be Sir or Dame or whatever it is, and we'll knight them. We're knight commanders of Joust. And,
what's your hunch on who the best Joust players are in this tournament so far?
Well, I haven't really watched anybody. The interesting thing, though, if you've played Joust on normal level, you watch people, and even I was sitting here playing it, my mind goes, this is where it should go, and this is on difficulty 9. And so nothing is acting the way it should, which is much, much better than everybody being prepped. It's like everybody's uncomfortable. So I like the idea of everybody being uncomfortable. It makes it easier for us to trash talk them just a little bit. Like holy moly, I'm kind of digging that vibe.
Ooh.
I think you and Tracy are good. I saw some people with some serious flying skills. The question is, do they have the tactical skills? Because it's more than just flying, and as you know, the points don't matter. Only the last person standing.
Do you get an extra man if you make it to 100,000 points?
Do not.
You do not? How do you turn it off?
You put 0 extra men.
Oh, really? I thought when you got 0, it would just give you infinite extra men.
No.
Excellent. Cool.
0. I've got everything set on difficulty 9. 0 extra men.
Excellent. On all the machines?
All the machines are
fantastic.
set.
We are gonna.
They've been officially set by the ranking International Video Game Hall of Fame Joust dude.
Excellent. Let's look at our bracket here.
I don't know who that guy is. He's in a red shirt today.
Yes. Does that mean he's going to die at the end of the show?
Yeah, that's probably. Nope. It's probably the goal will be whoever gets knighted and has the most pull will all stab me and gut me with a sword.
All right. So I got Tracy, Nikita, and myself as the top seeds.
Oh wow, Nikita's going to play. Well, that should be interesting. I haven't seen him fly.
Yeah.
Is Joshua going to play too?
Yes. I want to make sure. I'm making sure that they're not in the same bracket.
I think those are good seeds.
Ed P is also gonna buy.
Here's my thing is, people who have played in the event before probably have a little bit more of. If you've played it on 9, when you play tournaments, do you play it on 9 or you play it
9?
9. So anybody who's played on 9 a lot is going to have an advantage, because if you haven't played on 9, it's brutal, and you have to know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
the major strategy though is putting your opponent in a weaker position, and I don't think everybody's done that to a major degree.
It takes a lot of patience too, and that's something that like Killer Queen takes a lot of patience, and even the people who play Killer Queen sometimes don't have the patience to do it. Right? They know to like guard the hive, prevent them from getting in, stay in your place. But then they want to go get the kill. They just want to go get it.
People are not, and they want the. And I find people gravitate towards getting the kill or getting the eggs, and it makes no difference, and it's tough to gravitate them away from it. They just they have to get those points. So Tracy's actually playing pretty good, but in difficulty 9, you can lose like all 3 guys in no time at all.
I do. I'm rooting for Tracy. If I win, I don't want to win. I don't want to win.
Bequeath it to her for $100. She can play.
It would be, and I'll waive. I'll have you pay her $100. But hopefully it just works itself out, as Tracy is the best player in the bracket of Joust. So I do.
Well, she has the highest score.
Yeah, she is definitely the best player of Joust in the bracket. But we're gonna decide it on the field.
Yeah, it all comes down to the field.
And when we're, I guess, whenever she's never going to end. What am I saying? I'll ask her to stop here.
No, she will.
Yeah.
It'll come to a
I'll tell you
screeching
what,
halt.
whenever it comes to a screeching halt, why don't you put her over here on, actually we should get John to do it. Me, you, and John, we're going to commentate? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But we want to make sure when we start
that
we have a little discussion with everybody. They know what's expected. And
Okay. In that case, we should do that now.
We can do that now.
I'm gonna check one more time to see if there's late entries, and then we're done. We're good to go.
Yeah, it happens really, really fast.
Yeah, I see that.
You ready? We'll get everybody together.
Give me 5. We're going to keep it on Joust. But we're going to give an in-house announcement real quick, and then we'll be back with the start of our cut-through competition.
How are we looking turnover-wise? How are we looking at turnover-wise for Hero? For the turnover? How long?
Hey, good afternoon, sports fans, Joust fans. We're here. This is Lonnie, Joust world record holder, International Video Game Hall of Fame inductee, U.S. National Video Game Team member. The Joust Cutthroat Tournament is cranking up, and the winner of the first match, the first set of matches, gets knighted by John Newcomer. Has anybody ever been knighted by the creator of one of the best games ever? It's happening today. I'm here with Chris Delp. And
What up, what up?
And Mr. Newcomer will be over in a little bit. We'll be commentating. I am the official referee, so if there are any rules infractions, which, hey, there are no rules infractions.
Probably physical contact, elbowing.
You think physical contact should be physical contact? Yeah, I think that would be considered not cool.
Yeah, I've been down this road a few times, so
yeah.
As much as you might think,
you would think
that there are some
okay.
things that we cannot do.
Now we've got the main joust over here is right next to us, which is what we'll be commentating on. I think John is behind us here. John, where's your headset? Here. Here you go, John. Yep, screwed up in here, John.
All right, so
we're
live. We're
live.
3 lives for Adam B.
Adam B. 3 lives to 1 live.
Robert A's.
Robert
on
A's
his last live.
just about toast in the first game.
Oh, there we go.
And
round 1 goes to Adam B.
Adam B. Adam's cooking over here in the main. We have 5 Joust machines running at this time.
I'm going to try to get the entire winners bracket on stream because we get people knighted and whatnot.
Right. Good. So we've got 5 machines running, and we are the one beside us is the main machine. So as things get better and better, we'll be having them play from that, and one of the other machines will be this is double elimination. Joust Cutthroat on the most difficult setting, which is 9, only 5 lives. You get no extra lives. The points don't matter, just like the money in my wallet, which is virtually worthless. And this is Adam's second Adam and
Robert.
Adam and Robert's second game, and Adam won the first game convincingly. Robert's trying to decide if he wants to play this, but he's playing a little bit conservative. We got people dying here already. Let's see. Ooh, it's an even match so far. Oh, a brilliant kill! A brilliant kill, completely dropping down from the top. Oh, there's another one. It's getting ugly in here.
Yeah, 1 stock left for Robert. He needs to keep flying,
Robert
not
has
just walk around.
1 left. Oh, he could have got a kill right there and didn't. There was another chance. Missed out. Oh, there you go. That was a brilliant kill.
All right. Robert's on last, fighting for his winner's bracket life. Adam needs 1 more kill, and he's going to get knighted.
Oh. This one's getting a little closer. We have 1.
How's it going, John? Oh, there we go. We have our first winner. It is Adam B.
Adam B. The first winner. Let's see. Where are we going here? Adam B. Where's Adam?
Wait, does he get knighted or gutted?
He does. Well, that's up to you. You're the here.
Okay.
So Adam B. is the winner. We click on it here. Is this how we do this? How do we make him go forward?
Okay.
I get the first knighting. All right.
Yes, you get knighted,
yeah.
and it's lit.
Oh, it is lit.
Now don't move because it
Okay.
could be painful.
Yeah, I don't want to get nicked. I don't want to lose an ear.
Yeah,
Well, I can't guarantee you that this is not radioactive.
so this is
That's fair.
Yeah,
it's not the worst thing that's happened to me
so
today.
this is
so
this
it'll be all
is
right.
Wow.
this will soon
It's not the
be-
worst thing that's going into my body today.
So,
So.
no, just out of curiosity, are you already a knight in any
I
other
am
country?
not formally.
not
No,
formally in
not
any
formally
other
recognized.
Okay, so this will be your first knighthood.
It is, yes.
All right, so
Oh, so he's in
Your
a
Royal
secret,
Highness.
He's in a secret night organization.
the secret, yeah.
Okay.
So
I could comment, but yeah.
Okay, so His Royal Highness, Mr. Newcomer, will now knight Sir Adam to be.
And this will not be like a knighting in Monty Python's Holy
No.
Grail, where the guy
No.
Good.
I promise you, Scout's honor.
I appreciate it. I'll hold
So-
you to that.
So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Sir Knight. Good luck with your tournament.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
very
win,
much.
sir.
I appreciate
It was
it.
convincing.
Pleasure meeting you.
Good
Thank you
meeting
so
you.
much.
That's
Oh, that's
his.
mine? I
That's
get the
yours.
sword too?
That's yours.
Okay.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
How do we get Adam to go forward? Hey, Chris, how do we get Adam to go forward here? How do we move him forward? Do we drag him? I'm clueless. How do you get him to go forward?
All right, you guys are good to go. Hit the 2-player to start. Hello. Okay. I can score it from my phone, so we'll be okay.
Okay. How do we move? Oh,
So start.
you've got okay. I didn't know it wasn't started, so then Robert won.
Actually, Adam won.
Oh, it was Adam won.
Uh huh. All right, we're live here, and this is our first interesting matchup to look at because we have Crystal W and Norma B. Crystal W on the left. That is Crystal Weideman, TV meteorologist.
How nice.
Yes. Killer Queen apiarist. She is a solid speed warrior in Killer Queen, which means she'd be dangerous.
Does she now? She's on the left.
She is yellow. She's left here.
She's yellow. So
So
yellow, not being afraid, she's just the color yellow. Right. Oh,
Right.
another kill. She has some flying skills, doesn't she?
Right, and it translates, while not one-to-one, it does translate, especially in the zoning properties from Killer Queen. So she's a Killer Queen veteran, so I do expect interesting things from her in this tournament.
So far she's ahead by one. Oh, there was a complete loss of an opportunity to win, to get a kill there. Now, the interesting thing about Killer Queen, I see a lot of times say, oh, nice kill, another nice kill there. They like to fly across the top, but you cannot hover across the top in Joust. It
Right.
simply will not allow you to do that. So it's an interesting technique that only Killer Queen will let you do.
Yeah, that or I believe Balloon Fight, you can also do that.
More so, yeah, more so.
Yeah, no, scraping is what they call it in Killer Queen, and it's not really a thing here in Joust. So you're right. The most vulnerable part is your head, so it makes sense to be at the top. However, you just can't hover there.
I find that was an interesting death there. There was the first game win by Crystal. And you can go ahead and stop the game as there is a
Yeah,
winner.
they're going to kill it off
Is
here.
it still playing? I thought she was completely done.
Well, so Norma lost, but Crystal had to kill it off.
Oh,
Yeah, she has to play.
kill
Yeah,
it
she has to
off
kill her
for,
guys off. Right.
Yeah, but so she's got zoning skills that do translate from Killer Queen, regardless of if the flight patterns are a little different. So you can see that tactically, and that she knows to be above her opponent, to maintain being above her opponent. Nice there,
Nice.
nice quick move from Norma to get a kill. Needed that one. But you're right. I do wonder how many Killer Queen players will understand the meta of that bottom ledge being the way to protect yourself.
Protect yourself. Now, for me, tactically, when I tell people how to play this, it's always protect yourself.
Oh, that's not a bad place as long as your opponent can't scrape through
But they can.
the ledges. Well, if they don't know how to, though.
Yeah, that does take a little skill.
What is that technique called, John?
Which one?
Where you scrape through the ledges there?
Do you
Oh,
have
it's-
official name for it?
Yeah, it's the belly flop.
The
Belly
belly
flop.
flop. Yeah. If your opponent can't belly flop, then you're relatively safe there.
Yeah.
If your opponent can, best run.
So, Crystal's a little behind in this one. Surprisingly, she is one person down. But still, these two have some good flying skills, which I'm a little bit of a critic on flying skills. I'm not I don't really like when people play a lot. Oh, another death. Fly a lot. I always tell people flying is dying. The more protected you can be, the better off you're going to be. So this seems to be the opposite of my personal strategies. But everybody's going to have their own strategy. Sadly, some of them just aren't good.
Oh, wow. That's brutal. Oh, no, for you superstars that actually kill guys off, I would find that the hardest thing ever. It goes contrary against everything that I hold dear to actually kill guys off.
Yeah, it's painful. It takes you hours to win them, and then you have to kill them off.
Yeah.
Now, this being the most difficult setting, people are used to playing on the normal setting, so this gets brutal real quick. And so we're coming to an end here real quick. I think we've got Norma B on our last one, and Crystal. And the game is over. Game 2 is over. Do we have a winner? Is that a winner? Crystal. Now Crystal will not be knighted. It will be a dame, right? Dame. It would be a dame, not a knight. Crystal, congratulations. Meteorologist, congratulations on that. How cool is that? So we have Crystal now. Chris Delpis getting the official sword. Now, have you met Mr. Newcomer?
No, I have not.
Okay, so
Hello.
you can't say Mr. This is
too.
His Royal Highness, Mr. Newcomer. So make sure you curtsy, and you're not going to be a knight, from what I understand. You would be a dame.
A dame, all right.
A dame, yeah.
Add that to my meteorologist title.
Yeah, don't add extra things to it and make it sound bad.
Got it.
But
Okay.
why wouldn't anybody who's a killer just be a knight?
Do you want it? Oh, hold on. Let's get an unofficial opinion. Chris, do you think we should knight her or have her be a dame? I think we're okay with her being a knight.
That's up to. I don't know. That's up to you.
It doesn't have to be gender. It doesn't have to be gender specific. Let's make her a knight. What do you think, John?
Yeah, no, she's a killer.
She's a killer.
She's a killer.
I think when she was gutting people over there, she was a little bit smiling about it. I don't know.
A little bit, yeah. I play Killer Queen a lot, so I'm kind of used to that.
Good flying skills, and congratulations on your convincing win. And
thank you.
His Royal Highness is going to knight the First Lady champion.
Well, champion is champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, congratulations on being a champion, and you are knighted.
Thank you. Such a high honor. I appreciate it, you guys. Cool.
And
now what?
Good luck. You get to kill
Thank
somebody
you.
else.
Oh, perfect.
yes. So let's see, Crystal.
So you can go on a killing spree, basically.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, I'm not sure how to do this.
Chris is the expert.
Chris, I've ran challenge before, but I'm not sure why I should just be able to do that really
awesome.
quick.
Yes.
Does everybody get these?
Just the first round. The first round winners so
Oh.
far.
Oh, okay.
So this is
That's
hers.
my sword, I guess.
Her sword.
Okay. So
Thank you.
If you need a sword, we'll find one for you.
Yes.
You should have plenty in their castle.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for playing. So, Chris, is there something I'm missing here that, Crystal, what do I need to do? What do we need to do to move Crystal over? how do we move the winner over? Crystal. Oh, the edit thing. Okay, I can do that next time. Good. Thank you. Hey, we have a new team up here. We have Abby H dash B, and we have Kaylin. So we have.
How many teams are what?
Are there multiple teams playing? Are there concurrent matches going on?
Matches.
There will be in the losers bracket, but since people are getting knighted, we're letting them play on the winners bracket here.
Oh, so we're just playing on this one right now.
Yeah, for the moment.
Perfect. No, that's perfect. So we can commentate on this, and everybody's getting knighted, and the people who lost are getting gutted.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. So there has to be
Off stream guttings.
off stream. No gore on stream.
Yeah.
So this is good.
So Abby HB is another Killer Queen player. She's also a skee-ball champion from she lives in the Denton area. That's her home go-to, but she's won the skee-ball competition in Fort Worth.
Oh, a brilliant kill.
That was a nice
brilliant kill by Abby.
Yeah, that was a nice kill.
Yeah.
Close one.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, no, they didn't get a bonus.
They just missed it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
Aggression.
Close.
This is this is the most aggressive group I've seen play so far. Abby is really looking to kill Kaylin, and I haven't talked to Kaylin, but obviously there must be something wrong with Kaylin. I'm not sure what it is. But Kaylin's holding its own. Yep, it's looking good.
I'm going to bump to Gary and Jacob next. I'm going to get them ready.
Okay. Chris Delp will be in and out on commentary here, letting us know.
I think the other hard part to overcome is to not grab some scores, because it's like instinctive to me to try to grab an egg out of the air.
Yeah,
but that's death here.
Yes,
Ooh.
yes, that was a brutal kill by the pterodactyl.
That pterodactyl.
Yeah. It's people want to think that you can kill him sometime, and I'm like, why are you even killing things? Are you killing things just to get them out of the way, which exposes yourself? Let the other guy kill him. Oh, a brutal kill. First game is won by Abby HB in convincing fashion, setting up for the second game. We'll see if Kaylin can bring it back. All right, let's. Oh, Kaylin right to the top with a convincing, quick kill. I'm not sure I would want to play these people. They are way more aggressive than I ever have been. And no, my gosh, these guys are good. They got some flying skills. I don't hear any trash talking over there, which is somewhat disappointing. So I guess we'll have to create our own over here as we play.
See, now the other decision is: do you pick up the egg, or do you?
Oh, there's another convincing kill
for bait and to bring out a pterodactyl.
Well, that to me, I think, oh my gosh, kill. There are so many quick kills here. I like to leave everything in play unless it's threatening me personally.
Mm-hmm.
And that way it forces the other player to deal with them.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And we're down to one person. Oh, another kill. That should even it out. 1-1 left. They both have 2 players left. Soon. And Abby won the first one. Oh, my goodness. They both have one. Only the player they're on.
Wow.
Oh, why are they killing guys when they should be? Oh.
I always wince when I hear the identical the bounce off. Or
okay, that should be the end of that game. Who won that? Was that that was Abby, wasn't it? Was it Kaylin? Pull a chair up over here so you can get knighted. Kalen, congratulations. Have you been knighted before in any country? On any game have you been knighted? Have you met His Royal Highness, Mr. Newcomer? Do you have a curtsy? Okay, let's see. That is, excuse me, Chris. Can you get a picture of Kalen curtsying for us to Mr. Newcomer?
Oh no.
Yes, we need to see a serious curtsy. That is brilliant. That is brilliant.
No. You're a killer. You don't curtsy.
Yeah, that's that. But you are Sir John Newcomer, and you are knighting him, so they must curtsy not to me, because I would gut them. That's what I would do.
Well,
So
yeah, normally I would too. So you are.
but I'm the defender of
You're
the
having
realm.
me go against my natural instincts.
Yeah, I'm the defender of the realm. So Mr. Newcomer will now knight you. We have decided not to make anybody a grand dam. Everybody is going to be a knight that wins. So this will be your first knighthood. If you would proceed, Mr. Newcomer, I'll make sure that nobody attacks you from behind.
Thank you. So, you are hereby knighted. Enjoy gutting others.
Congratulations.
Have fun.
Congratulations on your win, Kalen. That's it, Kalen. Where is Kalen? Where's Kalen? Oh. All right, there we go. And who's our next? Gary R. All right, we're into our next round. I think I got that one right there. Kalen B1.
Yeah, that's correct. And we can correct it in post as well. We're skipping ahead just one match to Gary Ruiz and Jacob R. Gary, our player on gold, another Killer Queen, free play Killer Queen League member.
Ooh, league member.
Yeah.
The good thing about this.
You are breeding killers. You are.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
You are
it is,
definitely breeding killers.
It
yes,
is.
Sir.
If you look at this, almost everybody who's Killer Queen related has some good flying skills. Wow, Jacob R is getting. Getting his royal hind end handed to him.
And if you look, Gary's got the strategy down.
Yes.
So, or at least
Gary,
to a decent degree.
Yeah, and this is what I tell people: play protected down here or over here. This way, you can kill anything coming at you. A little tough to kill you. There are not as many angles to get at you, and it exposes your enemy to everything else. So, if the more protected you can play, the better off you are.
Do you recommend flying throughout it all, or
I
do you just stand there?
I try not to fly unless I have to. I do keep my finger on the flap button, and in case I want a quick kill where somebody's exposed themselves, and they do. You know, it's
especially Gary?
Yeah. Gary seems
Just
to like.
wish he would put some sleeves on, man. All right, last light. Oh, he's standing on the bridge. That thing's burning down. Watch out, Jacob.
Oh, that should be the end of the first game. No. There's one left.
Yeah,
right,
there's two in the chamber there for Gary.
Oh, almost.
Jacob's on last, though.
Yep. There we go.
And Gary drops another one, so
that's why I get killed on the bottom, too. It's, I get nailed by the birds.
So here we go.
John, I'm going to bring this mic closer, okay?
We tried to tell everybody it's
Headset's fine.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
How's that sound?
That was painful for me to watch.
Oh.
There we go.
Someone spawned a Pokemon.
And here's where playing down comes to your benefit because you have Pterodactyl.
Yeah.
The Pterodactyl just belly flopped Jacob.
Yes.
And Gary wins.
That was great.
Kill it off.
So that's game one. Gary won.
You won game one. Kill it off.
All right.
Dive into the lava. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You don't get to keep playing when the opponent's dead. You're dead.
Dive into the lava. Jump in the lava.
All right. Game two, Gary versus Jacob. Gary already has one.
Gary knows
game.
how to win, but not how to lose.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to
didn't know how to kill it off.
He did not want to lose his guys, which I can completely appreciate because you know, hey, they're expensive here at Free Play. Can't get any extra men, so it makes it much tougher. So I'm not sure why why Jacob didn't just kill Gary, because Gary was standing there static. Very scary. Oh, ouch. There's another death. It's 4 men, 5 men, all 5 men for Gary, down to 3 men for Jacob. Can Jacob come back from this? Does he have the potential? He's flying. He seems to be flying up there, getting points. Pretty exposed at the top. Oh!
Jerry, you're on deck for Joust.
Here we go. Throwing pterodactyl into the mix.
Seek the low ground.
Go ground. Oh, run away. All right. Gary's still in the lead. Jacob's flying. Oh, ouch. It was a good attempt. Obviously, Gary was ready for it. And didn't turn out good for Jacob.
Okay. So you just want my signature? That's it? Oh, okay.
Player 2, game over. Here we go. We have a winner. Gary, in convincing fashion, won 2 games straight. So we have a new night coming. And that would be Mr. Gary. Where is Gary? Is that Gary here, right? This is Gary R. That's correct. Gary, congratulations on your win. Now we need to make sure you can only be a knight in one country. Are you a knight any place besides Joust?
I am not.
You're not a knight. Okay. Would you be willing to accept a knighthood?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is His Highness Mr. John Newcomer, the creator of Joust. Have you met him before?
I have not, but I know who this guy is.
Okay, so if you would, Mr. Newcomer, please knight your humble servant, Mr. Gary, for his win today, and he will be part of your.
Congratulations on your win. You're a knight.
You get the defective. You get the defective sword.
Enjoy your continued gutting.
I
certainly appreciate it.
Thank you for playing, sir.
I appreciate y'all being here.
Yeah, we look forward to your success, sir.
I grew up playing this game a lot. I didn't know about the deathmatch until Del told me about it. So.
Cool, brilliant, man.
Cool.
Good job.
I'll be here for a little.
All right, so that was Gary R. Gary R is moving over. Good job. Who are we playing now? Katie. Let's see. Well, we've got 4 winners so far. All have been knighted. We jointly decided that there would be no dames or grand dames, that they would all be knights in service to Mr. Newcomer and Joust. And now we don't have it up yet. We're yet to put the names in. I think it's going to be Katie and Jerry B. This is Katie and Jerry B, correct? All right, Katie. I think the really cool thing here, because they have Killer Queen and they have. Chris? Did you have the National Killer Queen tournament here?
So Bumble Bash is the official Killer Queen national tournament that Josh and Nikita put on.
Right.
We had a national invitational tournament at Spring Series, and we had 14 teams play. They flew out from all over the country: San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, on and on. It just players from everywhere. and they had some mean flying skills.
I was going to say, so I'm watching this, and they got serious flying skills, and
Yes.
the simplicity of the Joust controls, left, right, up, down, is so gratifying to see people who have accumulated this skill, which came from Joust.
Yes, and Katie is a Killer Queen player, and she's not typically a flying player. She is known throughout the nation as a player who plays objective only, i.e. she likes to ride the snail.
Ride the snail. Okay.
Now that seems like it's nothing because you're holding left a lot. I can tell you I can personally attest that it is terrifying to approach her on the snail. She has no weapon. She can't. There's no way she could potentially hurt you, and yet every single time I go after Katie on the snail, I end up dead. And I've learned my lesson. If she's on the snail, I'm going the other way. What happens in that game is your lance can kill people.
Right.
Your head can't kill people. So Katie just jumps on your head, and you think you're going to go kill her, and except you find her bear on your head, and you're getting dunked on by the other queen.
Wow.
She
Well,
can't.
here we've got some kills going already. Katie, however, has it's down to 3 people.
And we got a tie ball game.
Tie ball game now.
That's Katie up top.
All right.
Drops another life. Jerry doing quite well, 2 in the chamber. So Katie can fly a little, but it is never her forte. She doesn't come up at all in most Killer Queen. Oh, a Shadow Lord gets a kill. Katie's on last.
Yes. Yeah, and as we said, this is on max difficulty, and most people never play on max difficulties. You watch, you see that the pterodactyl chased the highest person who was most active.
Yep.
Which made it toast. So this game is over. Jerry won the first game. So Jerry needs to die off here somehow. There you go. That should be the. Oh, he's got 2 more people he has to kill. Because you can't run them off into the fire because it's very early.
It's hard. We don't even
which
have
makes
it
makes it even worse, doesn't it, John? You
Yeah,
have to
it
you
does.
actually have to fly into the guy.
You have to commit suicide even more.
Well, at least it's a Shadow Lord. I mean, it wasn't like it was a bounder.
Yeah,
that would have been really humiliating if you had to kill yourself on a bounder.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're into the second game with Katie and Jerry. Jerry.
Again, you're seeing Killer Queen veterans go to the top of the screen, which is not tactically sound in Joust.
That's correct. If you're playing somebody who's really tactically sound in Joust and they have good flying skills, you will find that person will commonly win because they're going to force you to expose yourself to 10, anywhere between 8 to 10 enemies, while somebody is completely, for the most part, protected. The old flying is dying. And the higher you are, the more active you are, the more likely that you're going to draw see how they're all drawing up to the higher, more active person? Even though there was an enemy right here, they're all going after the most active, highest person. Which should tell anybody who's playing lower is better, less flying is better. Ooh, there would have been a brilliant kill right there, just as it was materializing.
Nice kill there from Katie.
Yep.
Evens it up.
Absolutely, it's even play. This match is actually going better than the first match. So I think Katie's showing herself well on this one.
Like I said, she is extremely talented. Not the flying type, but dangerous and familiar with sort of the zoning aspects of Joust.
Cool.
Now, her husband, Nathan, is going to be a problem.
Nathan's a problem.
Nathan has no problems flying. He will get you.
Oh, why?
That last one hurt.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide why. Why did Jerry do that? There was absolutely no reason to do that. And here we go.
Don't know if either of our players know what to do with the pterodactyl at all. They're fleeing.
They're fling. The other thing you can do, obviously, is draw the pterodactyl around onto somebody.
Yeah, wait till there's two of them.
Oh my gosh, another good kill. It's even Steven here between Katie and Jerry, and they both are looking pretty good. I mean, I don't know, are they? Yeah, they look good. Did you check it? I mean, they're dressed okay. They've got shoes and they've got all their clothes on. They look good.
We don't have any sort of open toe.
Yeah, so no open toe.
Well, no. I mean, it's okay. We'll work it out.
Okay.
They don't serve the food, so.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's not.
2 lives each as they're going the distance here.
Yeah, and they're both playing pretty much the same, which it may not be tactically sound, but it does make it interesting.
Yes, and also they're getting a feel for not dying, which is, of course, the main objective here.
Yes, this game has.
Oh, that was.
So far, this game has lasted.
Nice kill there from Katie.
I felt that one over here. So far, this game has lasted longer than any of the previous games.
Katie drops another.
And I say that as Jerry gets annihilated.
Jerry's on last at the bottom of the screen. You can see him fighting for his life down there. Katie sitting pretty at the moment up top.
That's correct. And now, Jerry won the first game, right?
Correct. Yeah, you can see the score on screen there, 1-0.
1-0. Oh, there, I got it. Yeah, I didn't recognize that was there. Thank you.
An egg flies right into Jerry. Katie gets a CPU kill off the top. No real reason to do that other than advance the stage. I like to be on the lava stage. I like to get the troll out. But other than that, I don't really care what stage we're on.
Oh, and that game is over. That game's toasted.
Katie ties it up.
It is now 1-1.
Someone wants to get knighted.
Yeah.
Looks like 2 people, actually.
It's funny when you watch it, you actually wince. When
you
see someone.
Yes.
Yeah, when you see, yeah.
Yeah, especially
you can actually feel it.
Yeah, you can actually, and you feel. I think we're over here being objective, feeling more pain than they are, because we're feeling it for them.
Yeah. Oh.
the glare reaction cam.
When I hear the bounce because it was an equal collision, that makes me wince the most.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my God, it was so close.
So
where did you? I guess was there anything going into the bounces and the sound it makes in the development?
Nice.
Yeah, every sound effect was important because it would it was important for signaling information. So we had a very talented lead sound guy, John Kolaric, and
look at that kill.
And then he had
Katie got a convincing kill on Jerry there, dropped in on above him.
Doing things. And each sound
just missed one there.
And I would rank some of them in terms of priority. Because of how, like the pterodactyl, you had to get
another convincing kill by Katie.
Attention. And obviously the wing flap was the most important sound. But the bounce when it was a tie, if there was a tie.
Oh, another convincing kill.
Critical.
Jerry is sweating pterodactyl eggs.
Those are some really critical sounds.
Looks like Katie's got a 2-life lead here.
Yes.
1 CPU on the board. It's a hunter, is that right?
Yes.
All right, they pass wave 2, and this is where I just want to start on this wave for this tournament.
Yeah, definitely more aggressive.
Give me the lava troll.
Yeah, definitely more aggressive. Lava troll. Oh my gosh. Jerry has one man left.
Katie drops one.
Katie sacrificed one. Playing at the top, the challenge with that is almost every enemy can hover across the top better than you can.
Yeah, Jerry's in the middle of the screen right now. Katie above.
Oh, here it's
CPU kind of protects Jerry there.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh! He tried for a quick kill and was just off. And
Katie is your winner.
Katie convincingly, it was 1-1, and Katie came back and won this match, and will be quickly knighted by His Royal Highness. We have another winner. So, Katie, you want to come over and have you met His Royal Highness, John Newcomer? No. So, what we need from you, if you would like to be knighted, is a curtsy. You know how to do a curtsy? You know how to do a curtsy? Yes. So. Well, welcome. This is His Royal Highness John Newcomer, creator of Joust, who will be knight. You're not knighted someplace else, are you?
No.
Okay. So this will be your first knighthood.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree to fight on Mr. Newcomer's behalf whenever he might call you?
Sure.
3 o'clock in the morning. Is that
I
okay?
mean, you know, if it's necessary.
Okay, if it's necessary. I think she'll be okay. If you would, Mr.
I think
Newcomer.
you should just kill for fun.
Kill for fun is okay too. Okay, so Mr. Newcomer will now knight
anyway,
you.
Congratulations on your win. You are a knight. Happy gutting.
Happy gutting.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we appreciate you playing.
Thank you.
Now your lunch tomorrow will be scrambled pterodactyl eggs.
Yes.
Okay. Those are actually green. Or they could be, with green dye. That was a brilliant win by. We've got our next night. Who are we playing now? Now, Mr. Newcomer is in great pain when he sees people dying that should be living. So we need to have a really good match.
Best 2 out of 3. Whoever survives the longest wins.
That's right.
And up next, we have another Free Play Killer Queen League Classic. It's Mihir and Brian, a.k.a. Stabby. I've got the names mixed up. There we go. That's correct. Brian on the left, the yellow.
So both
rider.
Both these folks play in the league?
Yes. All 4 seasons of, well, now 5 seasons of the Killer Queen League, they have been veterans. I don't know that either of them are Joust veterans. However, they are both known to pick up the wings on Killer Queen.
Convincing. I'm not exactly sure why Mihir decided to try to squeeze between Brian and that ledge. That was... there must have been some train of thought to it.
It's all tied up. Mihir's on the bottom here. That's Brian is spawning up above him.
That's right. That's right.
So Mihir in the league is a more defensive player.
Oh, that's 2 kills for
Mihir, yeah.
Yeah, this is
Mihir known to be more defensive in Killer Queen, and that's gonna pay off well here in Joust to be defensive.
Yes.
Brian,
defense
a.k.a.
is better than aggressive.
Yeah, Brian, a.k.a. Stabby, is known to be super aggressive in league, which is sometimes effective in Killer Queen, but that's the rough road in Joust.
Yeah,
you can see him. You can see. Oh, belly flops. Mihir ready for it. Can't drop fast enough for the kill.
That was an excellent try, other than completely missed, and it equated to a loss. And now Brian is down to his last ostrich. Oh, and game 1 is over. Mihir comes out on the top. Brian looked like he didn't want to play at all. I'm just kidding. Brian flew very aggressively, which is not a good tactic for...
Don't expect anything less from Brian. I haven't seen him not play aggressive in 2 years of playing with this man.
And you know, if you're just playing for fun, that's absolutely okay if you like losing.
Mm-hmm.
I lose for fun.
Yeah, just jump in the lava.
Just jump in the lava.
And we're up.
And we're off on game 2.
Oh, John, thank you for making it able to restart so quickly. I really appreciate that as a tournament organizer. I don't even need event mode. Just hit start.
That's right. There you go.
Here's my money. Take it. Let's go. All right. Once again, we have Stabby taking the high ground. Mihir just camping under that bottom ledge, exactly like you'd want him to. Maybe a little. You want a little off center, right? So you have a little bit higher ground, right?
Yeah, yeah. I like to play a little on the right because there's more space to maneuver if I need to. But only in this. When I play normally,
Just dead center, right?
I'll play here or I'll play here when I play normal Joust. But any place underneath here, little right I think is better because you have more space. You have more ledge protecting you, but you have to play a little bit defensive and make sure that nothing's going to slide through on you.
These two have been playing with each other for over a year, so the trash talk is real right now.
It's really trashy.
There may be a dare happening.
Oh my gosh! Here we go.
Stabby swoops in and gets a kill, evens it
up.
up.
It's even Steven here. Brian Mihir and Mihir are in equal pain, which is what we like to see. They're not clubbing each other. They're literally stabbing each other with a lance.
You would think that would benefit the player that we call Stabby in the league, but
I was thinking that there was some.
Oh!
That was nice.
That was painful.
Mihir has the technique down.
That was sweet.
You know, it's too bad we don't have that in slow motion so people can learn from that.
we can clip that later.
Yeah,
Brian, clip that.
Yeah, we can clip that one. Clip that one later. Save it for slow motion. Oh no!
Gary having a nice chuckle behind them. All right, that is Mihir with the high ground. Oh,
oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Brian is down to his last person. Mihir is running on top and smirking in the background, as is appropriate.
Oh, Gary wants this on camera. Wants the reverse angle.
Oh, the pterodactyl death when you think you're in the clear is. Ouch.
He hits the gas, too, when he gets out of the stage.
Oh!
Down goes Brian.
Brian attempted to kill and instead was completely toasted.
Yeah, but that was good. That was a nice kill.
Don't do it, Anakin. I have the high ground. Was that your ode to? Was that your ode to? We'll have to wait till he comes over. No, this is Brian. Mihir, excellent. So Mihir, great kill. Was that I have the high ground? Your ode to Star Wars. Anakin, don't do it. I have the high ground.
Yeah. You know, in episode 3, I think it was a classic saying.
Classic, absolutely. And have you met His Royal Highness, Mr. Newcomer?
No, I have not. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Did we tell you could touch him?
No, but I just.
But it's okay. We just wanted to make sure, because normally if you touch the head of a kingdom, you might get your hand cut off. But in this case, we're going to let you live. Are you knighted in any other country?
I'm not. This will be a first.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate you playing and coming out. And Mr. Newcomer, if you would be so kind as to knight Mihir here, and we will use him in our army. Now, wait. If we call you at 3 o'clock in the morning, will you come and fight for us?
I'll have to make some other phone calls, but I can make an exception.
Brilliant. All right. We're going to get you knighted here.
Well, congratulations on your ruthless kill.
Thank you.
They were ruthless. They were ruthless.
Yes, so congratulations on being a knight. Happy gutting on your in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
We appreciate you being on board.
Thank you.
No, that was Mihir, correct? Yes, sir. I want to make sure I get you forwarded here.
Thank you.
here. All right, we're already forming the.
Chris, turn on the beta.
Well, the second round is forming up pretty good here.
I'm doing something.
Oh, we have. I think the roles of Killer Queen are different conditions of feeling without. We're going to run some. Start playing without feeling like you run somebody else's fun. Hey, what's up? What's up, Nick Joust? My birthday. Happy birthday to Joust. There's some happy birthday, Joust. Somebody wants to know where John Carmack was. Well, that was last night. I think we're good. Who are we playing now? We have James and Crystal T. Oh my gosh, they're off to a brutal start. Oh, got a good bounce off the ceiling and it was close.
Damn, that was close.
Yeah. Oh, what a brilliant kill by James, dropping on Crystal's head. Crystal still has a headache from that one. This was not going to last very long. It's like James and Crystal don't like each other for some reason. Here it comes. Oh! Look at that. So there's some nice play there. Playing protected. Oh! What happened there? The kill was in it. Crystal forced the kill. That was great strategy. Crystal's ahead by 3 players. 3 extra men there. Oh, why did Crystal do that for absolutely no reason? Don't have to kill anything if you can play protected. Just let him go. Let him go. Here we go. James is ready to drop into the lava for some. James is done. James. Oh no, James is on his last person. All right, yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. So this is 3. This is it gets tough.
Oh yeah.
Game over. James wins. That's game 1 for James. And we're right off on game 2. There's no rest. There's no bathroom break on Cutthroat. So we only had one match that really was of any time frame as far as length. Oh my gosh, that was such a good attempt at a kill that Crystal wouldn't have even seen it coming. That was impressive. Oh! Ooh. James has got some impressive skills. Another kill. Another kill. Oh! Crystal killed herself. This one's getting painful. The really cool, another death there. Soon's going to be over. The really cool thing about this one, I don't know about you, John, but I've never seen so many people that have flying skills. Mm-hmm. The flying skills are not easy to master, and I mean, this whole group has some flying skills. The question is, I don't think it's going to be, do they have flying skills? I think it's going to be who's the better tactician, who can use the game against itself and against your opponent. Mm-hmm. Now we've got the pterodactyl out. You know it's scary.
Yep, that was a good pterodactyl.
Yeah, that was good. So we're down to 2 guys to 3 with Crystal in the lead. James won the last match. Oh, it is looking. It is even right now. Can Crystal come back and even up the match? Can Krista do it? Oh! It's close. It's close. Oh, there we go. James with 2 games straight to win the match. Well done for James. Well done for James. James.
How y'all doing?
James, congratulations
Thank
your
you.
convincing.
Yeah, I was just trying to run around and just do as much as I could.
So what was your strategy for your win? Did you have one?
I was just trying to get high and just.
You were trying to get. What were you sniffing to get high?
I mean, I was just trying to. Yeah. Oh no, none of that. Yeah.
Oh well, we were hoping you'd share with us.
Yeah. No, not me.
No. All right. But you can give it to us later in secret. Okay, it'll be all right. Oh, so have you met His Royal Highness before? No,
How
you
doing?
have not.
How do you do?
James, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, James.
So this is His Royal Highness, Mr. Newcomer, and what we're going to do is check out, make sure that you can be knighted. Are you knighted anyplace else on any?
No, I'm not.
This is your first knighthood.
Yep.
Okay, so there are some requirements. Is that you will answer the call to kill on command. If we call you at like midnight, will you come out? And
That's
do some
what I'm
killing?
here for.
Brilliant. All right, I think he qualifies to be knighted, sir.
Well, congratulations on your impressive victory. You're a knight.
I appreciate it.
And enjoy the rest of your gutting.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks for coming out, man. We appreciate it. Okay, so that was. Who did we just have there? Oh. Who was that? That was James. Where's James at here? James? Why am I missing James? James. Oh, it was here, right? Okay.
Lana, right? L-A-N-A?
It's Lana, like banana.
Lana like banana, but not spelled like banana, right?
Right, L-A-N-A.
There we go. Yeah, we're filling it out. All right, we're getting ready to start our next match, and we have Brian and Lana, which is match number 11 in the Joust Cutthroat Death Match here at Free Play Arlington on the actual day, 40 years to the day that Joust was launched to the public. And we have with us His Royal Highness John Newcomer, who is commentating and also knighting people in the first round. So the second round, we will actually have knights fighting. Oh, and this is a very good group of flyers, and Brian is quickly annihilating Lana, playing a strategy that I'm not very fond of, but he is very good at dropping down on people from the top here. Wow, that is some good flying by Brian. I'm pretty. Oh! That was painful.
That's painful too.
I was I could feel the feathers being plucked out of the tail. There might have been a little blood there. I'm not sure. Oh, another kill. Wow. Okay, Lana's down to her last man. Game 2 over, Lana. Lana was toast. And when I say toast, Brian is actually eating ostrich meat on toast. Getting ready to start the second match. Brian has to kill his men off, which John and I have talked about this. It's incredibly painful to have to kill your men off. Less painful when somebody else, dropping into the lava. That was toasty. Ready for the second round. Yep, they've started up the second round. Brian and Lana from Free Play Arlington on the 40th anniversary of Joust. Can it get any better than that? The only thing better than playing on the anniversary of Joust is winning on the anniversary of Joust, right? I would losing on the 40th anniversary of Joust would be not so cool. So there will be no participation trophies.
Yeah.
No participation trophy. Only guttings. Oh, ouch. Why is there just one player up here? Am I missing something? They started, didn't get two people started. There, okay. Didn't get two people started. That's what happened. Both of these players are very aggressive at the top players, which means they're Killer Queen. Oh! Killer Queen players. If I recall correctly, Alana said that her brother wouldn't let her play arcade machines because he was the king of the arcade. Well, she's playing pretty good, and this is difficulty 9. Not like 9 like in German, like no, 9 as in it's really tough. So not as it only really tough, but you're playing against somebody. So tougher than you normally play against somebody who doesn't want you to live. Ooh, that would have been a good drop down on the head there if Lana could have came down. Ooh, that was another wicked move by Brian. It was fast and furious, and Vin Diesel was commenting on it earlier. Both three extra men apiece. Who's going to be the next one to blink? Look. Oh. I was going to say, what is going on there, Lana? Lana says, I'd like to fly up and have Brian sit on my head and see how much he weighs. I'm not sure why that happened, but it was interesting.
Are we still in the first match here?
This is, I believe this is the second.
Who got the first win?
Is this the second one? I could be wrong.
Brian
No,
wins that one.
No, I think Brian won the first one. I could be wrong. Oh, ouch. Oh, did you have Brian came out. Okay, Brian.
I'm sorry?
Brian, congratulations on your win, sir.
Thank you.
It was very convincing. You're a Killer Queen player?
Yes, very much so.
So you have some good flying skills.
Mm-hmm.
What gravitates you to Joust? Why do you want to play Joust?
It's
we don't care, but we wanted to hear.
It's I love the rule set. I love it. It's just like, who's got the high ground, and I feel like that factors in a lot. It also has the longevity of being able to survive for a long time, and I love survival games.
Yeah, it has that kind of Highlander feel to it where there can only be one, right?
Exactly.
There can only be one.
Mm-hmm.
So the question for you is, are you a knight anyplace else?
Only during the nighttime.
Only during nighttime. So you're a knight during nighttime. You're a nighty night. All right. So, sir, I guess His Royal Highness is okay to knight you if you will commit to killing people on command. If he calls you at 2 o'clock in the morning, will you come out and kill people?
Oh, I'll already be up killing people.
Dude, guy doesn't even sleep. He's definitely knight material.
No, yeah, we want killers here.
We want serious killers. These people who say, I have to have a nap. No, I think this one's okay. I think he'll come out and protect you.
Well, I pledge my allegiance to you.
Well, happy gutting. Congratulations on your knighthood.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun.
It's an honor.
Pleasure, man. Thanks for coming out and playing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was Brian, right? Brian and Lana. Here we go, filling it out. So we should probably be into Ed. Is that who's up? Ed in 30. What's going on down here? Is it the bottom of the bracket?
What does 30 mean?
I don't know. What is Ed and what is? Oh, you got Ken and where's that one at? Up above.
All right, we have Ken B and Nathan K, a.k.a. Nathan Casson, a.k.a. Run for Your Life. This is the best flyer we have in the tournament. He's a Killer Queen player, and he is monstrous. Now, will that translate to Joust? We don't know, but it sure could.
Right here. Okay.
Nathan's down a life here.
Oh!
Down two now.
Did you say Nathan was good?
He absolutely is, yes. Now, a Joust veteran, no. And what he is a speed warrior in Killer Queen, which doesn't necessarily have an equivalent in Joust because you're always the same speed as the other character. But his zoning, I suspect he's going to narrow it in here. And the quicker he leaves the tournament, the better for the rest of the tournament because he will adapt quickly.
Well, so far he's convincingly lost 2 men.
Mm-hmm. And 3 now.
3 men. Yeah,
Take
3 men.
hands off the controller.
And tell us about Ken B.
Ken B, I haven't met him before. So it's really Nathan that I know well because of the league. Oh, double kill there from Nathan. Puts himself into an awkward situation, survives it.
There you go. Ken B.
Oh, quick kill there for Ken.
Oh my gosh.
Nathan's on last. See a more conservative Nathan, I suspect.
Oh,
very physical
there it is.
play here.
First game. Ken B defeats the favorite, Nathan K, in a shocking upset on the first game of this match. The question is, can Nathan come back and win the next game to even it up? So Nathan's strategy for the first game was to lose.
Yep.
And
maybe he's afraid of the pressure of being knighted.
Yeah, to lull lull Ken into a false sense of confidence.
The thing is, his wife has already been knighted, so this is gonna be really weird in the kitchen tomorrow.
Yeah. So, and which one was Ken's wife?
Katie.
Katie, yes, indeed. Katie did an excellent job.
Lonnie's doing good for trash talking.
Yes. Well, and I'm being kind. Because I'm just commentating trash talking. Oh, that was a seriously good kill by Ken. Oh, and he missed an easy kill there. The ones that are disappointing is when you have an easy kill.
Good evasive maneuver there from Nathan.
That was painful to watch.
I like zoning from Ken here, keeping his distance, trying to stay in a safe space, running away. I like it.
Run away. Brave, Sir Robin.
Go. There we go.
Oh, a nice kill by Ken.
That was
Nathan.
That was a nice.
Now even again, a quick kill from Nathan.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was needlessly close there from Nathan.
Oh, that was nice.
That was.
Both of them took their hands off the joystick there.
That's.
One.
Oh my gosh.
One extra for each. There's another kill for Ken.
Ken
looking to
Nathan
put
bring
Nate
it
out.
back. Nathan, the favorite, is down. One game has 1 man left. Oh, and Nathan's coming back. It's even up.
Sudden
1
death.
man apiece.
Goes right at the CPU. Fearless.
Oh
my
God. Oh, I'm.
So much movement here from Nathan. Watch out.
This
and the trolls coming into play too.
Okay, this is the most fun so far. Oh!
Ken B is your winner.
Ken B wins 2 straight to defeat the favorite, Nathan K. Woo!
Hello, gentlemen.
Ken, wow,
Thank you,
some
sir.
good flying skills
Appreciate
there.
it. An honor, sir. Good to meet you both.
So, we appreciate how well you played, and Sir John Newcomer would like the opportunity to knight you.
It'd be an honor.
Are you knighted anyplace else? Because you can only be knighted with Joust.
Once with the Pips, and that was really
was
quick.
it.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
left-
it was, and it was one night.
It
To
was
be
one
honest,
night.
it was
You
a
were
little
knighted.
odd.
You were knighted for
Right.
one night, and then you
Yes.
then you abdicated.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, but
all
I've been
right,
on this trail for a long time. Joust has been my favorite game since I was 4. So this
Nice.
is fantastic.
What makes you love Joust?
A little bit of unpredictability, it seems, programmed unpredictability, and I love the pterodactyl.
The
It has been a
pterodactyl.
lifelong goal to finally get that completely honed in on how to drive that lance right in his beak.
How are you doing? Are you good at
Got
that?
one out of every 5 times, so not that great.
So what's your high score?
That I don't know.
Not
I've
on-
got it
not
saved
on-
in my phone.
Not in this.
I've
but-
got it saved very early in the reel on my phone, but off
Cool.
the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, tonight and tomorrow I'll be playing Joust. So if you need some tips, I'll be playing high-level Joust.
Excellent.
There are 2 machines here I haven't played in the registry. But to say that His Royal Highness,
Yes.
Mr. Newcomer, would like to knight you. We have one more requirement, which is, upon request, will you come out and kill people at 4:30 in the morning?
Absolutely, if needed in the further advancement of our jousting. Absolutely.
Well, you can't ask for more than
and
that.
specific pterodactyls.
Need a sword. I think we need, 2 more swords?
Swords? Sword. Mr. Delp? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
My
There you go,
daughter
behind you.
earlier united, so.
Yes. It
We're,
would have been embarrassing for you not to be knighted,
This
which is
exactly. I've taught her everything that she knew,
Yeah.
and she's way more vicious than I am at the game. So.
Yeah, fearless.
Yeah.
Fearless. We enjoyed it. So we have a family of knights. This is going to be great. This is
Telling
going to
ya.
be great. So which one is better, you or her? Yeah, don't admit that.
I've been around a while,
Don't
though.
admit that. You can trash talk a little bit. and he's your dad, so you can actually push him and make him lose. It's absolutely fine as long as it's family.
We've got to capture this. Joust, literally. I've worshipped this game forever. Very nice.
All right.
Sir.
Okay. Congratulations on your win. You're now a knight.
Thank you.
Enjoy future guttings in the tournament.
Thank you very much, sir.
Chris, could you get a picture of the 4 of us together? You guys squeeze in here together, and we'll get a picture of you together.
There you go.
Just squeeze in here. You get. Brilliant. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you very much.
Great flying on both of you.
Oh, appreciate it. And thank you for the game. Tremendous.
Where is Ken? Ken B. That was Ken B, right? Who was that? I'm sorry. Who was that, Chris? I lost it. Chris, who was that?
Ramiro and Cloud is just playing now.
No, the one that just played.
I already scored it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So now we have Romero and Cloud. You would think with a name like Cloud that there would be some serious skill sets. So what are the favorites here?
Marginally, I would say Cloud, but marginal. They're both Killer Queen players. Both of them have a defensive first mindset, which is going to benefit them here in Joust. We have Ramiro on top here. Cloud is in the middle of the screen. Neither of them are really studying the meta. Cloud is a more arcade veteran player.
Nice.
So he plays all the games and plays Street Fighter, plays pinball, good at basically everything.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, this is any man's game here.
So far, it's very defensive, and nobody's attacked each other, looking for weaknesses. Check. My goodness, he was completely exposed there.
It's so tough to Cloud just surviving the maelstrom.
Oh my
Nice
gosh.
movement here.
Oh my goodness. Ramiro comes away with that win.
Cloud is on an absolute killing spree. Finally goes down. You know, the movement, like you take a trajectory down to swoop in and kill your opponent, and it's hard to predict how quickly your opponent, especially the CPU, can rise.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a more static rise rate in Killer Queen. That's definitely catching some of these players off guard. Nice kill there from
nice
Ramiro.
Kill. Yes, absolutely. And you know, at this level of difficulty, it seems like
Double kill there.
they drop even faster. It could just be my imagination, which is pretty vivid.
Yeah, life lead for Ramiro, so that trade benefiting him.
Cloud has 2 players left.
Cloud's on last now.
And let's fly across the top and die.
Yep.
And those of you who haven't met me, there's a phrase that I coined 10 years ago when people started asking
Ramiro
me
takes game 1.
about how to get better, and I said, flying is dying.
Die or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, flying is dying. Oh, look at that. Oh, that game is over, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Ramiro won the first one.
Yep. Ramiro's up 1-0.
We're on to the second game in this match. Ramiro is up 1 game, and the aggressive flying by Cloud is still in effect. Oh, Ramiro sacrificed the first guy, and then for absolutely no reason, Cloud decides to run into a bounder. And when you run into a bounder, if you're not above him, you're dead.
Oof.
Got a good one coming up on deck.
Oh, that was a good try by Cloud, but ended up just a couple pixels short of Ramiro.
All right, I say there's no scraping, except that bounder is clearly scraping up there.
Yeah.
Aggressive fly here from Ramiro.
Yeah, that was a good escape by Cloud.
Still 1 extra life for Cloud, so not super danger yet. Good job bringing 1 back. Ramiro drops 1. Even score? Oh, it was close to even.
Yep, it's
so
even.
Nice kill from Cloud. Ramiro's on last. Cloud looking to even this tournament match up.
Yep. Cloud looking to even it up. Ramiro's on last. Oh my goodness, it's even.
All right, Cloud fighting for his winner's bracket life.
And Ramiro could shut him out here.
Yeah, well, 1 kill.
1 kill and Ramiro.
And Ramiro's getting 90'd.
That's correct. And Cloud will have his intestines pulled out.
Right? There it is.
There it is.
Ramiro wins.
Convincing win by Ramiro.
Ramiro, you won? Yep, I'm trying to die.
Mr. Ramiro, congratulations on your convincing win. Have you played Joust before?
At least 4 times.
At least 4 times.
Yeah.
So what do you like about Joust?
Admittedly, I mostly got into it because I play Killer Queen, this game over here, a lot.
Right.
Yeah. And I just like a lot of the physics. It's fun to play differently, especially now that there's momentum to this game.
Nice. So, have you met His Royal Highness?
I have not, Ramiro Rodriguez.
Ramiro. It sounds like somebody who would go out and fight. Ramiro. You need to do it more like Princess Bride. You know when he tells him who he is. Can you do it
I'll give you my full name.
Please do it like they do in Princess Bride. Can you do that?
My name is Ramiro Ivan Alves Maragondra Luz Rodriguez. Prepare to die.
Actually, that's now
that's
prepare
brilliant.
to die.
Prepare to die.
Before your matches,
you need to do that the next time, right before your match.
Right
You
before
need
your
to
match.
do that.
No,
You're welcome. You're welcome for that idea.
Yeah, I think you should do that.
And you actually that was like perfect tone. So you have 1 qualification that we have to make sure. 2. Are you knighted anyplace else?
I have not been.
Okay, good.
I've been working on it, but I haven't.
Good. Well, you have earned a knighthood here. We only have 1 other qualification, which is if you're called at 1:35 in the morning, will you come out and kill people?
Sword?
It might interfere with my other 135 killing people, but I'll do it.
Okay, we'll do it. So that does it. If you would, Mr. Newcomer, Your Royal Highness, please knight our winner here, Mr. Romero.
Congratulations. You are a knight. Good luck.
Thank
the
you,
rest
sir.
Of the tournament.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for playing.
Thank you. And I'd love an autograph card, by the way. I would love an autograph card, by the way.
Sure, no problem.
There should be the ink pen there. You're up in there someplace.
Okay.
Oh, I think I may be up there too. I don't know where mine are.
How do you want it?
Just to Ramiro.
Just-
R-A-M-I-R-O.
I'm sorry. Just.
R-A-M.
Okay.
I-R-O.
Okay.
Where's the? Oh, you've got the little pen.
Yeah, actually.
You get it okay?
Yeah, but that one is so
Yeah.
juicy. I might use mine instead.
Oh, that point is not. It's pretty.
I'm butchering this.
Flap on, dude.
I'm sorry, E-R-O or I-R?
I as in India, R-O.
Okay, so I screwed this one up here.
We have some ringers coming up here soon. Not sure. I think we have one of the Killer Queen creators playing. I think that's everybody. I think that's everybody from the first round. There are a couple folks that got by. Is that right, Chris? We got a couple people that got by, so we're into the second round. Oh wait, who are we missing here? Oh, here we go. We got. Is this Richard and
let
Nikita?
that dry for a moment.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to let that air out a bit.
Is this Richard and Nikita?
Take care.
Ray and Joshua. Oh, okay, good. Where is this one at? What am I missing here?
There we go. We have Ray S. on the left and Killer Queen creator Joshua DeBonis on the right. Quick kill there for Josh. It's like he's played this game before.
Uh-huh.
Don't know how that happened. Okay. You can't run faster than you can fly.
That is correct.
You would think of all people he would know that.
Oh!
A nice kill there. Ray has 2 lives to spare. Josh is in the thick of things. Ray just sort of hovering down low as he should, collects an egg.
Oh, sacrificed by Joshua.
2 lives remain for each. Joshua spawns high. Got a point lead if that mattered, which it doesn't. Oh, just hot dog in there. I'll fly under you. I'll walk under you.
Oh, no.
Good defensive game there for. Oh, that's excellent.
Oh, I saw that one coming.
That was nice.
Yeah, Joshua caps the ledge very nicely.
Yeah, Ray was too focused on the bounders.
Mm-hmm. You see him do it again. Josh is making an effort to cap ledges, catching Ray coming out.
Oh my gosh. Flew right past him, could have had an easy kill. There it was. Josh was on his last man. Oh my gosh, there. Oh, that was painful to watch. Oh, Joshua goes. The favorite is crushed convincingly. Both great flying skills. Looking for match 2. Ray, where is Joshua? Why can I not find that?
All right. Ray up 1-0 over Killer Queen creator Joshua.
Why am
Nice kill there from Ray. Up a life. Excellent flying here from Ray. Didn't want to enter this tournament. Doing quite well. Trade goes in favor of the one with the life lead. That's Ray. Another kill for, nope. So that's a evening up kill there from Joshua.
Yep.
Both players low. Got a hunter spawning.
Oh my gosh.
That kill
Go.
goes
Another
to
kill for
Ray.
Ray. Oh.
Josh evens it up.
Evens out.
Leaving the hunter in play. Could have got the kill. Instead, wanting to set the trap against Ray.
That's right.
Bang, got it.
One,
There, it pays off.
Another one. Here we go, trying to even up the match. Ray is ahead by 1.
Oh, so fast. It's hard to deal with the
And
acceleration.
now it's evened up. Oh, why?
Oh, very close. Just a little bit high on the trajectory.
Oh, no.
That
Here we go.
evens
Evens
it up.
It's 1-1. Ray and
1-1.
Joshua going for the rub game here.
All right, winner gets knighted. Josh takes the high ground.
Nothing better than a Saturday night knighting.
Ricochet kill there from Ray, or I'm sorry, from Joshua. Nicely done. I love a good ricochet in this game.
Nice.
Second kill from Joshua.
Nice.
He's starting to feel himself.
You'd think that perhaps this Killer Queen creator
Oh.
may have some flying skills.
Yeah, it's coming back to him.
May have flapped once or twice in his life.
Josh with the extreme high ground takes out a hunter. Getting low. Bounder's after him. Oh. Played with his food there, but Ray gets the kill.
Ray toasted him pretty good there. So far, it's been a great match. Both exhibiting some good skill sets. Oh, goodness.
Just the aggression just does not pay off in this. Wow, that's close to hovering there from Josh. That's pretty impressive.
See, that's a good skill set. Oh no! Ray is trying to even out.
Yeah, one more.
Come back. He needs
one more
kill to even it out.
Josh hanging in low, picks up an egg. Kills a bounder up there. Josh sort of playing around with one. Another kill. Ooh, Josh over. All right, this is
Ray is on his last man. Oh, when he gets a kill.
One stock still for Joshua.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Nice ricochet
nice.
off the roof to
Nice
finish him
kill
off.
by
Joshua DeBonis
Josh
is your winner, and guess who gets knighted?
That was one of the most exciting matches.
Yeah, that was good. Am I missing Joshua on this list? Does it go higher?
I thought you were down for the first round.
Yeah, there must be more up underneath here someplace. There's Adam, Tracy. I'm not seeing him. Where's
You definitely are.
why can we not get the?
He's not seeing. He's not seeing. We're not seeing these.
I don't see Joshua on here.
I got it.
You've got it. All right. So Joshua's no, you're getting knighted. You're getting knighted.
Oh, and I get on mic? Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
Hello, your lead, my liege.
Congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
win. I'm aware that you've met His Royal Highness Mr. Newcomer before.
It's true. It's true.
And that you
At a royal feast last night.
Yes, at a royal feast, and that you have some skills. And we only have one major question because we know you're not knighted anyplace else. Is if you're called at 12:35 in the morning, will you come out and kill for His Royal Highness?
Oh, absolutely. Anybody.
There you go. There you go, man.
Anybody, anytime.
I will kill anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone, anytime. Excellent, sir. If you would kneel.
Well, that's the story.
Oh, and Neil.
You don't have to curtsy.
That was an exciting match.
It was an exciting match.
It was great fun.
Congratulations
my liege.
on your knighthood, and
happy gutting.
Enjoy the gutting of the rest of your tournament.
As a knight of House Newcomer, may I ask you a question about the game that I just learned?
Yes.
So I realized after I died, I didn't touch the controls, and when I respawned, or after I won, I didn't touch the controls, and when I respawn, it respawns very slowly.
Yeah, but
why?
you can tap it at any
Right,
time.
but what's the purpose of that?
Because it gives people a it gives them a choice. They can come in, or they can
wait
till
a better
wait.
angle.
I see.
And change your
I see. So it's just I always am like hitting something, so I never notice it. Is that the deal? Yeah. Okay.
So if you're like at spawning at the top and everything's running like back and forth like this,
right?
It gives you like 1001, 1002.
Right.
So that you can pick what time you want to come out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You bet. Great win, sir.
Thank you.
Ooh, that was loud. Let's see. We're into the next match. Not sure.
Are they done with the first round?
I think that's the first round.
Okay.
Well, at least I don't have anybody here, but there's stuff up here higher that I can't get to that he's got on his phone. So he's got access to something I can't see in here. So we have one of the other creators of Killer Queen, which should be, we should have, what do we got going on here? We have Nikita and Richard, and our favorite should be Nikita, one of the other creators of Killer Queen, getting ready to start their first game of this match.
Where are they?
I don't. You'll have to ask. You have to ask Chris. I don't know where they're at. Where are these guys in the bracket?
Towards the end, so you gotta scroll down. Actually, right here, Nikita and Richard.
Oh, they went forward. Okay.
Yep. So Nikita, one of the creators of Killer Queen.
Sorry. Yeah,
Richard also in the league, so a veteran player. Nikita, more Killer Queen experience. I would guess more Joust experience as well. Although Richard definitely plays Joust also.
Both got some flying skills. That, to me, the thing that I've really enjoyed is the flying skills that everybody has here.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Good job matching the speed there from Nikita. Richard up a stock. We're in the team wave. Let's see if they go for those extra points and make friends.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
And the points don't matter.
Don't tell Nikita that, who just wipes the entire stage and then gets killed by Richard.
Nice kill. A nice kill by Richard.
Went for the clean sweep. Didn't quite work out. All right, the hunters come out. 2 of them. One looking at Richard, one looking at Nikita.
Yeah, so just remember, the higher somebody's flying and the more active, the more aggressive see how they're going to chase the higher person.
Richard trying to drop on that hunter. Shadow Lord coming. Richard prevents that. Pterodactyl's out. Nikita fleeing. Pterodactyl's looking to...
Oh, went from the close kill to a death by a pterodactyl.
Nikita got the...
There are uglier deaths, but death by pterodactyl's not pleasant.
Shadow Lord all over the place. Richard takes care of it, though. He's showing some Joust skills.
Yes. An impressive match so far. Richard has all his guys left, and Nikita has 2.
Just barely gets under and then gets clipped by Bounder.
Oh, my gosh.
The Lava Troll is out. Watch out. Richard drops one, spawning mid-screen.
Oh, another kill.
Still 2 stock lead for Richard, so he's good if he can stabilize. No, watch out for that Lava Troll. Getting low, and round 1 goes to Richard.
Setting up for their game 2. 2
and 3, right, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I got a chance. All right.
And we are off again. Round 2 after the first one went to Richard. Nikita on the left, your yellow rider. Richard in the center now, making kills with the blue.
Oh,
it looked like the
nice
buzzard
kill.
got him. I know he didn't, but it looked like the buzzard got him.
Oh, another nice try.
A lot of movement here from Richard. Now Nikita on the move. Ducks low. Nikita going full Wii mode on us. Actually ducking physically. Captures the egg. Nikita gets low. He's safe-ish down there. Richard trying to cap ledges. Nikita doing some nice tight maneuvering under the lower ledge.
Yep. Let's get some great movements with that Stork.
I'm not sure if the backpack is a advantage, but
yeah, I think it's keeping him a little bit better grounded.
Yeah.
Didn't work for him well in the first round, though.
it's player cooperation round. Oh, and that's going to blow the 3,000 point bonus there for Richard. I don't know if he's going to recover from that one emotionally.
Yep. Mostly scarred for at least the rest of the weekend.
It's a close one, but Nikita gets a kill on the right side of the screen. And gets a kill of Richard.
Yeah, why would Richard put himself directly underneath somebody who wanted to kill him? We're still trying to think that one through.
Oh, Nikita drops and Richard wisely hits the deck. And we got a reversal. Richard up top.
I have to say this is an enjoyable match. Ooh. Somebody, that's the problem is people overcommit. Anytime you overcommit, you're exposed.
2 stock lead here from Nikita, trying to even this match up. Flies over the bounder, picks him off, leaves the egg for Richard. Here comes the pterodactyl. Who's going to blink? Potential hunter coming. Pterodactyl trying to belly flop people again.
Oh, there was a good kill.
All right,
I don't know if you caught that at the last second. There was a kill.
Still a 1 stock lead for Nikita. Richard got one in the chamber as well. Playing around with the CPUs. Nikita chilling out, being safe down there, as he should. Richard up top. Nice kill from Richard.
Oh.
Nikita takes one down low. That evens it up. Still one in the chamber for each.
This match is down to 2 men apiece. Oh.
Richard is on last.
Richard's on last. Nikita could move forward.
There you go. Nikita ties it up. We're going all the way here. Just dive into the lava.
All right, should I just die now?
Yeah.
No, that was it.
Well, that's 1-1.
Was that 1-1? I thought
Yep.
I thought it was 1-1.
It is 1-1. No, this is 1-1.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay, the rub match is 1-1 on the rounds.
Nikita.
Both players have some great flying skills.
I want you to look at that nice pose there from Nikita's Yellow Warrior down low. See the left side. Nice model pose there.
Yeah,
Look, there's the right. Got a good strut going on.
Got left and right. Got the butt. Got the butt sticking out. A little hand on the hip. That's one of those Jessica Biel poses. Looking good.
Richard tries to cap the ledge there on Nikita, but he's a little late. These two are starting to figure it out.
Yeah, definitely enjoying this round. Oh.
Oh, so close.
Look out.
Nice spacing there from Richard, occupying the place between the top ramp, or the lower ledge, and the middle ledge. Good zoning. Richard kind of protecting that egg. Nikita wants it. He wants them points.
Yeah. Well,
sure, they're style points.
Style points.
But we're all about style.
It's got to be style points.
Mm-hmm.
Style points could get you gutted if you lose.
Yeah, but style.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right, 2-stock lead here for Richard, but he's up top.
Do we have an award for best style at the tournament?
We can get one. I'll tell you what, we'll put John in charge of that. You can tell us who has the best style at the end of this.
Yes, yes.
Oh, Nikita getting a little spooked, gets very close to a buzzard.
Yeah, almost slid underneath him. This is the rub game. One apiece.
Yep. 1-stock lead for Richard. Got the high ground, which is not necessarily a good thing here. Kills 2 CPU spawns. They're still coming. Kills a hunter. Another hunter. Richard's out for CPU blood. Nikita drops one. Back to a 2-stock lead for Richard.
Ooh.
Very narrow escape there from Nikita. Oh my goodness. Richard gets it done. We might have it. Yes, we have a Shadow Lord.
Look at the Shadow Lord being
Who does he
down.
want? Walks towards Nikita into the.
Oh, nice.
Come get some of this.
Oh, okay. Egg wave is going to be interesting how to play it.
Looks like they're collecting the eggs here.
They're going to collect them.
What do you do, John? Do you collect them or you let them go?
In a cutthroat?
Yeah, cutthroat.
Let them go.
Yeah, I do too. I'll even protect them. Troll's got a hold of a buzzard over there. Don't fall for that bait, gentlemen. The Troll's got bad intentions, and it's not for the bounder.
No.
All right.
Nikita on last. Richard looking to get knighted.
On last.
It'll be Sir Richard.
Killer
Get
Queen.
one more kill.
We have one Killer Queen so far that's advancing to the next round. Can Nikita also do it?
Pterodactyl trying to belly flop.
Oh!
Lots of traffic here. Nikita exits and the Pterodactyl takes him out. Richard is your victor. Congratulations. Let's get him over here.
Shuts down Nikita, one of the Killer Queen creators, in an excellent death match.
That was a good
worthy of respect.
That was a very nice match.
Richard, an excellent death match, shutting.
Nice win.
Excellent death match, shutting down one of the creators of Killer Queen in this Joust match. Have you met His Royal Highness?
I have not. It's Josh, right?
No. This is
John?
John Newcomer
All right.
from Joust, who is going to knight you. We have 2 questions. Are you knighted anyplace else?
I'm not.
Okay.
No,
so
this is the first.
So you can be knighted here. The other thing, you have to be willing, if Mr. Newcomer calls you at 2 o'clock in the morning, will you come and kill for him?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. That's what we wanted to hear.
Good. We got killers. So that was an excellent match.
Yes, excellent flying skills, sir.
Cool.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Congratulations on your impressive win.
I appreciate it. I feel like, shutting down is an excessive term. I had fierce competition. I think most credit to my competitor too. So, but it is a pleasure. Joust has been a long time, favorite of mine, probably my favorite, retro arcade growing up. So this is a real honor.
Nice. Well, you've touched the hand of the guy who created it.
Yes, and now I can't wash it.
I was going to say that you might want to seal it in Barathane or something like that. So
it's true.
Like this. Congratulations on your win, sir.
All right, it's a pleasure. Thank you again.
Let's see, did we get him in here? Where's Makita at?
Get a photo with you too.
Oh, he already got it. Yes, please do. Get in. Nice. All right. We'll be here, sir.
So this concludes round 1.
Yeah, that's probably, Chris, at the end of round 1, or do you have somebody left? We got two more sets, and then round 1 will be done.
Dawn's gonna kill me. This is obviously not what she thought.
Yeah, it's definitely running longer than we thought.
Are you guys ready? 5 lives. 5 lives. No extra lives. Best 2 out of 3, okay? Okay. Whoever survives the longest wins. And 3, 2, 1, go. I have these labeled a little bit opposite. That's actually Michael and Jason. Michael player 1, Jason player 2, aka Lincoln's dad.
Okay.
Lincoln, a Killer Queen playing 10-year-old. Not in the tournaments.
First kill already. Two deaths already.
A lot of movement here from Jason. Big pop-off happening in the background. Yeah, I think as far as the knighting goes. Ooh, nice. Saucy kill there from. Hard to see there. That's Jason. I'm sorry, that's Michael dying up top. Jason's on the bottom of the screen, running across right to left. Michael taking care of the CPUs. Jason's feisty. He likes moving fast, clearly. and gets a kill. 2-stock lead for Lincoln's dad. Hovering at the top of the screen, and a kill. That is a quick match for Jason.
Yes. Game 1. Convincing kill.
Yeah, that was quite sudden. And of course the bounder has no interest in actually killing Jason.
But it's not Jason. Didn't you say that one's Michael? You didn't say they had the names reversed?
Correct. However, Jason. No, I already reversed them, and it is Jason at 1. Jason's player 2.
You changed it back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm quick. All right, that game is over, and that game has just begun.
That's right. Jason 1-0.
Correct. He's trying to make sure, to asking his opponent what the score is. That's the aw shucks routine.
Ooh.
And 2 quick kills. Again, Jason in a hurry here. He is looking for the most definitive victory of round 1. Not going to get it perfect, though.
Yeah, definitely not going to get a win running yourself into a bounder.
Yeah, only 100 style points for Michael, and I don't want to let him know what does those 50 style points. Jason narrowly escapes death. Michael's flying over his head.
Nice.
Michael evens it up. He's got the Atari 2600 score. Another kill. Jason's on last, losing 4 straight lives. Michael's on an official killing spree up top. And that evens it up, and we have ourselves a match.
1-1. 1-1. Who wants it the worst?
I do, apparently, as I can't kill him off. One more stock in the kill off. That should do the trick. There we go. 1-1 reboot it.
It's Michael or Jason both aggressively going after it. I like, the first kill. I like the fly up, bounce off the ceiling kill. That's an impressive kill technique.
Almost goes for it again.
Yeah, I was going to say that's an impressive kills technique. As fast as you can, fly up, just like that. Just like that.
Oh, ricochet. Jason's got all the moves.
So Jason so far has the best kill. I have to give him the best kill of the night with the bounce off the ceiling kill.
Again with the ricochet. He is a pinball bouncing around out there.
Okay, it's even up, even though Jason's kills are impressive. He's still even with Michael. Michael goes, hey, dude, you can have all the kills you want, but that doesn't mean you're going to win. And so Michael is still killing Jason off. It is a 1.
All right, Jason is on last.
Jason's on last.
And no bonus style points for teamwork.
Yep. No. Oh, my gosh. And there it is.
The come from behind victory for Michael.
Michael wins.
All right, we'll have John do the knighting later. He's talking with the lady.
Oh, I thought he had to go to the bathroom. Facilities. Oh, no, he's talking to his wife. Hey, Chris. thought John would be done by 6 because we had all the cabinets. We didn't use the cabinets, so that's the reason it's.
We can see if I can get him tonight 3 more people.
Sure.
And then we're good. We're good to go.
All right, so you.
I need Adam B. and Tracy Glaive. Tracy and Adam B.
I'm not sure what to do about this, but the time is going much longer and
Well,
it's causing some real big problems for them.
Yeah, if you need to go, feel free to go.
Huh?
I said, if you need to go, feel free to go. They were supposed to play them all on all the.
But is it okay? I mean,
Absolutely no. Go ahead.
I didn't think this would last as long and as many people as
Well,
there are in
the
the
challenge.
first round.
Well, the challenge was we were supposed to have all these machines going at once, and they chose just to do one. So, feel free to go so that you can go do what you need to do. We thought we no, go right ahead. We thought we'd have you out of here by 6, and then Chris chose to just play on one machine. So I don't. That's.
Anything else I need to do to help? I don't want to leave anything.
No.
Also, in a binder.
No, we'll get it taken care of. You go do what you need to do, sir.
Okay. Yeah, just tell me what else I need to do.
No, you're good. You're good. You did.
The only other thing I can offer is I do have a copy of the original write-up. I could sign that for the winner, but I wouldn't be able to personalize it.
Sure.
I mean, would that be of any help?
Sure. If you want to sign one, feel free. We'll give it to the winner.
Well, would that be helpful?
Well, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. That's fine.
Well, I mean, it's not, that part isn't up to me. It's like, what's
Tracy's about to win, so knife her, and then potentially me, and you're good to go. Like, can you give us like 10 minutes? Not even 10 minutes. It's Tracy's right here.
Yeah, I don't want to disappoint somebody that we promised that
yeah.
I would get slaughtered.
Oh, no. That's not going to be a problem. That won't be a problem. We'll have this man stand in. He'll be a Kuma. That won't be a problem. I promise you. All right, Tracy gets the perfect here. All right, I'm standing with you here. Both standing completely motion. Oh, nice defensive play there from Tracy. Adam decides to test her mettle, and he failed. Tracy stoically standing under that ledge. Doesn't even want the egg. Oh, she's got it down now. Looking dangerous. Bounder gets a kill. Tracy still yet to drop a life. And no interest in the egg. None at all. Come to me, and we'll show you what's up.
Tracy's trying to win. She came all the way from the UK.
She's looking very strong, right? Oh my goodness, this is it. Adam can't take it anymore. He is
one guy left.
Good to go. Congratulations to Tracy. Moving on.
Oh no, he has one guy left.
Yeah, but he's done. You can see him cooked. Yeah, he's going to dive into the ocean here. All right. Good job, Tracy. Moving on.
Tracy.
And guess who gets knighted all the way from the UK? Tracy.
So Tracy Gleave, all the way from the UK, gets knighted. Tracy. Woo! Knighted. Congratulations, Tracy. Congratulations, Miss. So, do you promise to when you're called to come back to the United States and kill people at a moment's notice?
On Joust.
Okay, there you go, on Joust. It has been specified if you would be so kind as to knight our compatriot from the UK.
Well, congratulations, Knight, and good luck in the tournament. And happy gutting.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I think you're supposed to keep that.
I keep this then.
Yeah, that's correct. Is he good now, or you got?
He can, or
you got
if you don't mind giving me a shot at it.
Okay.
James,
I think he hasn't played yet. So he had to buy the first round. So when he's done, he should take off. So is this the last one before he leaves? Yep.
All right, so it's going to be tough, but
okay.
I will commentate while I play.
So you're gonna trash talk him on while you play.
No, I'm going to commentate my own loss here. Okay,
commentate
so
your loss. All right.
Chris and James. This is my good friend James. He's been one of Free Play Arlington's most loyal players throughout its history. I guess I have been as well, technically. This doesn't reach very well, but that's okay. I can play over here. I'm going to be player 1. James is player 2.
All right, here we go.
And I'm going to secretly listen to Lonnie's tech that he tells me how to win.
Chris and James are now playing.
Chris on the bottom.
Chris.
James threatening. He's up there with the CPUs, though.
Chris has a history of winning at Joust events. So he is currently the favorite, and he is ahead by 1.
I would say Tracy has got to be the favorite. She did not drop a man, and she looks super solid. I don't have her Joust reactions. I'll tell you if I did, and I don't. She looks. I don't want any piece of her.
She looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
Pretty strong. She was telling me that she could deadlift 500 pounds, so I'm thinking maybe she is.
2-stock lead for myself. James sitting pretty up. Nice strut there from James, going off the ledge just for style points. No actual points given to it.
Yep.
Oh, takes a life there.
Yeah, that was wicked.
Nowhere for James to spawn except up top. He's got 4 CPUs to deal with. Look at them, they all want him. Nice job drifting through them all, but eventually they catch him. Spawn's right back up top. Yeah, no, he's in the middle there. Gets a kill. Going to take a swipe at Chris, maybe?
James is down to his last guy. And Chris has lost nothing.
James ends the stage. The troll comes out for wave 3. James getting awfully close to the troll. Lots of CPUs on the board. Was that 6? Good kill from James. Chris lets him go under. James kills a third one. Wow, those Bounders look pissed, and they take it out on Chris, who drops a life.
That was a wicked death.
Yeah, that was a wicked death.
And just like that, it's 1-0 for myself. Get the kill off going. Spawning again and into the drink. And one more visit to the lava troll. And we're up.
Here we go. Game 2 in this match. Chris Delp, Joust champion, free play against James. First round winner.
Effortless collection of the egg there as I literally just stand there. I can hear the Killer Queen pop off happening. Bounder heads towards James, meets its demise at the hands of Chris, myself. More enemy spawn all up top. James looks for a place on that comfy ledge. Bounder's coming his way. Now going over Chris's head, no ricochet. Good maneuvering in tight space there from James. Got a point lead. All the style points for James. By the way, his style doesn't end in just Joust. That's our Halloween cosplay champion from a few years back, winning an absurd amount of money with his Oompa Loompa costume. You had to have been there. Oh, James putting Chris in a dangerous position.
Still, nobody's lost a man yet.
Lava Troll is out. We got 6
Getting
enemies.
ready for a jump through. That's dangerous. There it was.
Oh, my goodness. We both got clocked.
So both players are down 1 man in the second game of this match. Chris,
Now I'm getting saucy trying to ricochet.
Chris let James escape. James toast another. Toasted on stage. Oh, that was the best kill of the match so far.
All right, there's my friend. Who's he going to choose?
Ooh, nice move.
Pterodactyl.
Nice
Good move from James, getting away from the Pterodactyl. Everybody's giving the Pterodactyl some space.
Yep.
Snags James on the way out. Chris forced it to the top of the screen. 1 stock for each of us. Good kill from James. Got the point lead. We're into Gladiator wave. Bonus style points if I kill James. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Is that sunglasses or what are the style points this time? Gucci belt, Canali suit.
Lava Troll playing games over there. I ain't falling for that. Man, I'm afraid of all of that.
Oh.
And James is on last.
James is on last. This comes down to potentially this last man. Oh. That was close. Game 2 is over. Chris comes away with the win. Right, that was you, right, Chris? All right.
Last one.
All right, Mr. Delp. All right, being a loyal Joust player and subject of His Royal Highness, Mr. Newcomer, do you accept this knighthood?
Congratulations on being a knight. Enjoy the rest of your journey.
Well done, man.
Thank you. Look, is there anything else I can do for you before I leave? Do I need to sign any?
No. Just having you here and.
It's an absolute pleasure.
Yeah. And again, thank you so much for having me.
Anytime you want to come out, I'll bring the Joust players out.
And like I said, just seeing the building and love that goes into it. I mean, it's like, I haven't been to an arcade since the pandemic, and it's like, it's lighting up all the fun of the arcades again, and then knowing what work you guys have gone through to keep these games like this is just freaking amazing.
Thank you so much. This is going to go in my treasure box. I promise you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, John has to step away. Josh and Nikita's still here. All right. They need a bathroom break. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I will keep uncommentate for you, do a little bit of everything. As you know, I'm one to do that, or you might know. Let's bring it back to the main screen. I'll update the names as we go. And we'll get the losers bracket started here very shortly, but we're going to go see if I can get this done. Attention free play, we need Kaylin B and Crystal W. Crystal and Kaylin. Is Kaylin in the house? You're up on Joust. All right. What's that? Oh, you gotta buy.
I know he has to go, that's all right.
All right, Crystal's not up quite yet. Sorry, I still got my name up there. So we have Tracy. GLAEV and John Newcomer.
Right here.
So this is outside of the tournament. John's got to leave, but Tracy came all the way from the UK. He's very concerned. So we're going to have on stream. All right, so we're going to do full tournament rules for this. It's 5 lives. Best 2 out of 3. Whoever survives the longest wins, okay?
Okay, so now I gotta remember how to play Joust.
It's the flat button and left and right.
Okay,
Goes
flap,
around,
I go
yeah.
left and right.
Remember, you press it a lot to fly, okay?
All right, so we have John Newcomer versus Tracy Gleave in the death match before Mr. Newcomer has to leave.
I have no issues at all with this. She flew all the way out from the UK. She is.
That's right. I love it.
I need to spell her name correctly, though. It's EA.
EA. It is. Yeah.
Hey, you're good to go.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, best 2 out of 3.
All
We're
right,
going to do a
let's
full
see.
tournament set here. On the right, we have blue John Newcomer.
John looks good in blue. I mean, not everybody can pull blue off, but he's one of the few people that can. He's a giant in the industry and a giant of a person and a nice human being, and that's what he told me to say, so that's what I'm saying.
No points, but 1 kill there for Tracy.
Yeah.
Or is it Sir Tracy now?
It is
Lady
Sir,
Tracy?
It is Sir Tracy.
Sir Tracy?
Sir Tracy, and she is
Getting back on those points. 1 stock lead there for John.
John.
Oh, boy, they're just going to wait for it to hatch.
This is interesting.
John still has some flying skills. He knows how to go left.
He said he got almost $1 million back in the day.
Yeah.
That's 37 million shy of Tracy's top total, but it's not bad. Better than I can do. I want to thank Crystal for joining us. She's going to be up. Sir Crystal for joining us.
Yep.
Crystal, yeah, yes. Crystal, meteorologist.
Meteorologist, yes,
So,
yes.
So we're testing the weather tonight with Crystal to see whether the wind and the heat are affecting the players tonight. What is your projection here?
My personal, professional opinion here, yeah, is that if you're not from Texas, you're not used to heat, then potentially, actually, yeah, it could affect you.
Yeah, and I know from golfing over the years that the wind and heat here can be pretty rough, and sometimes you have to flight the ball down a little bit. And I'm wondering if Tracy and John might need to flight things a little lower than what they're doing right now to win.
I think so. Like, definitely hydration is important.
Hydration.
So, yeah, especially for their ostrich fellows here.
Yeah, and as long as they don't try to hydrate in the lava.
Oh, yeah, no,
that would
no.
be bad.
Do not recommend.
I have not seen anybody grabbed by the lava troll that I recall through the tournament tonight, but that's always a highlight.
Oh, yes.
Always a highlight. John's playing pretty aggressive over there. Has Tracy about where he wants her. Oh yeah, they're both playing protected. John's a little bit more aggressive.
Congratulations on Tracy collecting that last egg and going ahead and getting the cooperation bonus.
John is
2 stock lead there for Tracy. Still undefeated in this tournament. No lives lost.
Wow.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Oh my goodness.
There's a 3 stock lead now for Sir Tracy.
Yeah, I guess some people can compare the lava to how Texas currently feels outside.
Yes.
Yes.
I came down from Kansas City yesterday. Well, I was in Oklahoma, outside Oklahoma City. It was 110 degrees yesterday. I was like, why?
Well,
I was like, what?
I could tell you,
Why?
but it's a story.
Can you tell me why? Why we need to be that hot?
It is, this high pressure system has been really intense. Like, we're on track to we're currently the 3rd hottest summer on record officially. We're getting really close to 2011 record levels. It's just, the high has just been sitting too heavy on us right now.
Another ugly death by John.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't seen any real pretty deaths. I've seen some good kills, but that one wasn't that pretty. And Tracy continues to reign as
I did right into the lava.
Oh, wow.
John loses the first match by diving into the lava in a suicide, admitting that he couldn't beat Tracy.
And that's 1-0 Tracy. She
1-0
has to
Tracy.
kill off all of those lives.
And I had truly hoped that John would get at least 1 kill on Tracy.
Well, he's got a whole nother shot here.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. John, don't disappoint us. The creator of Joust has to get at least 1 classic kill of some type.
Well, it's tough. It's tough
And if-
facing against a UK champion like Tracy, being the newcomer and all.
Yeah. I mean, we're not opposed to trash talking her while she plays to